If you enjoyed this podcast, please consider liking, sharing, and subscribing to the channel. Sharing it with your friends and family helps spread knowledge. And when we help others grow, we grow too. Thank you so much for listening. Let's dive into the podcast. Chapter 1, Anukramanika Parva, Introduction. Part 1, Narration Setting. Once upon a time, there was a great storyteller named Sati. He was the son of another storyteller called Lomaharshana. Sati traveled far and wide to learn many stories and holy teachings. One day, Sati came to a sacred forest called Naimisha. In this holy forest, many wise sages had gathered together. They were performing a great sacrifice that would last for many years. When the sages saw Sati arrive, they welcomed him with great respect. The sages said to Sati, "O learned one, you have heard many stories from your father and from other great teachers. Please tell us some of the wonderful tales you know. We wish to hear about Dharma, about the gods, and about the great heroes of old times." Sati bowed to the sages and said, "I will gladly share with you the greatest story ever told. This is the story called Mahabharata, which was composed by the great sage Vyasa." Then Sati began to tell them how this mighty epic came to be. He said, "Long ago, the wise sage Vyasa wanted to write down the greatest story for all people. But this story was so vast and so important that Vyasa needed help to write it down. Vyasa thought deeply about who could help him with this great task. The story was very long and filled with deep wisdom. He needed someone who could write very fast and never make mistakes. So Vyasa prayed to Lord Brahma, the creator of the universe. Brahma heard his prayer and said, "Ask Lord Ganesha to help you. He is the remover of all obstacles and the master of all learning." Vyasa went to Ganesha and said, "O Lord, I have composed a great story in my mind. Will you please write it down as I speak it to you?" Ganesha agreed, but made one condition. He said, "I will write your story, but you must speak it without stopping. If you pause even for a moment, I will put down my pen and leave." Vyasa accepted this condition, but made his own request. He said, "I agree, but you must not write down any verse until you fully understand its meaning." Both agreed to these conditions. Then Vyasa began to speak the great Mahabharata, and Ganesha wrote it down. Whenever Vyasa needed time to think of the next part, he would speak a very difficult verse. While Ganesha took time to understand the deep meaning, Vyasa could think of what to say next. In this way, the entire Mahabharata was written down. This great story contains 100,000 verses. It tells of Dharma and how people should live. It contains all knowledge that people need for a good life. Sati told the sages, "This story is like a great ocean of wisdom. Those who read it or hear it will gain knowledge, virtue, and happiness. It teaches us about right and wrong, about duty and devotion, about courage and compassion." Part 2, Sage Assembly. After Sati finished telling about how the great story was written, the sages at Naimisha Forest wanted to know more. They asked him about the great assembly where this story was first told to a king. Sati said, "Long ago, there lived a king named Janamejaya. He was the great-grandson of the hero Arjuna. This king wanted to perform a great snake sacrifice. He gathered many learned priests and sages for the ceremony. Among all the wise men who came, there was one special sage named Vaisampayana. He was a student of the great Vyasa himself. Vyasa had taught him the entire Mahabharata story. King Janamejaya requested this sage to tell the whole story during the sacrifice. Vaisampayana agreed to the king's request. He stood before the assembly and began to recite the entire epic. All the priests, sages, and nobles listened with great attention. They knew they were hearing something very sacred and important. The listeners were not ordinary people. They were learned Brahmins who knew the scriptures. They understood the deep meaning of Dharma. Some were great warriors who knew about battle and courage. Others were wise counselors who understood how to rule a kingdom fairly. As Vaisampayana spoke, everyone listened without moving. They understood that this story would teach them about right living. They knew it would show them how to face difficulties with courage. They realized it would help them understand their duties to family, society, and God. the king Janamejaya was especially eager to hear the story. His own ancestors were part of this great tale. He wanted to understand what had happened to his family in earlier times. He wanted to learn from their victories and their mistakes. All these listeners knew that hearing this story was not just entertainment. It was a sacred duty. They believed that by listening with respect and faith, they would gain wisdom and virtue. They would become better people and live better lives. The sage Vaisampayana spoke with great devotion. He knew that Vyasa had given him a precious gift, the knowledge of this divine story. Now he was sharing this gift with others who were worthy to receive it. Part 3. Purpose of Mahabharata. After the sage spoke these words, the learned ones asked him about the true purpose of this great story. They wanted to know why Vyasa had created this vast work and what benefits it would bring to those who heard it. The sage replied that this story serves many important purposes. First and most important, it teaches Dharma, the right way to live. Through the actions of kings, warriors, and wise men, people learn what is good and what is harmful. They see how those who follow Dharma find peace and happiness, while those who ignore it face suffering and ruin. This great story also gives knowledge to mankind. It contains wisdom about ruling a kingdom, fighting wars, and living as a householder. It teaches about the duties of different people in society. Kings learn how to protect their subjects. Warriors learn about courage and honor. Merchants learn about honest trade. All people learn about their duties to family, society, and the divine. Vyasa knew that most people find it hard to understand difficult teachings about philosophy and religion. So he placed all this wisdom inside exciting stories of heroes and battles. When people hear about brave Arjuna or wise Yudhishthira, they learn important lessons without even realizing it. The stories make the teachings easy to remember and pleasant to hear. This epic also shows people the consequences of their actions. When someone does good deeds, good things happen to them. When someone does evil, they face punishment. Through many examples, people learn that their choices matter and that justice always wins in the end. The learned ones explained that this story helps people become better. Those who hear it with faith and attention grow in wisdom. They become more patient, more truthful, and more devoted to their duties. They learn to control their anger and greed. They become kinder to others and more devoted to God. This great work also preserves important knowledge for future generations. It contains the wisdom of ancient sages, the history of great kings, and the teachings of divine beings. Without stories like this, such valuable knowledge would be lost forever. The sage concluded that anyone who hears this story completely, with proper respect and understanding, gains the same benefits as performing great sacrifices or giving generous gifts to deserving people. Part 4. Length and Scope. The sages then asked about the size and contents of this great story. Saudi replied with reverence for the ancient knowledge he was about to share. This mighty work called Mahabharata contains 100,000 verses arranged in couplets. No other story in the world matches its vast size. It is like a great ocean of wisdom that holds all knowledge within its depths. These verses cover 18 main books, each dealing with different parts of the great story. The sage Vyasa composed this work over many years, carefully choosing each word and line to carry the deepest truths. Within these verses, you will find complete knowledge of Dharma, the right way to live. You will discover the science of politics and how kingdoms should be governed. The work contains detailed teachings about economics and how wealth should be earned and used properly. The epic also holds the knowledge of liberation, how the soul can be freed from the cycle of birth and death. It explains the nature of God, the duties of different classes of people, and the proper conduct in all situations of life. Every branch of learning finds its place in this great work. Medicine, astronomy, mathematics, and the arts are all discussed. The duties of kings, the rights of subjects, the conduct of wars, and the making of peace, all these subjects receive proper attention. Geography and history blend together as the story moves across the ancient land. Sacred places, rivers, mountains, and forests are described with their spiritual importance explained clearly. Philosophy and practical life join hands throughout the work. Abstract truths are presented through the actions and words of heroes and wise men. Complex ideas become clear through simple examples and stories. The work also contains numerous smaller stories within the main tale. These provide examples of virtue and vice, showing the results of good and evil actions across many lifetimes. Whatever exists in this work can be found elsewhere, but whatever does not exist here cannot be found anywhere else. Such is the completeness of this sacred text. The sage Vyasa declared that he created this vast work for the benefit of all humanity. Every type of person, in every stage of life, can find guidance and inspiration within its verses. Part 5. Invocation and Blessings. I bow to Narayan, the Supreme God. I bow to Nara, the perfect man. I bow to Saraswati, the goddess of learning. May this recitation bring success. Let all who hear this sacred story receive blessings. May their minds become pure and their hearts filled with wisdom. May they gain knowledge of right and wrong actions. I pray to the fire god, who carries our offerings to heaven. I pray to the moon, who measures time and seasons. I pray to the sun, who gives life to all creatures. May these divine powers protect those who listen to this tale. May the listeners gain long life and good health. May they have many children and grandchildren. May their wealth increase and their enemies be defeated. May they always walk on the path of righteousness. This great story contains all knowledge needed for human life. It teaches about duty, wealth, pleasure, and salvation. Those who study it with devotion will surely achieve their goals. May the Brahmins who preserve this knowledge be honored. May the rulers who protect the people be strong. May the merchants prosper in their trade. May the workers find satisfaction in their service. I call upon all gods to bless this recitation. Indra, king of gods, grant your protection. Agni, god of fire, purify the listeners. Vayu, god of wind, carry these words to all corners of the earth. May this story destroy ignorance like the sun destroys darkness. May it remove sin like sacred water cleanses the body. May it bring peace to troubled minds and guidance to the confused. Those who hear this epic with faith will gain merit equal to performing great sacrifices. They will cross the ocean of worldly troubles. They will reach the shore of eternal happiness. May no obstacles arise during this telling. May the listeners remain attentive and the narrator speak clearly. May the words flow like a pure river, bringing nourishment to all who drink from it. Let this recitation begin with divine grace. May it continue without interruption. May it end with the satisfaction of knowledge gained and wisdom received. Part 6. Cosmic Origins. In the beginning, there was no earth, no sky, no day, no night. There was no wind, no fire, no water. Nothing existed except the Supreme Being, who was without form, without end, and without beginning. This divine power held all creation within itself like a seed holds the future tree. From this Supreme Being came the first sound. This sound spread through the empty space and became the foundation of all creation. From this sacred sound, the elements were born. First came space, then air, then fire, then water, and finally earth. These 5 elements became the building blocks of everything that would exist. The Supreme Being wished to create beings who could experience joy and sorrow, who could learn and grow. So from its own divine nature, it created the first beings. These were the gods, the demons, and the great sages. Each group was given different qualities and different purposes in the grand plan of creation. Time was divided into great cycles. Each cycle lasted for millions of years. During these cycles, Virtue would rise and fall like waves in an ocean. Sometimes righteousness would rule, and people would be happy and peaceful. Other times, evil would grow strong, and suffering would spread across the world. The gods were given the task of protecting virtue and maintaining order. The demons were allowed to exist, to test the strength of good, and to provide challenges that would help souls grow stronger. The sages were blessed with wisdom and the power to guide others toward truth. As time passed, the Supreme Being created human beings. Humans were special because they had the power to choose between right and wrong. They could rise to become like gods through good deeds and wisdom, or they could fall into darkness through evil actions. The earth became populated with many different kinds of beings. There were kings and subjects, warriors and farmers, teachers and students. Each person was born into their role based on their past actions and their nature. This created a society where everyone had duties to perform and responsibilities to fulfill. Some humans forgot their divine origin and became proud and selfish. They started wars, told lies, and hurt others for their own gain. When evil became too strong, the balance of the world was disturbed. At such times, divine beings would take birth among humans to restore righteousness and teach the proper way of living. This is the background against which our great story unfolds. The Mahabharata tells of one such time when evil had grown powerful and good people suffered. It was then that divine forces worked through human beings to restore balance and teach eternal truths about duty, righteousness, and the path to ultimate peace. Part 7. Vyasa's role. The great sage Vyasa received the divine knowledge of this epic through deep meditation and spiritual vision. He saw the past, present, and future with perfect clarity. The Supreme Being showed him the entire story of the world and the eternal laws that govern all life. When Vyasa understood this great truth, he knew he must share it with humanity. But the task was enormous. The complete story contained 100,000 verses with deep teachings about duty, life, death, and spiritual knowledge. No ordinary person could write down such a vast work. Vyasa prayed to Brahma, the creator, for help in recording this divine knowledge. Brahma told him to call upon Ganesha, the remover of obstacles, who alone could write as fast as Vyasa could speak the verses. When Ganesha came, he agreed to be the scribe, but made one condition. He said he would write only if Vyasa spoke without stopping. If Vyasa paused even for a moment, Ganesha would leave, and the work would remain unfinished. Vyasa accepted this condition, but made his own demand. He said Ganesha must understand the meaning of each verse before writing it down. This way, when Vyasa needed time to compose complex verses, Ganesha would spend time understanding them deeply. With this agreement, they began the great work. Vyasa spoke continuously while Ganesha wrote without rest. When difficult passages came, Ganesha would pause to understand their full meaning, giving Vyasa time to prepare the next verses. This is how the divine knowledge came to be written down. Vyasa did not create these truths from his own mind. He received them through spiritual sight and divine grace. His role was to be the vessel through which eternal wisdom could reach humanity. The sage organized all knowledge into this one great story. He included teachings about righteous living, spiritual truth, practical wisdom, and the ways of the world. Everything a person needs to know for living properly and achieving spiritual growth is contained within these verses. Vyasa completed this work for the benefit of all people. He wanted future generations to have access to divine knowledge in a form they could understand and remember. Through stories of heroes and kingdoms, he taught the deepest truths about life and the path to peace. Part 8. Transmission Tradition. After Vyasa completed this great work, he knew it must be shared with all people. The sacred knowledge could not remain with him alone. It had to flow like a river from teacher to student, from father to son, from one generation to the next. The sage called his disciples and said, "This story contains all wisdom. It must never be forgotten. You must learn every word, every verse, every teaching. Then pass it on to others who are worthy." The first to receive this treasure was Vaisampayana, Vyasa's faithful student. He learned the entire epic by heart. Every morning and evening, he would recite the verses until they became part of his very breath. He memorized not just the words, but the proper way to speak them, the rhythm, and the sacred sound. Vaisampayana then taught it to his own students. They too learned every word perfectly. This was the ancient way of keeping knowledge alive. No books existed then. Memory was the only library. The human mind was the only place where wisdom could be stored safely. Each teacher would choose students carefully. Not everyone could receive this knowledge. The student had to be pure in heart, devoted to truth, and ready to serve others. The teacher would watch and test them for years before sharing the complete teaching. The students would sit in circles around their teacher. Day after day, they would repeat the verses together. Their voices would rise and fall like ocean waves. The sound itself had power. When spoken correctly, these words could heal minds and awaken sleeping wisdom in the heart. Mothers would sing parts of this story to their children. Fathers would tell these tales during long winter nights. Village elders would gather people under great trees and share the teachings. In this way, the story spread like seeds on the wind. The tradition demanded perfect accuracy. Not one word could be changed. Not one syllable could be forgotten. If a student made an error, the teacher would correct them immediately. This was not mere recitation. This was keeping sacred fire burning. Generation after generation received this gift. Each group became guardians of the truth. They understood their duty to preserve every word exactly as Vyasa had spoken it. They knew that changing even one word might destroy the power of the teaching. Through their devotion, this divine story survived thousands of years. It traveled across vast lands, reaching people in distant kingdoms. Kings and farmers, priests and merchants, all received the same pure teaching that had first flowed from Vyasa's lips. Chapter 2, Sangraha Parva, Summary of Contents. Part 1, Contents Summary. Listen well to what the great sages have placed within this sacred text. The Mahabharata contains within it 4 great paths that guide all human life. These are Dharma, Artha, Kama, and Moksha, the 4 goals every person must understand. Dharma means doing what is right. It is the law that keeps the world in order. When a king protects his people, this is Dharma. When a child honors their parents, this is Dharma. When we speak truth and help others, this is Dharma. The Mahabharata shows us Dharma through the actions of heroes and villains alike. Some follow Dharma and find peace. Others ignore Dharma and bring suffering to themselves and all around them. Artha means wealth and success in worldly matters. This includes money, power, and all things needed for a good life on earth. The scripture teaches that seeking Artha is not wrong when done with Dharma as the guide. Kings must gather wealth to protect their kingdoms. Families must work to feed their children. But when people chase Artha without Dharma, they become greedy and cruel. Kama means the pleasures of life and the desires of the heart. This includes love between husband and wife, the joy of eating good food, and happiness found in beautiful things. The great epic does not say these desires are evil. Instead, it teaches that Kama should be enjoyed within the bounds of Dharma. Desire becomes dangerous only when it leads us away from what is right. Moksha means freedom from all worldly bonds. It is the final goal where the soul finds perfect peace. Those who reach moksha no longer suffer from fear, anger, or sadness. They see the divine truth in all things. The Mahabharata shows that moksha can be reached through different paths, some through action, others through knowledge, and still others through devotion. These 4 goals work together like the wheels of a chariot. Dharma guides the direction. Artha provides the strength. Kama gives energy for the journey. Moksha shows the final destination. The wise person seeks all four in proper balance. The great epic weaves these teachings through every story it tells. Kings learn about dharma through their duties. Warriors discover artha through their battles. Lovers explore kama through their relationships. Sages find moksha through their meditation. Each character teaches us something about these eternal truths. This is the foundation upon which the entire Mahabharata stands. Every tale, every character, and every lesson connects to these four sacred goals of human existence. Part 2. Akshauhini System. Akshauhini System. The Great War of Kurukshetra required armies beyond ordinary count. The wise ones of ancient times created a system to measure the size of armies. This system is called Akshauhini. One Akshauhini contains many different types of warriors and vehicles. It has 109,350 foot soldiers. These men fight with swords, spears, and bows. They form the base of any army. The Akshauhini also contains 65,610 horse riders. These cavalry warriors move quickly across the battlefield. They strike fast and retreat when needed. Their horses are trained for war. 21,870 chariots make up another part of the Akshauhini. Each chariot carries a main warrior, a driver, and supporters. The chariots are the pride of any army. Great heroes fight from these vehicles. 21,870 elephants complete the Akshauhini. These mighty beasts carry towers on their backs. Warriors shoot arrows from these towers. Elephants can break through enemy lines with their strength and size. In total, one Akshauhini contains 218,700 warriors and animals. This number shows the massive scale of ancient warfare. The Pandavas gathered 7 Akshauhinis for the Great War. The Kauravas assembled 11 Akshauhinis. This means 18 Akshauhinis faced each other at Kurukshetra. More than 3 million warriors, horses, chariots, and elephants filled the battlefield. The numbers tell us something important. This was not a small fight between brothers. This was a war that involved the entire known world. Kings from distant lands brought their armies. The earth itself shook under the weight of so many warriors. Each Akshauhini required careful organization. Commanders had to feed, house, and move these vast numbers. Supply lines stretched for hundreds of miles. The logistics of war demanded as much skill as the fighting itself. The Akshauhini system shows us the thinking of ancient military leaders. They understood that wars are won not just by brave individuals, but by organized masses. Numbers matter in warfare. Proper formation and structure decide victory or defeat. When the war began, these 18 Akshauhinis clashed with terrible force. The sound of their battle cry could be heard from great distances. The dust raised by their movement darkened the sky. This was warfare on a scale that the world had never seen before and would never see again. Part 3. Parva Enumeration. Parva Enumeration. The great Mahabharata is divided into 18 main books called Parvas. Each book tells an important part of the story and teaches us valuable lessons about life and duty. These 18 books together contain all the wisdom and knowledge that humans need to live good lives. The first book is Adi Parva, which means the beginning book. It tells us about the origins of the great families and how the story started. Here we learn about the ancestors and the early events that led to the Great War. The second book is Sabha Parva, the assembly book. It describes the great hall where kings gathered and the gambling match that caused much trouble. This book shows us how pride and anger can lead to terrible consequences. The third book is Vana Parva, the forest book. After losing the gambling match, the Pandavas lived in the forest for 12 years. This book teaches us about patience and how to bear hardship with courage. The fourth book is Bharata Parva, which tells about the 13th year when the Pandavas lived in hiding. They served the king Bharata in disguise and learned the value of humble service. The fifth book is Udyoga Parva, the preparation book. Here we see the attempts to make peace and the preparations for war. It shows us that even good people sometimes must fight for what is right. The sixth book is Bhishma Parva, which tells of the first 10 days of the Great War. The grandfather Bhishma led the armies and showed us what loyalty means, even when it brings pain. The seventh book is Drona Parva, about the next 5 days when teacher Drona commanded the armies. It teaches us about the duties of teachers and students, even in times of war. The eighth book is Karna Parva, which tells of 2 days when the warrior Karna led the armies. This book shows us how a person's birth does not decide their worth, but their actions do. The ninth book is Shalya Parva, the final day of the great 18-day war. Here we see the end of the terrible battle and learn that war brings victory to no one, only sorrow. The 10th book is Sauptika Parva, which tells of the night attack. It shows us that even in war, there are rules that must be followed, and breaking them brings only more suffering. The 11th book is Stri Parva, the women's book. The mothers, wives, and daughters mourn their dead. This book teaches us about the true cost of war and the strength of women in times of grief. The 12th book is Shanti Parva, the peace book. Here, the wise Bhishma teaches about how to rule kingdoms and live righteously. It contains the most important lessons about duty and good governance. The 13th book is Anushasana Parva, the instruction book. Bhishma continues to teach about religious duties and how to live a good life before he leaves his body. The 14th book is Ashvamedika Parva, about the horse sacrifice. King Yudhishthira performs this ritual to cleanse himself of the sins of war and to establish his rightful rule. The 15th book is Ashramavasika Parva, which tells of the retirement of the old king Dhritarashtra and Queen Gandhari to the forest to spend their final years in peace. The 16th book is Mausala Parva, about the destruction of Krishna's clan. It shows us that even divine families face the consequences of their actions, and that nothing in this world lasts forever. The 17th book is Mahaprasthanika Parva, the Great Journey book. The Pandavas give up their kingdom and start their final journey toward heaven, teaching us about the proper way to leave this world. The 18th and final book is Svargarohana Parva, the ascent to heaven. Here we see the end of the earthly story and learn about what happens to righteous souls after death. Each of these 18 books serves its purpose in teaching us the complete knowledge we need for living. Together, they form one great teaching that guides us through all situations in life. Part 4. Dharma Discussions. The great story of Mahabharata is filled with questions about right and wrong. Every page teaches us how to live with honor and wisdom. The learned sages ask many questions about dharma, which means doing what is right in every situation. When we face difficult choices, we must think carefully about what brings good to all people. The story shows us that dharma is not always simple. What seems right in one situation may be wrong in another. A king must sometimes fight to protect his people, even though fighting brings pain. A teacher must sometimes be strict with students, even though kindness feels better. The wise characters in this story discuss many important questions. They ask, should we always tell the truth even when it hurts someone? Should we keep our promises even when keeping them causes problems? Should we help our friends even when they are doing wrong things? These questions have no easy answers. The story teaches us that our duty depends on who we are and what situation we face. A warrior's duty is different from a priest's duty. A king's duty is different from a farmer's duty. A parent's duty is different from a child's duty. Each person must learn their own path of righteousness. Sometimes different duties come against each other. A son may need to choose between loyalty to his father and loyalty to what is right. A wife may need to choose between supporting her husband and speaking truth. A king may need to choose between mercy and justice. In these moments, we must think deeply and pray for wisdom. The great teachers in this story explain that dharma protects those who protect dharma. When we do what is right, even when it is difficult, we create good results for ourselves and others. When we ignore dharma and choose selfish actions, we create suffering that comes back to us later. The story also teaches us about the 4 goals of human life. Dharma means doing right. Artha means earning wealth in honest ways. Kama means enjoying life's pleasures without excess. Moksha means finding freedom from all worldly troubles. All 4 goals are important, but Dharma must guide the other 3. Through many conversations between wise characters, the story shows us that true knowledge comes from understanding both the rules of righteous living and when to apply them. The greatest wisdom is knowing how to balance all our duties and choose actions that bring the most good to the world. This sacred text continues to guide people in making moral choices, showing that questions about right and wrong are as important today as they were long ago. Part 5. Character Introductions. The great tale of Mahabharata brings before us many noble souls and dark hearts whose actions shaped the world. Each character carries within them the seeds of virtue or vice, and their choices echo through generations. Among the sons of light stands Yudhishthira, eldest of the Pandava brothers, whose love for truth burns so bright that he cannot speak a lie even to save his life. His heart follows Dharma like a river follows its course to the sea. Bhima, strong as 10,000 elephants, possesses a warrior's courage, but sometimes lacks patience. Arjuna, the greatest archer ever born, receives divine wisdom from Lord Krishna himself on the battlefield of Kurukshetra. The twin brothers Nakula and Sahadeva complete the 5 Pandavas. Nakula excels in caring for horses and has beauty that rivals the gods. Sahadeva knows the movements of stars and planets, seeing future events as clearly as the present day. Their wife Draupadi, born from sacred fire, brings both blessing and trial to their lives. Her honor becomes the cause of great conflict, yet her devotion to Dharma remains steady like a mountain. On the other side walks Duryodhana, eldest among 100 Kaurava brothers. Jealousy poisons his heart from childhood, growing stronger each day like a weed in fertile soil. He sees the success of his cousins and cannot bear their happiness. His mind plots constantly to take what belongs to others. Dushasana, his brother, shares his evil nature and commits acts that shame their noble bloodline. Together, they turn their father Dhritarashtra's love for them into blindness toward their crimes. Yet even among the Kauravas, goodness survives. Bhishma, the grandfather of both families, keeps his sacred promises, though they bring him pain. His wisdom guides kings, but his oaths bind him to fight against righteousness itself. Drona, the teacher who trained both Pandavas and Kauravas in warfare, finds himself torn between love for his students and loyalty to those who give him food and shelter. Karna, born to Kunti before her marriage, grows up unknown to his true brothers. His generous heart and warrior skill make him noble, but his friendship with Duryodhana leads him down a dark path. Above all characters stands Krishna, the divine teacher whose words remove confusion from troubled minds. He guides the righteous and protects those who seek truth, showing that the eternal law of Dharma governs all existence. Part 6. Philosophical Themes. The great story of Mahabharata teaches us deep truths about life and the world we live in. These teachings help us understand why things happen the way they do and how we should act in difficult times. Destiny shapes every person's life, but it does not take away our power to choose. The 5 Pandava brothers were born to be great warriors and kings, yet they still had to work hard and make good choices to reach their fate. Duryodhana was warned many times about the wrong path he walked, but he chose evil over good again and again. This shows us that while some things are written for us, we still decide how to respond to what comes our way. Karma governs all actions like a perfect law that never fails. Every deed we do, whether good or bad, comes back to us in time. When Karna gave away his protective armor to help someone in need, that generous act brought him honor even though it cost him his life. When Duryodhana refused to give the Pandavas even 5 villages to avoid war, his greed led to the destruction of his entire family. The epic shows us that no action goes without result, and the results always match the nature of what we have done. Righteousness stands as the highest path for all people to follow. But knowing what is right in each situation requires wisdom and careful thought. Arjuna faced this problem when he saw his own teachers and relatives standing ready to fight against him. He wondered how killing them could ever be right, even in a just war. Krishna taught him that doing one's duty according to righteousness, even when it brings pain, serves the greater good of the world. The battle between good and evil takes place not only on the field of war, but inside every person's heart. Each character in this great story faces moments when they must choose between what is easy and what is right. Some choose correctly and find peace. Others choose poorly and bring suffering upon themselves and others. These eternal laws of destiny, karma, and righteousness work together to guide human life toward truth and justice. The Mahabharata teaches us to accept what we cannot change, take responsibility for what we can control, and always strive to act with wisdom and compassion for all living beings. Part 7. Storytelling Style. The Mahabharata speaks to us through many voices and forms. It tells its story as if it were true history, recording real events that happened long ago. At the same time, it shares tales of gods and demons, magic and miracles that seem beyond our ordinary world. Yet within these same pages, it teaches deep wisdom about life, duty, and the nature of existence itself. This great book does not separate these different ways of speaking. History flows into legend, and legend carries within it eternal truths. When the story tells of mighty warriors fighting with divine weapons, it also shows us how people struggle with anger, pride, and desire. When it describes kings ruling vast kingdoms, it reveals the burden of making choices that affect countless lives. The sages who first told this story understood that truth comes to people in different ways. Some learn best from facts and events they can see and touch. Others need stories of wonder and mystery to stir their hearts. Still others seek clear teachings about right and wrong, good and evil. The Mahabharata gives all of these together, woven into one great cloth. Each character lives as a real person with hopes and fears, yet also represents something larger. Arjuna fights as a warrior on the battlefield, but his struggle represents every person's fight against doubt and confusion. Yudhishthira rules as a king, yet his challenges show us what it means to hold power responsibly. Duryodhana acts from jealousy and greed, teaching us where such feelings lead. The divine appears throughout the human story. Krishna guides and teaches, showing that wisdom comes from beyond our limited understanding. The gods watch and sometimes interfere, reminding us that forces greater than ourselves shape our lives. Yet the humans must still choose their own actions and accept the results. This mixing of history, legend, and teaching creates a story that speaks to every part of human experience. It does not ask us to believe only one way of understanding life. Instead, it invites us to see that all truth is connected. The battles fought long ago continue in our own hearts today. The gods who appeared to ancient heroes still guide those who seek their help. The wisdom taught to kings applies equally to common people facing everyday choices. Part 8. Purpose of Recitation. Those who hear this great story told properly gain both knowledge and virtue. The ancient sages knew that wisdom must pass from teacher to student in the right way. They made this telling into a sacred duty. When a learned person speaks these verses with proper understanding, the words carry power. The listener receives not just entertainment, but true guidance for living. This is why the story must be told completely and correctly. Each part connects to every other part. Nothing should be left out or changed. The teacher who recites this epic takes on great responsibility. They must know the meaning behind each tale and character. They must understand how the battles relate to the struggles within every human heart. When they speak, they become like a bridge connecting ancient wisdom to present need. Students who approach this teaching with respect and attention receive lasting benefit. Their minds become clearer about right and wrong. Their hearts grow stronger in facing difficult choices. They learn to see the divine working through all events, both good and bad. This is not ordinary storytelling meant only for pleasure. This is sacred instruction disguised as narrative. The heroes and villains represent different qualities within ourselves. The battles show how virtue and vice war against each other in every human life. Each time the story is told properly, righteousness grows stronger in the world. Each careful recitation plants seeds of wisdom in receptive minds. The ancient teachings stay alive through this process of sharing between generations. Those who study these verses with sincere hearts become capable of teaching others. The knowledge flows like a river from one vessel to another. No single person owns this wisdom. It belongs to all who seek truth. The structure itself teaches patience and attention. One cannot understand the whole without following each part in order. This trains the mind to think carefully and completely. It builds the discipline needed for all spiritual learning. Through proper transmission, the divine voice of ancient seers continues speaking to modern ears. The same truths that guided kings and sages remain available to anyone willing to listen with devotion and intelligence. Chapter 3, Paushya Parva, Stories of Curses and Rishis, Part 1, Janamajaya's Curse. King Janamejaya sat on his throne, his heart filled with deep sorrow and burning anger. His father, the noble King Parikshit, had died from the bite of Takshaka, the mighty snake king. This death was not by chance. It came from a curse spoken by a young sage who was angry at Parikshit's actions. The memory burned in Janamajaya's mind. His father had once insulted a great sage named Shamika during his hunt. Parikshit, tired and thirsty, had found the sage deep in meditation. When the sage did not respond to his requests for water, the king became angry. In his rage, Parikshit placed a dead snake around the sage's neck as an insult. The sage's son, Shringi, learned of this terrible act. Young and filled with fury, he spoke these words of doom. "The king who placed a dead snake on my father shall die from a snake's bite within 7 days." The curse could not be taken back once spoken. When King Parikshit learned of this curse, he built a tall palace and surrounded himself with wise men and guards. But fate cannot be changed. On the 7th day, Takshaka transformed himself into a small worm and hid inside a fruit. When Parikshit ate the fruit, Takshaka returned to his snake form and bit the king. The poison spread quickly, and King Parikshit died. Now Janamejaya burned with the desire for revenge. He called his priests and wise men. "I will perform a great snake sacrifice," he declared. "Every snake in the world shall burn in the sacred fire. Takshaka and all his kind will pay for my father's death." The priests warned him, "Great king, this sacrifice will bring great power, but also great danger. The fire will not stop until all snakes are destroyed. Think carefully about this choice." But Janamajaya's heart was stone. "Let it be so," he said. "Begin the preparations. I want every snake to feel the fear my father felt. I want them to burn as my heart burns with grief." The great snake sacrifice began. Sacred fires were lit. Powerful chants filled the air. One by one, snakes from across the world felt the pull of the sacrifice. They flew through the sky against their will, falling into the flames and dying. Takshaka tried to hide, but the sacrifice was too strong. Even he began to feel its power, pulling him toward the flames. The curse of one son would be answered by another son's curse. Thus began one of the greatest and most terrible sacrifices ever performed. Part 2. Sage Aruni's Tales. In those ancient days, there lived a great sage named Aruni. He was known throughout the lands for his deep wisdom and pure heart. Many students came to him seeking knowledge of the sacred texts and the ways of Dharma. Aruni taught his disciples with great care and love. He would say to them, "True knowledge comes not from books alone, but from living a life of truth and service. You must be ready to sacrifice your comfort for higher learning." One day, Aruni called his favorite student, Uddalaka, and gave him a test. Heavy rains had damaged the banks of their fields, and water was flowing away uselessly. Aruni said, "Go and stop the water from flowing out of our fields. Protect our crops." Uddalaka went to the fields and tried many ways to stop the water. He built barriers with stones and mud, but the rushing water broke them down. He worked all day and into the night, but nothing worked. Finally, seeing no other way, the devoted student lay down in the gap where water was flowing out. He used his own body to stop the water. Hours passed. Aruni became worried when his student did not return. He went to the fields with other disciples to search for Uddalaka. They called his name, but heard no reply. At last, they found him lying in the water channel, cold and barely breathing. Aruni lifted his student gently and said, "Rise up, my dear child. You have shown the greatest devotion. From this day, you shall be known as Uddalaka Aruni, for you arose when called by your teacher." When Uddalaka recovered, Aruni blessed him with complete knowledge of all the sacred texts. "Because you were willing to give your very life for duty, all learning shall flow to you like water flows to the sea. You shall become a great teacher yourself, and your wisdom shall guide many generations." This story spread far and wide. Kings and common people alike learned that true education requires complete dedication. A student must be ready to serve his teacher without question, even at great personal cost. Aruni taught that knowledge without devotion is empty, like a pot without water. But when a student serves with pure heart and complete surrender, even the greatest wisdom becomes easy to gain. This principle guided all his teachings and made him one of the most respected sages of his time. Part 3. Upamanyu's Journey. Upamanyu was a devoted student of sage Daunya. From his earliest days in the ashram, he served his teacher with complete faith. The sage tested his students in many ways to prepare them for the path of wisdom. One day, Daumya called Upamanyu to him. "My child," he said, "you must tend to my cattle. Take them to the forest for grazing, and bring them back safely each evening. This shall be your duty." Upamanyu accepted this task gladly. Every morning, he would lead the cattle to green pastures. He watched over them carefully, protecting them from wild animals and making sure none wandered too far. In the evening, he brought them home, counting each one. Days passed in this manner. Upamanyu grew thin and weak, but he never complained. His teacher noticed this and asked, "My son, you look pale and tired. How do you sustain yourself?" "Master, I drink the milk from the cows to satisfy my hunger." Upamanyu replied honestly. Daumya shook his head. "This is not right. The milk belongs to the ashram and to guests who visit us. You must not drink it anymore." Upamanyu bowed and accepted this command. The next days became harder. Without milk, he felt very hungry while tending the cattle. His stomach growled, but he remained faithful to his teacher's words. After some time, Daumya again noticed Upamanyu's condition. "You still look weak, my child. Tell me, what do you eat now?" "Master, I drink the foam that falls from the calves' mouths when they drink their mother's milk. This foam would otherwise be wasted," Upamanyu said. The sage frowned. "Even this is not proper. The foam belongs to the calves. They need every drop for their growth. You must stop this practice too." Upamanyu felt dismay but agreed. Now he had no source of food while performing his duties. His body grew weaker each day, but his spirit remained strong. He continued caring for the cattle with the same devotion. Hunger drove Upamanyu to desperation. One day, while in the forest, he saw some leaves that looked fresh and green. Without thinking clearly, he ate them to fill his empty stomach. These were the leaves of the arka plant, which are poisonous. Soon, Upamanyu's eyes began to burn and water. His sight became blurred, then disappeared completely. He was now blind. In his blindness, Upamanyu tried to find his way back to the ashram. He stumbled through the forest, calling for help. Unable to see where he was going, he fell into a deep well. When evening came and Upamanyu did not return with the cattle, Daumya became worried. He searched the forest, calling his student's name. Finally, he heard Upamanyu's voice coming from the well. "Master, I am here. I have fallen into this pit and cannot climb out," Upamanyu cried. Daumya looked down and saw his devoted student. "My child, how did this happen? Tell me everything." Upamanyu explained about eating the poisonous leaves and losing his sight. He spoke with no anger or blame, accepting his suffering as part of his learning. The sage's heart filled with compassion and admiration for his student's dedication. "Upamanyu, your patience and devotion have impressed even the gods. Call upon the Ashwini Kumaras, the divine physicians. They all help you." Upamanyu folded his hands and prayed with pure heart. The Ashwini Kumaras appeared before him, pleased by his sincere devotion to his teacher. Part 4. Sage Veda's Lessons. The Ashwini Kumaras, pleased with Upamanyu's pure devotion, restored his sight completely. They gave him divine vision that was clearer than before. "Your teacher will be proud of your dedication," they said, and vanished. Upamanyu returned to his guru with joy and gratitude. When sage Daumya saw his student's eyes bright with divine light, he blessed him with all knowledge of the Vedas. "You have learned the greatest lesson," Daumya said. "True learning comes through suffering accepted with patience." In those ancient times, there lived another great sage named Veda. He was known throughout the land for his deep knowledge of dharma and righteous conduct. Kings and common people alike came to seek his guidance on matters of duty and moral behavior. Sage Veda taught that dharma was not just rules written in books. It was the very foundation of a peaceful and just society. Without dharma, he would say, kingdoms fall and people suffer. With dharma, even the smallest village prospers. The sage often visited royal courts to guide kings in their duties. He taught them that a ruler's first responsibility was to protect the innocent and punish the wicked. A king who follows dharma becomes like a father to his people, Veda explained. He must treat the rich and poor with equal justice. One day, King Janaka invited sage Veda to his court. The king asked, "O wise one, how should a ruler balance his personal desires with his duties to his kingdom?" Veda replied, "A true king puts his people's welfare above his own comfort. When you face difficult choices, ask yourself what will bring the greatest good to the greatest number of people. This is the path of Dharma." The sage taught that Dharma had 4 pillars: truth, compassion, cleanliness of body and mind, and self-control. When these 4 are strong, he said, a person can face any challenge without fear. Many students came to learn from Veda. He taught them that knowledge without Dharma was like a sharp sword in the hands of a child, dangerous and destructive. First learn to be good, he told them. Then learn to be wise. Sage Veda also emphasized the importance of keeping one's word. Your word is your bond, he taught. Break it, and you break something sacred within yourself. Through his teachings, Sage Veda showed that the highest knowledge was not just understanding the scriptures, but living according to their principles. His wisdom guided many generations toward righteousness and truth. Part 5. Uttanka's Trials. Sage Uttanka was a devoted student who served his teacher faithfully for many years. He learned the sacred knowledge and followed every instruction with complete dedication. When his education was complete, his teacher was pleased with his service and devotion. "Ask for whatever you wish as my blessing," said the teacher. "You have earned the right to any gift you desire." Utanka replied, "Master, I want nothing for myself. Tell me what would make you happy, and I will do that." His teacher smiled at this humble response. "Go to my wife and ask her what she wants. Whatever she requests, bring it to me as your final offering." Utanka went to his teacher's wife and bowed respectfully. She thought for a moment and then spoke. "I desire the earrings of Queen Madayanti, wife of King Saudasa. If you can bring those earrings to me within a specific time, I will be satisfied." This was an extremely difficult task. The earrings were precious and heavily guarded. The queen would not give them easily to a simple sage. But Utanka had given his word, and he would not break it. He traveled to the royal palace and approached King Saudasa. "Great king, I need your queen's earrings for my teacher's wife. Please help me complete this sacred duty." The king was suspicious. "Why should I give away my queen's precious jewelry to a wandering sage? How do I know this is not some trick?" Utanka explained his situation honestly. He told the king about his promise and his need to complete this final task for his teacher. The king saw the sincerity in the young sage's eyes, but still hesitated. "These earrings are very valuable," said the king. "If I give them to you, you must return them within a fixed time. If you fail, you will face severe punishment." Utanka agreed to these harsh conditions. He knew the risks, but his promise was more important than his safety. The queen reluctantly gave him her precious earrings, warning him about the dangers ahead. As Utanka began his journey back, he faced many obstacles. Wild animals blocked his path. Rivers flooded and became impossible to cross. Thieves tried to rob him. At every step, new challenges appeared to test his determination. The deadline approached quickly, but Utanka never gave up. He pushed forward through exhaustion, hunger, and fear. His commitment to his word gave him strength when his body wanted to quit. Part 6. Moral Lessons. After experiencing countless hardships, Utanka finally reached his destination. He delivered the earrings exactly as promised, even though he suffered greatly during the journey. The divine beings who had been watching his struggles were deeply impressed by his unwavering dedication. They blessed him with wisdom and spiritual power that would serve him throughout his life. From Utanka's story, we learn that keeping our word is the highest form of righteousness. When we make a promise, we must honor it regardless of the difficulties we face. True character shows itself not in easy times, but when we are tested by hardship. A person's worth is measured by their commitment to truth and duty, even when no one is watching. The tales of Aruni teach us that knowledge without humility leads to spiritual blindness. When Aruni's son became proud of his learning, he lost sight of wisdom's true purpose. Real knowledge makes us humble, not arrogant. The wise person uses their understanding to serve others, not to display their superiority. Learning should make us more compassionate, not more judgmental toward those who know less. Upamanyu's journey shows us the importance of patience in spiritual growth. He spent years serving his teacher without complaint, even when the lessons seemed harsh. Through this patient service, he gained not just knowledge, but inner strength. Those who rush to achieve wisdom often miss its deeper truths. The path of learning requires steady effort over many years, like water slowly wearing away stone. Sage Veda's teachings remind us that Dharma must guide all our actions, especially when we hold positions of power. Kings and leaders have greater responsibility because their decisions affect many lives. They must place duty above personal desires. When rulers follow Dharma, their kingdoms prosper. When they ignore righteousness, their people suffer. Power without virtue destroys both the ruler and the ruled. These ancient stories reveal timeless truths about human nature. Every generation faces the same basic challenges: staying true to our word, remaining humble while gaining knowledge, serving others patiently, and using our abilities for good rather than selfish gain. The rishis faced these tests thousands of years ago, and we face them today. The divine powers watch how we respond to life's trials. They do not prevent our suffering, but they reward those who maintain their virtue through difficult times. Our struggles have meaning when they strengthen our character. Pain becomes purposeful when it teaches us compassion for others who suffer. Part 7. Sacrifices and Rituals. The ancient Vedic rituals shown in these stories follow sacred patterns passed down through generations. When King Janamejaya began his great snake sacrifice, he followed the exact steps taught by the rishis. The ritual ground was prepared according to strict rules. Sacred fires were lit in precise arrangements. The priests chanted specific words that had been spoken the same way for countless years. These ceremonies required perfect attention to detail. Every word spoken, every offering made, and every gesture performed had to match the ancient instructions. The rishis knew that careless mistakes could bring terrible results. When sage Aruni taught his students, he showed them how to prepare the ritual space, how to purify themselves, and how to speak the sacred words clearly. The sacrificial fire held great power in these rituals. Priests fed it with specific offerings at exact times. They poured clarified butter into the flames while reciting prayers. The smoke carried their requests to the gods above. Different rituals required different materials. Some needed flowers, others required grains, and powerful ceremonies demanded precious items. Upamanyu learned that fasting prepared the mind for sacred work. Many rituals required the participants to eat only certain foods or nothing at all for days. This purification helped them focus completely on the divine purpose. The body's needs became less important than the spiritual goal. Water played a central role in these ancient practices. Before any ceremony, participants bathed in sacred rivers or specially prepared water. They sprinkled water on the ritual items to make them pure. The priests washed their hands and feet repeatedly during long ceremonies. Clean water represented the clear mind needed for holy work. The timing of rituals followed cosmic patterns. Certain ceremonies could only happen during specific seasons, moon phases, or times of day. The rishis studied the movements of stars and planets to choose the right moments. Morning rituals began before sunrise. Evening ceremonies ended after sunset. Some powerful sacrifices lasted for years, following careful schedules. Sacred words called mantras formed the heart of every ritual. These sounds were believed to carry divine power when spoken correctly. Students spent years learning to pronounce each syllable perfectly. The slightest error could ruin the entire ceremony. Teachers like Sage Veda emphasized that understanding the meaning mattered as much as correct pronunciation. The stories show that rituals served multiple purposes. They honored the gods, requested blessings, removed sins, and maintained cosmic order. Kings performed sacrifices to ensure their kingdom's prosperity. Families held ceremonies to protect their children. Individuals made offerings to gain knowledge or spiritual merit. These ancient practices demanded complete devotion from participants. Half-hearted efforts brought no results. The rishis taught that sincere intention mattered more than expensive offerings. A simple prayer spoken with pure heart pleased the gods more than elaborate ceremonies performed without genuine faith. Part 8. Narrative Integration. These stories of curses and sages form the foundation for the great war that follows. Each tale carries wisdom that the warriors of Kurukshetra would need to understand. The curses spoken by angry rishis show how actions create consequences that span generations. Janamejaya's snake sacrifice connects directly to the main story. His ancestor Parikshit died from a snake bite caused by a curse. This event teaches that even kings must face the results of their deeds. The sacrifice represents humanity's attempt to fight destiny through ritual power. Sage Aruni's teachings about patience and duty prepare readers for the struggles ahead. His disciples learned that true knowledge comes through hardship. This lesson appears throughout the great epic when heroes must choose between easy paths and righteous ones. Upamanyu's journey shows how dedication leads to divine blessings. His story teaches that the gods reward those who persist through trials. This principle guides many characters in the main epic when they face impossible challenges. Sage Veda's court wisdom demonstrates how learned men should advise rulers. His teachings about dharma become essential when kings must make difficult decisions during war. The sage's emphasis on righteous governance echoes through every royal choice in the epic. Utanka's trials reveal how personal desires can conflict with duty. His pursuit of divine earrings mirrors the way material attachments drive many conflicts in the main story. His perseverance shows that spiritual goals require sacrifice of worldly comforts. These moral lessons create the ethical framework for judging the hero's actions. When Arjuna hesitates before battle, readers remember these stories about duty overcoming personal feelings. When Yudhishthira faces moral dilemmas, the Rishi's teachings provide guidance. The ancient rituals described here establish the cosmic order that the war disrupts. The careful performance of sacrifices maintains balance between heaven and earth. When this balance breaks, great conflicts arise to restore natural harmony. Each curse mentioned in these tales demonstrates divine justice. The gods punish those who ignore dharma, even if they are powerful kings. This principle operates throughout the epic, where characters face consequences for their choices. These introductory stories prepare minds to understand the deeper meanings in the main narrative. They establish that this epic tells more than a war story. It reveals eternal truths about human nature, divine will, and the cosmic struggle between good and evil. Wisdom guides readers through the complex moral questions that arise when duty conflicts with desire, when loyalty opposes justice, and when personal love challenges universal law. Chapter 4, Pauloma Parva, Bhargava History and Legends. Part 1, Bhargava Lineage. Long ago, in the beginning of time, there lived a great sage named Bhrigu. He was one of the first 7 sages created by Brahma himself. Bhrigu possessed tremendous spiritual power and wisdom that came from years of deep meditation and prayer. From Bhrigu came a noble race known as the Bhargavas. These were his descendants, men of great learning and divine power. They became known throughout the world as keepers of sacred knowledge and performers of holy rituals. Bhrigu had many sons, each blessed with spiritual gifts. The most famous among them was Chavana, who would later become renowned for his miraculous powers and long life. Another son was Sukra, who became the teacher of the demons and possessed the power to bring the dead back to life. The Bhargavas spread across the land, establishing themselves as priests and teachers. They memorized the sacred texts and performed sacrifices for kings and common people alike. Their knowledge of the Vedas was perfect, and their ability to please the gods through proper rituals was unmatched. These descendants of Bhrigu lived simple lives, devoted to study and prayer. They owned little except their sacred thread and water pot. Yet their spiritual wealth was greater than all the treasures of earthly kings. They could call upon the gods, control the elements, and see things that were hidden from ordinary eyes. The Bhargavas were known for their fierce temper when wronged. Though peaceful by nature, they would not tolerate disrespect toward their sacred duties or harm to innocent people. When aroused to anger, their curses could destroy entire kingdoms and bring down the mightiest warriors. Many kings sought the blessing of the Bhargavas, knowing that their favor brought victory in battle and prosperity to the realm. But some foolish rulers tried to harm these holy men, thinking their gentle ways showed weakness. Such kings always met with terrible destruction. The women of the Bhargava family were equally blessed with virtue and power. They were devoted wives and mothers who helped their husbands in their sacred work. Some possessed the ability to see the future or communicate with divine beings. Through generations, the Bhargavas maintained their sacred traditions. They passed down their knowledge from father to son, ensuring that the holy wisdom would never be lost. Each generation produced new sages who added to the spiritual heritage of their race. Thus began the great lineage of Bhrigu, whose descendants would play important roles in the cosmic drama that would unfold in later times. Their stories of power, wisdom, and devotion became legends that inspired all who heard them. Part 2. Sage Chavana's birth. Among the great Bhargavas was born a sage whose very birth carried the divine power of the gods. This was Chavana, whose name would become known throughout the three worlds for his incredible spiritual strength and wisdom. Chavana's birth was unlike that of ordinary mortals. His mother carried him in her womb for many years, far longer than the natural time for human birth. During this extended period, the child grew in both physical form and spiritual power within her body. The divine forces worked through this extended gestation, preparing the child for his great destiny as a supreme sage. When the time finally came for his birth, extraordinary signs appeared in the heavens and on earth. The gods themselves watched as this special soul entered the world. From the moment of his birth, it was clear that Chavana possessed abilities far beyond those of ordinary beings. Even as a young child, Chavana showed remarkable spiritual powers. He could perceive truths that remained hidden from others. His understanding of the sacred texts came naturally to him, as if the knowledge had been placed within him by the divine forces themselves. The child needed no teacher to explain the deeper meanings of Dharma and cosmic law. As Chavana grew, his spiritual practices became more intense and powerful. He performed severe penances that would have been impossible for ordinary people to endure. Through these austerities, he gained control over the natural elements and could command respect even from the gods. His meditation was so deep and concentrated that he could remain motionless for years at a time. During these periods of intense spiritual practice, his body would become covered with earth and plants, yet his inner fire of devotion never dimmed. This fire burned so brightly that it could be felt by all living beings around him. The sage's spiritual power manifested in many ways. He could grant boons to those who approached him with pure hearts. He could also curse those who showed disrespect to Dharma or to the sacred traditions. Kings and common people alike learned to treat him with the highest reverence. Chavana's knowledge extended beyond the material world into the realm of divine wisdom. He understood the movements of time itself and could see how actions in the present would affect the future. This gift allowed him to guide others along the proper path of righteousness. Through his birth and early life, Chavana established himself as one of the greatest sages of the Bhargava line. His spiritual achievements would inspire countless generations of seekers who came after him, showing them what was possible through dedicated practice and unwavering devotion to the divine truth. Part 3. Persecution by Kshatriyas. In those ancient times, the warrior kings turned their anger against the Bhargava sages. These rulers became filled with pride and forgot the proper respect they owed to the holy men. They began to hunt down the descendants of Bhrigu, seeking to destroy them completely. The Kshatriya kings declared war on the Bhargavas without just cause. They sent their armies to attack the peaceful hermitages where the sages lived. Many holy men were killed while they sat in meditation or performed their sacred duties. The kings showed no mercy to the old or young among the Bhargavas. When the persecution began, the surviving Bhargava women knew they must protect their unborn children. These brave mothers fled to the mountains and forests to hide from the searching armies. They lived in caves and remote places where the soldiers could not find them. One expectant mother faced the greatest danger when the king's men discovered her hiding place. As they approached to kill her, she used the power of her tapas to hide her child within her own womb. The divine energy concealed the unborn baby so completely that even the warrior's weapons could not harm it. The child remained hidden inside his mother's body for many years through the strength of her spiritual practice. When the persecution finally ended and safety returned, the boy was born with tremendous spiritual power. This child grew to become one of the greatest sages of his time. Other Bhargava women scattered across the earth to different lands. Some went to the northern mountains, where snow always covered the peaks. Others traveled to distant forests, where wild animals offered them protection. A few found shelter in the homes of righteous people who respected the sacred tradition. The sages who survived learned to live in secret. They continued their studies and religious practices while staying hidden from the eyes of hostile kings. They passed down their knowledge quietly, from teacher to student, keeping the sacred learning alive even in those dark times. During this period of suffering, the Bhargavas developed great skill in avoiding their enemies. They learned to recognize the sounds of approaching armies from far away. They memorized the safest paths through wilderness areas where horses and chariots could not follow. The persecution lasted for many generations. Throughout this time, the Bhargavas never abandoned their devotion to truth and righteousness. They continued to perform their religious duties even while living in constant fear. Their faith remained strong despite the cruelty they faced. This period of trial made the surviving Bhargavas even more powerful in their spiritual practices. The hardships they endured increased their inner strength and deepened their understanding of divine truth. Part 4. Conflict with Kings. The accumulated suffering of generations finally reached its breaking point. The Bhargavas could no longer remain silent while kings continued their violent attacks against them. Several powerful sages among the Bhargavas decided that the time had come to confront their persecutors directly. Sage Arva was the most renowned among these warriors of truth. He had witnessed countless atrocities committed by the royal families against his people. His anger burned like fire within him for many years. When he could bear it no longer, Arva began to challenge the kings openly. The first confrontation occurred when King Kritavirya ordered his soldiers to raid a Bhargava settlement. Arva appeared before the king's army as they prepared to attack innocent families. He spoke with tremendous authority that made even the bravest warriors tremble. "You have spilled the blood of holy people for too long," Arva declared. "The earth itself cries out against your cruelty. Your ancestors will suffer for these sins." King Kritavirya laughed at the sage's words. He commanded his soldiers to arrest Arva immediately. But as the warriors approached, Arva's spiritual power manifested in visible flames around his body. The soldiers fell back in terror. "You think your swords and armies make you powerful," Arva continued. "But true power comes from righteousness and devotion to truth. Your kingdoms will crumble because they are built on violence." The king ordered his archers to shoot arrows at the sage. Every arrow turned to ash before reaching Arva. The sage raised his staff and spoke a curse that would affect the king's entire bloodline. From that day forward, Kritavirya's descendants would face constant warfare and internal strife. Similar confrontations occurred across many kingdoms. Wherever Bhargavas had been killed or driven away, powerful sages appeared to demand justice from the rulers. Some kings tried to negotiate peace, but most continued their aggressive policies. The conflicts escalated when multiple royal dynasties formed alliances against the Bhargavas. They believed that united military force could overcome spiritual power. This decision proved to be their greatest mistake. The sages possessed knowledge of cosmic forces that no earthly army could withstand. They called upon the elements themselves to fight against injustice. Rivers changed their courses to flood enemy camps. Mountains shook when cursed kings passed nearby. The very stars seemed to turn against the oppressive rulers. These clashes between temporal and spiritual authority created lasting changes in how kings would treat holy people in future generations. Part 5. Spiritual Triumphs. The sacred fires burned brighter when the sages began their great penance. Sage Brigu sat motionless for countless years, his body covered with dust and growing vines. Birds made nests in his hair. Ants built hills around his feet. Yet he remained unmoved, drawing power from the cosmos itself. His descendant Orva performed such fierce austerities that flames sprouted from his thighs. These fires threatened to burn the entire world. The gods themselves grew afraid and begged him to control his power. But Orva had witnessed the murder of his family. His anger burned like 1,000 suns. Only when the earth goddess pleaded with tears did he agree to contain the flames beneath the ocean waters, where they still burn today. Young Chayavana proved that age means nothing to those who practice true devotion. When the Ashvini twins restored his youth, he gained powers that surpassed even the gods. He could stop time itself during his meditation. Flowers bloomed where his feet touched the ground. Wild animals sat peacefully around him, forgetting their natural fears and hungers. The sage Jamadagni spent decades standing on one foot, arms raised toward heaven. Rain fell around him but never touched his body. The sun blazed overhead but cast no shadow where he stood. His wife Renuka served him faithfully, carrying water in vessels made of sand. Held together only by her pure thoughts, when kings tried to test these holy men, they discovered powers beyond imagination. One sage made an entire army fall asleep simply by closing his eyes. Another caused weapons to turn into flowers the moment they were raised against him. The earth itself would not allow violence near these perfected beings. Through years of eating only air and drinking only rainwater, the Bhargava sages gained the ability to see past, present, and future as one moment. They could travel to any world by mere thought. Death became their servant, not their master. They chose when to leave their bodies and when to return. These demonstrations of spiritual strength taught the world that true power comes not from swords or gold, but from disciplining the mind and purifying the heart. The kings who had once persecuted the sages now sent their own sons to learn from these masters. They realized that protecting holy people brought blessings to their kingdoms, while harming them brought certain destruction. The Bhargava showed that through proper penance, a human being could become equal to the gods themselves. Their victories were won not through violence, but through the irresistible force of righteousness combined with perfect self-control. Part 6. Teachings on Dharma. The Bhargavas taught the world the true meaning of Dharma through their lives and words. They showed that Dharma is not merely following rules written in books, but living with truth in one's heart. A person must speak truthfully, act kindly, and treat all beings with respect. The sages declared that Dharma protects those who protect it, just as a mother protects her child. They explained that every person has duties according to their position in life. A king must protect his people and rule with justice. A priest must study the scriptures and perform ceremonies with pure intentions. A merchant must trade honestly and never cheat customers. A servant must work faithfully and help others. But above all these duties stands the highest Dharma, harming no living creature and helping those in need. The Bhargavas preserved ancient knowledge that might otherwise have been lost. They memorized thousands of verses about medicine, astronomy, and spiritual practices. When diseases spread through villages, they shared their healing knowledge freely. When people lost their way in moral confusion, they offered guidance from the sacred texts. They never asked for payment when teaching, believing that wisdom belongs to all humanity. These great sages established the principle that knowledge must flow like a river. They said no one can truly own wisdom, for it comes from the divine source. A teacher who hoards knowledge commits a sin, while one who shares it gains spiritual merit. They welcome students from all backgrounds, teaching them according to their capacity to understand. The Bhargavas proved that true strength lies not in the power to destroy, but in the ability to create and preserve. They showed that violence may win temporary victories, but only Dharma brings lasting peace. When kings tried to solve problems through war, the sages offered better solutions through dialogue and understanding. They taught that anger is humanity's greatest enemy. A person controlled by rage cannot see clearly or act wisely. The sages demonstrated this truth through their own example, remaining calm even when facing great injustice. Their patience eventually transformed their enemies into friends and students. Through their teachings and actions, the Bhargavas established eternal principles of righteous living. They proved that following Dharma brings happiness in this life and the next. Their wisdom continues to guide people toward truth, compassion, and spiritual growth. They showed the world that the highest goal of human life is not wealth or power, but the purification of the soul through righteous action and selfless service. Part 7. Interactions with deities. The great sages of the Bhargava clan held special bonds with the gods and heavenly beings. Their pure hearts and devoted prayers earned them divine favor beyond measure. The gods watched over these holy men and often came to their aid in times of need. When sage Chavana grew old and lost his sight, his deep devotion caught the attention of the Ashwin twins, the divine healers of heaven. These celestial beings approached the aged sage with respect and offered him a gift of eternal youth. Through their divine medicine, they restored his body to perfect health and gave him the strength of a young man once again. The god Indra, king of the heavens, often visited the Bhargava ashrams to seek their blessings and wisdom. Though he ruled over all the gods, Indra understood that true power came from spiritual knowledge. He would bow before these sages and listen to their teachings with humble attention. In return for their guidance, he promised them protection from earthly troubles. Fire god Agni maintained a sacred friendship with many Bhargava priests. He accepted their offerings with pleasure and granted them special powers over the sacred flames. These sages could call upon Agni to witness their vows and carry their prayers directly to the highest realms. The fire god trusted them completely and shared his secrets of divine ritual with them alone. Lord Vishnu himself blessed the Bhargava line with his presence. He appeared before them in times of great crisis and assured them that Dharma would always triumph. The preserver god promised that members of their clan would always find refuge in his protection. He declared that those who harm the Bhargavas would face his divine anger, while those who serve them would receive his grace. The storm god Vayu carried the prayers of the Bhargavas across all three worlds. Their sacred chants rode upon his winds to reach every corner of creation. Through this divine messenger, their blessings spread far beyond their forest homes to touch countless lives with peace and wisdom. Even the cosmic forces of time and death showed respect to these holy sages. When their earthly bodies grew weak with age, these powers granted them peaceful departure to higher worlds. The Bhargavas earned the right to choose their own time of leaving this world, free from fear of sudden death or suffering. These divine relationships proved that spiritual merit opens all doors in heaven and earth. The gods themselves seek the company of those who live in truth and service others with pure hearts. Part 8. Cultural Impact. The stories of the Bhargava sages became the foundation for many great teachings in the Mahabharata. Their tales of struggle and victory over evil kings spread throughout all lands. These stories taught people that spiritual power is stronger than worldly might. Many other sages in later times followed the path shown by the Bhargavas. They learned that patience, truthfulness, and devotion to Dharma can overcome any enemy. The Bhargava way of fighting injustice through spiritual strength became a model for all who faced oppression. The epic tells us that even the greatest heroes of the Mahabharata war learned from these ancient tales. When Arjuna felt doubt before battle, Krishna reminded him of the Bhargava teachings about duty and righteousness. The lessons of these old sages helped guide the Pandavas through their darkest hours. Kings and rulers throughout the ages studied the conflicts between the Bhargavas and their royal enemies. They learned that a ruler who harms holy people brings destruction upon his kingdom. The fate of those ancient kings who attacked the sages served as a warning to all future dynasties. The Bhargava methods of preserving knowledge during times of persecution influenced how sacred wisdom was protected. Their practice of hiding in forests and teaching small groups of devoted students became the way all spiritual knowledge was saved for future generations. These legends shaped the very structure of the great epic. The theme that virtue always defeats vice, even when it seems weak, runs through every story in the Mahabharata. The patient endurance of the Bhargavas in the face of suffering became a pattern repeated in the lives of all the epic's noble characters. The cosmic battles between gods and demons described in the epic mirror the earthly conflicts between the Bhargavas and their enemies. Just as the sages used spiritual weapons to defend Dharma, the divine forces use similar powers to protect cosmic order. The Bhargava tradition of choosing death over dishonor influenced the code of honor followed by all noble characters in the epic. Their willingness to sacrifice everything for truth became the standard by which all heroes are measured. Their stories remind every generation that true power comes not from armies or wealth, but from living in harmony with divine law. The Bhargavas proved that even a single person who stands firmly in truth can change the course of history and influence countless future generations. Chapter 5. Adi Parva, Snake Sacrifice and Astika's Role. Part 1. Janamajaya's Sarpa Satra. King Janamejaya sat on his throne, his heart heavy with anger and sorrow. The memory of his father's death burned in his mind like fire that would not die. Parikshit, the great king, had been killed by the bite of Takshaka, the serpent king. This was not just any death. This was the death of a righteous ruler by the fangs of a snake. The young king called his ministers and priests. He spoke with a voice filled with pain and rage. "My father died because of Takshaka's poison. The serpent showed no mercy to a good king. Why should we show mercy to snakes?" The priests nodded and understood their king's grief. They knew the old stories about the power of fire sacrifices. They told Janamejaya about the great ritual called Sarpa Satra, the snake sacrifice. This ceremony could call all serpents from their hiding places and burn them in the sacred fire. Janamejaya's eyes grew bright with the thought of revenge. "Let us prepare this sacrifice," he commanded. "Let every snake in the world come to face the flames. Let Takshaka burn for what he did to my father. Let all his kind pay for this crime." The king's advisors began the preparations. They built a great altar with many fires. They gathered the sacred materials needed for the ritual. They called the best priests who knew the powerful words that could force serpents to come to the flames. Word spread across the land about the king's plan. Some people supported their ruler's desire for justice. Others whispered that this revenge might go too far. But Janamejaya would not listen to doubts. His pain was too great, and his anger burned too hot. The sacrifice was not just about one snake or one death. It was about the ancient fear that humans had of serpents. It was about the power of kings to destroy their enemies. It was about the battle between different forces in the world. The priests told Janamejaya that the sacrifice would work. They said the sacred fire would pull every snake from every cave, every hole, every water place. All serpents would have to come and burn. None could escape the power of the ritual. The king felt satisfied with this plan. Soon, he thought, his father would have justice. Soon, the world would be free from the danger of poisonous snakes. The great Sarpa Satra would begin, and fire would consume all serpents everywhere. Part 2. Astika's birth and role. While the great fire sacrifice was being prepared, in a distant place, a child was born who would change everything. This child's name was Astika. His birth was no ordinary birth. It was planned by the gods themselves to save the serpent race from complete destruction. Astika's mother was Jaratkaru, a woman of great virtue. His father was also named Jaratkaru, but he was a sage of immense power. The sage had lived alone for many years, practicing severe penance. He had no desire for family or worldly life. But the souls of his ancestors appeared to him in a vision. These ancestral spirits hung upside down over a deep pit, holding on by a single blade of grass. They told the sage that their family line would end if he did not have a son. They begged him to marry and produce a child who could perform the sacred rites for their souls. Only then would they find peace in the afterlife. The sage agreed, but he made strict conditions. He would marry only a woman who had the same name as him. She must come to him on her own. He would not search for her. She must never speak harsh words to him. The moment she did, he would leave forever. The serpent king Vasuki learned of these conditions. He had a sister named Jaratkaru, who was devoted to righteousness. Vasuki knew that the sage's future son would be the one to save all serpents from the great sacrifice. So he brought his sister to the sage. The marriage took place according to divine law. When their son was born, he possessed great wisdom from birth. The child could speak like a grown man while still very young. He understood the sacred texts without being taught. He knew the past, present, and future. The boy's grandfather, Vasuki, told him about the terrible curse that threatened all serpents. Long ago, the serpent mother Kadru had cursed her own sons. She said they would all die in a great fire sacrifice performed by a king. This sacrifice was now beginning under King Janamejaya. Vasuki explained to young Astika that he was born for one purpose. He must stop this sacrifice before all serpents died. The boy was the only one who could do this. He had the blood of both humans and serpents in his veins. He had the wisdom of sages and the power to speak words that could not be refused. "This is your destiny," Vasuki told the child. "You must save your mother's people from destruction." Astika understood his purpose. He began to prepare for the great task ahead. The fate of all serpents rested on his young shoulders. Part 3. Sacrifice Events. The great sacrifice began at dawn. King Janamejaya sat on his throne, surrounded by priests and wise men. The sacred fire burned bright in the center of the ceremony ground. The priests had built the altar with perfect measurements. They had gathered all the holy materials needed for the ritual. The head priest began to chant the ancient words. His voice rose above the crackling flames. Other priests joined him, their voices creating a powerful sound that filled the air. They poured ghee into the fire. The flames grew higher and brighter. The priests called out the names of serpents. As each name was spoken, that serpent was pulled toward the fire by the power of the sacrifice. The serpents could not resist this magical force. One by one, they flew through the air toward the flames. First came the smaller snakes. They twisted and turned as they flew, but they could not escape. The fire consumed them quickly. Then came the larger serpents. They fought against the pull of the sacrifice, but it was no use. The magical words were too strong. Vasuki, the king of serpents, felt the pull of the sacrifice. His body began to move toward the fire against his will. But he was not yet called by name, so he could still resist for a while. He knew his time was coming soon. The ceremony ground filled with smoke, the smell of burning offerings mixed with the scent of the consumed serpents. The priests continued their chanting without stopping. Their voices never wavered, even as they watched the terrible sight before them. King Janamejaya watched with satisfaction. This was his revenge for his father's death. Each serpent that died in the flames brought him closer to his goal. He wanted to destroy every snake in the world. His anger had not cooled even after many serpents had already perished. The sacrifice continued for days. More and more serpents were called. The magical force grew stronger with each offering. Even the serpents hiding in the deepest caves and the highest mountains could not escape. The power of the ritual reached everywhere. The gods in heaven watched with concern. They saw that this sacrifice might destroy all serpents forever. This would upset the balance of the world. Every creature had its place in creation. If all serpents died, many things would change in ways that could not be predicted. Some sages began to worry too. They understood that revenge taken too far becomes dangerous. The king's anger was consuming not just the serpents, but threatening the natural order itself. Yet the sacrifice continued, and more serpents fell into the hungry flames. Part 4. Divine Intervention. The gods gathered in their heavenly realm and spoke among themselves. They saw that the snake sacrifice was growing beyond all limits. Lord Indra, king of the gods, called the other divine beings together. "This sacrifice will destroy the balance we have created," said Indra. "The serpents serve a purpose in the world. Without them, many things will be disturbed." Brahma, the creator, nodded gravely. When one type of creature is completely removed, it affects all others. The earth needs every being that lives upon it. The gods decided they must act. They could not stop the sacrifice directly, as King Janamejaya had the right to perform it. But they could find another way. At the same time, the great sages were also troubled. These wise men understood the laws of nature and the consequences of breaking them. The head sage spoke to his companions. "This revenge has gone too far. The king seeks to kill every serpent that exists. Such complete destruction is not right, even for those who have done wrong." The sages knew that some serpents were evil, but many were innocent. They had seen good serpents who helped humans and caused no harm. To kill all serpents for the actions of a few was not justice. The divine beings and the sages began to work together. They could not force the king to stop, but they could prepare for what was meant to happen. In their wisdom, they knew that a young sage named Astika would come to the sacrifice. The gods whispered to certain people in their dreams. They planted thoughts in the minds of wise men who served at the court. Slowly, these people began to suggest to the king that he should be ready to grant a wish to any worthy person who might ask. Meanwhile, the sacred fire continued to burn. More serpents were pulled toward it by the power of the ritual. The flames grew higher and brighter. The heat could be felt far away. The smoke rose up to the heavens themselves. Even as the destruction continued, the gods and sages waited. They knew that the right moment would come. They had faith that Dharma, the right way of living, would find a path through this terrible situation. The divine powers worked quietly behind the events that humans could see. They prepared the way for mercy to triumph over revenge, for wisdom to overcome anger, and for balance to return to the world. Part 5. Political and Cosmic Symbolism. The great sacrifice that King Janamejaya performed was not merely a battle between men and serpents. It was a cosmic war between the forces that shape all creation. On one side stood the power of destruction, driven by anger and the desire for revenge. On the other side stood the force of preservation, working through wisdom and mercy. When the king lit the sacred fires, and began speaking the powerful mantras. He was calling upon the same energies that the gods used to maintain order in the universe. The fire represented the divine power that can both create and destroy. It was the same fire that burns in the sun, that gives life to all beings, and that will one day consume the world at the end of time. The serpents who were being pulled into the flames represented more than just the snake race. They stood for all the dark forces that bring fear and death to the world. Their destruction was meant to cleanse the earth of evil, but the cosmic balance demands that destruction must always be balanced by preservation. No force, however righteous, should be allowed to wipe out an entire race of beings. The gods watched from their heavenly realms as the sacrifice continued. They understood that this ritual was testing the very foundations of Dharma. If the king succeeded in destroying all serpents, it would upset the natural order. Every creature has its place in creation. Even the most dangerous beings serve a purpose in the grand design. The sages who attended the sacrifice could see the deeper meaning of what was happening. They knew that the real battle was not taking place on the sacrificial ground. It was taking place in the realm of cosmic principles. The outcome would determine whether the universe would continue to follow the ancient laws of balance, or whether anger and revenge would be allowed to override divine justice. As the ritual grew more powerful, the very fabric of creation began to tremble. The earth shook, the oceans grew restless, and the winds howled with unusual force. The cosmic forces were aligning themselves for a final confrontation. The gods of preservation sent their subtle influences into the human world, preparing the way for a champion who could restore balance before it was too late. This great sacrifice became a mirror that reflected the eternal struggle between order and chaos, between the impulse to destroy what harms us and the wisdom to preserve what serves the greater good. Part 6. Astika's Appeal. At this moment of great tension, when the cosmic balance hung by a thread, young Astika arrived at King Janamejaya's grand sacrifice. The wise sages had been waiting for this moment. They knew that this young man, born of both human and serpent blood, carried within him the power to stop what had begun. Astika approached the blazing fire, where countless serpents had already perished. The flames roared high into the sky, and the sacred chants of the priests filled the air with power. The king sat on his golden throne, his face hard with determination to complete his revenge against all serpent kind. With great respect, Astika bowed before the king and spoke in a clear, gentle voice. "Great king, your sacrifice has shown your mighty power to all the worlds. You have proven that no wrong deed goes without punishment. The serpents have felt your anger, and even the gods have watched in wonder at your strength." The young sage continued with careful words. "But now, O king, I ask for a gift. Grant me one wish, for it is the duty of great kings to give gifts to those who ask with pure hearts. I have come here not for gold or land, but for something more precious than all treasures." King Janamejaya, impressed by the young man's wisdom and respectful manner, agreed to grant his request. "Speak your wish, learned one. What gift do you seek from me?" Then Astika made his plea. "O king, I ask that you stop this sacrifice. Let the remaining serpents live. Your anger has been satisfied, and justice has been served. Many serpents have paid the price for the wrong done to your father. Now let mercy rule over punishment." The king felt troubled by this request. His anger still burned hot, and he had sworn to destroy every serpent in the world. But he had given his word to grant the young sage's wish. The courtiers watched in silence as the king struggled with his decision. The wise priests reminded the king that breaking a promise to a holy person would bring terrible consequences. They advised him that mercy was the mark of truly great rulers. The sacrifice had already served its purpose by showing the world that crimes against good kings would not go unpunished. After much thought, King Janamejaya made his choice. He honored his promise to Astika and commanded that the great fire be extinguished. The sacrifice came to an end, and the remaining serpents were saved from destruction. Thus, through Astika's wise appeal and the king's noble decision to keep his word, balance was restored to the world. The young sage had fulfilled his destined role, proving that sometimes the greatest strength lies not in the power to destroy, but in the courage to show mercy when justice has been served. Part 7. Serpent Legends. The ancient sages tell us that serpents hold great power in this world. They are not ordinary creatures, but beings blessed with wisdom and terrible strength. From the beginning of creation, the snake people have lived in the lower worlds, ruling over great treasures and secret knowledge. Long ago, the serpent race was born from Kashyapa, the great sage, and his wife, Kadru. She gave birth to 1,000 powerful snake sons. Each one possessed the ability to take human form and had strength beyond measure. Among them, the most powerful were Shesha, Vasuki, Takshaka, and Karkataka. These great serpents became rulers of their kind. But with their power came pride, and with pride came great suffering. The serpents grew cruel and began to harm innocent people with their deadly poison. They bit without reason and spread fear across the earth. Their mother Kadru saw their wickedness and became deeply troubled by their actions. Unable to bear the evil her sons had become, Kadru spoke words that would change their fate forever. She cursed her own children, saying that one day a great king would perform a sacrifice that would destroy many of them in sacred fire. This curse would cleanse the serpent race of its wickedness and teach them the price of causing harm to the innocent. The curse settled upon the snake people like a heavy cloud. They knew that their time of reckoning would come, but they did not know when or how. Some serpents tried to change their ways, while others continued in their evil paths, believing they could escape their destined fate. The wise serpent, Vasuki, understood the terrible weight of his mother's curse. He gathered his brothers and spoke to them of what was to come. He told them that only through the birth of a great sage could they hope for salvation. This sage would be born of both serpent and human blood, and he alone would have the power to stop their destruction. Years passed, and the serpents lived with the knowledge that fire awaited them. They tried many ways to avoid their fate, but the curse could not be broken by their own efforts. The words of a mother, angry at her children's cruelty, had bound them to face justice for their crimes against the world. When King Janamejaya finally began the great snake sacrifice, the ancient curse began to take its form. The sacred fire called serpent after serpent to their death, just as Kadru had foretold. Her words proved true, showing that even the most powerful beings cannot escape the results of their evil actions. The serpent curse teaches us that no creature, however mighty, can harm others without facing consequences. It reminds us that parents must sometimes speak hard truths to their children, even when it brings great pain. Part 8. Moral and Philosophical Insights. The great sacrifice raged like an endless fire, consuming snake after snake without mercy. King Janamejaya watched as his enemies burned, feeling satisfied that he was bringing justice for his father's death. But the wise sages who attended the ceremony began to feel troubled in their hearts. As the flames grew higher and the death count rose beyond counting, many holy men started to question whether this path was right. They saw that hatred had taken hold of the king's mind like a poison. The sacrifice was no longer about justice, but had become pure revenge. When young Astika arrived at the ceremony, he carried with him the wisdom of both his father's peaceful nature and his mother's serpent heritage. He understood that the world needed balance, not the complete destruction of any living beings. Standing before the mighty king, Astika spoke with courage and truth. "Great king," he said, "your anger is natural, for you loved your father deeply. But see how this hatred consumes not just the serpents, but your own soul as well. The world was created with all creatures having their place and purpose. Even the serpents serve the divine plan. Astika reminded the king that many innocent serpents were dying alongside the guilty ones. He spoke of how mercy shows greater strength than revenge. The young sage explained that true justice comes from wisdom, not from endless killing. The assembled sages nodded in agreement with Astika's words. They had seen how hatred spreads like wildfire, destroying everything in its path. They knew that only forgiveness could break the cycle of violence that had plagued both serpents and humans for so long. King Janamejaya listened carefully to these teachings. Slowly, his heart began to soften as he realized that his quest for revenge had turned him into the very thing he fought against, a destroyer of innocent life. He saw that continuing the sacrifice would make him no better than the serpent who had killed his father. The king understood that true strength lies in the ability to stop violence when one has the power to continue it. He learned that a ruler must think beyond his personal pain and consider the good of all creation. With great difficulty, Janamejaya made the choice to end the sacrifice. This decision showed that even the deepest wounds can heal when we choose wisdom over anger. The story teaches us that forgiveness does not mean forgetting wrong actions, but rather choosing to break free from the prison that hatred builds around our hearts. Through Astika's intervention, both serpents and humans learn to live together once again, showing that peaceful coexistence is always possible when we choose understanding over fear. Chapter 6, Adivansavatarana Parva, Genealogy, Part 1, Bharata Dynasty Genealogy. In the time that came before, the great sage Vaishnampayana spoke to King Janamejaya about the royal line of Bharata. Listen now to the sacred words of the lineage that flows like a holy river through many generations. From Manu, the first of all men, came forth the line of kings who would rule the earth. Manu had 10 sons, and among them was Ikshvaku, who became a great ruler. From Ikshvaku came many generations of righteous kings who followed the path of duty. In this line was born Bharata, son of Dushanta and Shakuntala. Bharata was so mighty that the entire land came to be known by his name. He conquered all directions and performed great sacrifices. His sons numbered in the thousands, but none proved worthy to continue his line. From Bharata's line came Kuru, who gave his name to the dynasty. Kuru was a king of great virtue who made the land fertile through his own hands. The field where he worked became known as Kurukshetra, the holy ground where Dharma would one day be tested. Kuru had many sons. From his son Sudanva came the line that would split into 2 branches. One branch led to Dhritarashtra, the blind king, and the other to Pandu, the pale king. Both were sons of Vichitravirya through divine grace. Vichitravirya had died young without children. His mother Satyavati called upon her son Vyasa, born before her marriage, to father children on Vichitravirya's widows. When Vyasa came to Ambika, she closed her eyes in fear, so her son Dhritarashtra was born blind. When he came to Ambalika, she grew pale with fear, so her son Pandu was born with pale skin. Dhritarashtra married Gandhari, who covered her eyes with cloth to share her husband's darkness. Through divine blessing, she gave birth to 100 sons, with Duryodhana as the eldest. These became known as the Kauravas. Pandu married Kunti and Madri, but a curse prevented him from union with his wives. Through divine mantras, Kunti bore 3 sons, Yudhishthira from Dharma, Bhima from Vayu, and Arjuna from Indra. Madri bore twins Nakula and Sahadeva from the Ashwin gods. These 5 became the Pandavas. When Pandu died in the forest, The 100 Kauravas and 5 Pandavas grew up together in Hastinapura under Dhritarashtra's care. From their rivalry would come the great war that would decide the fate of the world. Thus flows the sacred lineage from Manu to the children who would fight at Kurukshetra. Part 2. Narratives of Ancestors. In ancient times, King Bharata ruled the earth with justice and wisdom. He was the son of Shakuntala and Dushanta, born through divine blessing. From birth, Bharata showed signs of greatness. Lions and tigers played with him as a child, for even wild beasts recognized his noble spirit. When Bharata became king, he conquered all directions and ruled the entire earth. No enemy could stand before his might. He performed many great sacrifices and gave abundant gifts to wise men. The land prospered under his care. People lived without fear, and righteousness flourished in every corner of his kingdom. Bharata had many wives, but remained childless for long years. This troubled him deeply, for a king must have sons to continue his line. He prayed earnestly to the gods and performed severe penances. Finally, through divine grace, he obtained a son. Yet this son proved unworthy of the throne. Though born of royal blood, he lacked courage and wisdom. Bharata could not name him heir, for the kingdom would suffer under weak rule. The disappointed father performed more sacrifices, seeking a worthy successor. In time, Bharata adopted sons who showed valor and virtue. But his queen objected, saying only blood sons should inherit the throne. This caused great conflict in the royal house. The king faced a terrible choice between family loyalty and his duty to the kingdom. Through his struggles, Bharata learned that true kingship comes not from birth alone, but from righteous action. A ruler must be strong in battle, wise in judgment, and devoted to his people's welfare. These qualities matter more than royal blood. King Bharata's descendants became known as the Bharata clan. From this great lineage came the Kauravas and Pandavas, who would later fight the mighty war at Kurukshetra. The land itself took the name Bharatavarsha in honor of this noble king. Another great ancestor was King Yayati, who faced a different trial. A curse made him old before his time. His body became weak and wrinkled, while his spirit remained young. Yayati asked his 5 sons to exchange their youth for his old age. Only his youngest son, Puru, agreed to this sacrifice. For 1,000 years, Yayati enjoyed his restored youth. He indulged in every pleasure the world offered, but in the end, he realized that desires can never be satisfied through enjoyment alone. They only grow stronger, like fire fed with oil. Yayati returned the youth to his devoted son Puru and accepted his old age with wisdom. He made Puru his heir, for the young prince had shown the greatest love and sacrifice. From Puru's line came the great dynasty that would rule for countless generations. These ancestors teach us that royal blood means nothing without noble deeds. True greatness comes from serving others and following the path of righteousness. Part 3. Bhrigu's lineage. Among the ancient sages who shaped the world, Bhrigu stood as one of the greatest seers, born from the mind of Brahma himself. His lineage would spread across the earth like branches of a sacred tree, bringing forth holy men, kings, and scholars who would guide humanity for countless ages. Bhrigu married Pauloma and became father to Chavana, a sage of tremendous power. Chavana grew old and wrinkled, yet through his spiritual strength, he regained his youth and beauty. From Chavana came Pramati, and from Pramati came Ruru, who would marry the celestial maiden Pramadvara. Their son was Jamadagni, a sage who possessed both wisdom and fierce anger. Jamadagni married Renuka, a devoted wife of pure heart. Together they had 5 sons, the youngest being Parashurama, who would become an avatar of Lord Vishnu himself. Parashurama carried a divine axe and took a vow to rid the earth of evil kings. 21 times he swept across the land, destroying wicked rulers who oppressed their people. His anger burned like sacred fire, consuming those who forgot their duties and treated their subjects with cruelty. But the line of Bhrigu was not only about warriors. The sage also had another son named Sukra, who became the teacher of the demons. Sukra possessed the knowledge to bring the dead back to life, making him invaluable to his students in their battles against the gods. From different branches of Bhrigu's family came the Bhargavas, a clan of priests and seers who served as advisors to kings and keepers of sacred knowledge. They performed great sacrifices, maintained the holy fires, and taught the proper ways of worship and governance. Some descendants of Bhrigu became wealthy merchants, while others remained forest hermits, devoted to meditation and austerity. Each followed their calling according to their nature, yet all carried the blessing of their great ancestor. The influence of Bhrigu's lineage reached into every corner of the world. Kings sought their counsel, warriors respected their power, and common people turned to them for guidance in times of trouble. They served as bridges between the earthly realm and the divine, helping maintain the sacred order that keeps the universe in balance. Through their teachings and actions, the descendants of Bhrigu reminded all people that true strength comes not from weapons or wealth, but from righteousness and devotion to duty. Their legacy would endure long after their earthly forms had departed, inspiring future generations to walk the path of truth and justice. Part 4. Royal Marriages and Alliances. After the great sages established their spiritual lineages, the royal houses began forming bonds through marriage and alliance. These sacred unions would shape the destiny of kingdoms for generations to come. King Dushyanta married Shakuntala, daughter of the sage Vishvamitra and the celestial maiden Menaka. From their union came Bharata, the mighty ruler whose name would grace the entire land. This marriage joined the power of kings with the wisdom of sages, creating a dynasty blessed by both earth and heaven. The king Santanu took 2 wives who would define the future of his line. First came Ganga, the river goddess herself, who bore him the noble Bhishma. Later he married Satyavati, a fisherman's daughter who carried within her the divine essence. From Satyavati came Chitrangada and Vichitravirya, princes whose early deaths would force the kingdom to seek heirs through dharmic means. When Vichitravirya died without sons, his mother Satyavati called upon the sage Vyasa to father children with the widowed queens. Through this sacred duty, Dhritarashtra was born to Ambika, though she closed her eyes in fear, leaving her son blind. Pandu came from Ambalika, whose face grew pale, giving her son his light complexion. The maid bore Vidura, wisest of the 3, proving that virtue knows no boundaries of birth. These alliances created bonds stronger than blood between royal houses. The Yadava clan gave Krishna's sister Subhadra to Arjuna, joining the Pandavas to the most powerful dynasty of their time. The Gandhara kingdom sent Gandhari to marry the blind Dhritarashtra, her 100 sons becoming the Kauravas, who would shake the very foundations of Dharma. King Pandu's marriages to Kunti and Madri brought divine blessings to the royal house. Kunti had received a sacred mantra from the sage Durvasa, allowing her to call upon any god to father children. Through this power came the 5 Pandava brothers, each born of a different deity, yet united in their righteous purpose. Marriage alliances also carried the seeds of future conflicts. The rejection of Amba by Vichitravirya after her abduction created an enemy who would return as Shikandi to fulfill a terrible vow of revenge against Bhishma. These sacred bonds between royal houses created a web of relationships that would determine the course of the great war to come. Each marriage carried forward the divine plan, weaving together the threads of destiny that would culminate in the Battle of Kurukshetra. Through these unions, the gods themselves entered the mortal realm to play their parts in the cosmic drama that would restore Dharma to the world. Part 5. King's Virtues and Failings. The wise tell us that a king must be judged not by his wealth or armies, but by his character. In the great line of Bharata kings, we see both virtue and failure, showing us the true nature of royal duty. King Bharata himself was known for his justice. He ruled with such fairness that the entire land came to bear his name. When he grew old, he did not give his throne to his sons, for they lacked wisdom and virtue. Instead, he chose a worthy stranger to rule after him. This showed his love for the people was greater than his love for his own blood. King Kuru was praised for his devotion to Dharma. The field where he performed his religious duties became so sacred that it was called Kurukshetra. He would rise before dawn and work the holy ground with his own hands, showing that even a king must labor for righteousness. But not all kings followed the path of virtue. King Vasu was blessed with great power but became proud. He began to think himself above the laws of Dharma. His own priests and ministers turned against him when he grew cruel and forgot his duties to his people. King Shantanu possessed both great virtue and great weakness. His love for his people was true, and his devotion to Dharma was firm. But his desires for women led him to make promises that brought suffering to his house. When he fell in love with Ganga and later with Satyavati, his passion made him agree to conditions that would curse his family for generations. The sage Vyasa teaches us that King Dushyanta was mighty in battle and wise in counsel, yet he too fell to weakness. When Shakuntala came to his court with their son, he denied them out of fear and pride. Only divine intervention forced him to accept the truth and do his duty. King Pratipa was known for his self-control. When the goddess Ganga herself came to tempt him, he remained firm in his vows. He told her she must marry his son instead, showing that a true king puts duty before desire. These stories show us that power tests every ruler. Those who remember their duty to Dharma become blessed. Those who forget their responsibility to their people and to righteousness bring suffering to themselves and their kingdoms. The greatest kings were those who served Dharma even when it cost them personally. They understood that a ruler exists to protect and serve, not to indulge his own wishes. Their names live on in honor, while those who failed in virtue are remembered as warnings for future generations. Part 6. Divine Origins. The great rulers of the earth did not come from ordinary birth alone. Many kings trace their beginnings to the gods themselves. The divine ones chose to walk among men and father children who would rule with wisdom and strength. Surya, the sun god, blessed the earth with his children. His son Karna would later become a mighty warrior, though born to a mortal woman. Surya's light flowed through the bloodlines of many royal houses, giving them courage in battle and clarity in judgment. Indra, king of the gods, also sent his essence to earth. His son Arjuna would become the greatest archer the world had ever seen. Through Indra's power, certain kings could call upon divine weapons and fight demons that threatened their people. Vayu, the wind god, gave birth to Bhima, whose strength matched 1,000 elephants. This divine connection meant that some rulers possessed strength beyond mortal limits. They could protect their subjects from dangers that ordinary men could never face. The moon god Chandra blessed royal families with his gentle nature. His children learned to rule with patience and understanding. They brought peace to troubled lands and knew how to heal conflicts between warring groups. Varuna, lord of the waters, granted his children the power to bring rain in times of drought. These kings could ensure their people never starved, calling upon their divine heritage to make the earth fertile and the rivers flow. Some queens received visits from gods disguised as holy men. These divine unions created children destined for greatness. The gods watched over these special births, knowing that the world would need strong leaders in dark times ahead. Dharma himself, the god of righteousness, chose certain mortals to carry his teachings. His son Yudhishthira would become known for his truth and justice. Through such divine connections, righteousness itself flowed through royal bloodlines. The twin gods Ashvini Kumars blessed some royal houses with their healing powers. Kings from these lines could cure diseases and mend what was broken, both in their bodies and their kingdoms. These divine origins were not given for glory alone. The gods required their earthly children to serve Dharma above all else. A king with divine blood who turned to evil would face punishment far greater than ordinary men. The higher their birth, the greater their responsibility to protect the innocent and uphold truth. Thus, the great dynasties carried both divine blessing and divine duty. Their power came from heaven, but their purpose remained on earth, to guard Dharma and guide their people toward righteousness. Part 7. Foundation of Kingdoms. Foundation of Kingdoms. From these blessed lineages came the great kingdoms that would shape the earth. King Bharata, whose divine strength flowed from the gods themselves, first established the boundaries of the vast land that would bear his name. He conquered territories from the northern mountains to the southern seas, bringing all people under one righteous rule. Bharata divided his realm among worthy governors, each bound by sacred oath to protect their portion. The western lands went to those skilled in trade and crafts. The eastern territories fell to warriors who could defend against mountain tribes. The southern regions were given to kings who understood the monsoon rains and could ensure good harvests. When Bharata grew old, he called his sons to receive their inheritance. But the king found none worthy of the whole kingdom. His eldest son loved pleasure more than duty. His middle sons quarreled among themselves. His youngest showed promise but lacked the strength to rule such vast lands. Seeing this, Bharata made a choice that would echo through generations. He divided the kingdom into smaller realms, each suited to its ruler's abilities. To his eldest, he gave fertile river valleys where peace could be maintained easily. To the quarreling sons, he granted separate mountain kingdoms where their disputes would harm few others. The youngest received the central lands, where he could learn statecraft while remaining close to wise advisors. But Bharata's greatest wisdom lay in establishing the laws that would bind all kingdoms together. He decreed that no king could wage war during planting or harvest seasons, lest the people starve. He commanded that all rulers must give shelter to traveling sages and merchants. Most important, he established that any king who oppressed his subjects would forfeit his right to rule, and neighboring kings must intervene to restore justice. These laws became the foundation upon which all future kingdoms would rest. Even when the great dynasties later fought terrible wars, they remembered Bharata's codes. A king's duty to his people remained sacred above all personal ambition. The territories established by Bharata grew into the great kingdoms known in later ages. Hastinapura became the jewel of the northern realm. Indraprastha rose as a center of learning and culture. Dwarka emerged as the western sea kingdom. Each maintained its distinct character while honoring the common laws. Through careful boundary setting and wise governance structures, Bharata ensured that even after his death, the land would remain unified in purpose, if not always in rule. Part 8. Cultural and Historical Context. The families of kings carried within them the patterns of their times. When a ruler married into another dynasty, he brought not just gold and soldiers, but the customs of his fathers. When a princess moved to her husband's palace, she carried the wisdom and ways of her mother's house. The genealogies show us how power moved between regions. A king from the northern mountains would marry a princess from the river valleys. Their children learned to speak both languages and follow both traditions. This mixing of bloodlines meant that no single way of ruling could dominate all others. The marriage records tell us which kingdoms grew strong and which grew weak. When the Kuru Dynasty married often with the Yadava clan, both houses gained influence over trade routes. When the Panchala kings chose brides from distant lands, they brought new knowledge of warfare and agriculture. The family trees also reveal the social order of those times. Brahmins advised kings but rarely ruled themselves. Kshatriya warriors held the thrones and defended the borders. Vaishya merchants supported the royal treasuries through trade. Sudra workers built the palaces and tended the fields. Each group had its place and its duties. The genealogies show us how disputes began. When two princes claimed the same throne, their supporters would trace back through generations to prove their candidate's right. Old marriages became weapons in new conflicts. A kingdom's claim to another's territory often rested on some ancient wedding bond between their royal families. The family histories also preserve the memory of great disasters. When droughts lasted many seasons, people remembered which kings distributed grain wisely. When enemy armies invaded, they recalled which rulers fought bravely and which fled. These memories shaped how later generations chose their leaders. The bloodlines connected earthly kingdoms to divine powers. Many royal families claimed descent from gods or great sages. These claims were not mere boasting. They reflected the belief that a king's authority came from higher sources than human appointment. Through careful study of these genealogies, we see how the ancient world was organized. Trade followed family connections. Wars erupted over ancestral claims. Peace came through strategic marriages. The family tree was also a map of political power, showing how influence flowed between regions and across generations. Chapter 7. Sambhava Parva, Birth and Early Life. Part 1. Birth of Kuru Princes. King Pandu ruled the kingdom with great wisdom and strength. He had two wives, Kunti and Madri, who were both blessed with beauty and virtue. But fate had a cruel plan for this noble king. One day, while hunting in the forest, Pandu saw two deer together and shot an arrow at them. But these were not ordinary animals. They were a sage and his wife, who had taken the form of deer. As the sage lay dying, he cursed Pandu with terrible words. The sage said that if Pandu ever came close to any woman with desire, he would die instantly. This curse filled Pandu with great sorrow. He could never be with his wives as a husband should be. The king decided to leave his kingdom and go to the mountains to live like a hermit. Kunti and Madri followed him there, choosing to share his suffering rather than live in comfort without him. In the forest, Pandu lived in great pain, knowing he could never have children of his own. Seeing his sadness, Kunti told him about a special power she had received long ago. A fierce sage named Durvasa had given her a sacred chant. With this chant, she could call any god, and that god would give her a child. Pandu's eyes filled with hope. He asked Kunti to use this power so they could have sons who would continue their family line. Kunti agreed to help her husband. First, she called upon Dharma, the god of righteousness. When Dharma appeared, he blessed her with a son. This child was born with divine wisdom and pure heart. They named him Yudhishthira, and he would grow to become the most truthful man on earth. Next, Kunti called Vayu, the god of wind. Vayu gave her a son with incredible strength and courage. This boy was named Bhima, and his power would become legendary throughout the world. Then Kunti called Indra, the king of gods and lord of thunder. Indra blessed her with a son who would become the greatest warrior of his time. This child was called Arjuna, and his skills with bow and arrow would have no equal. Seeing that Kunti had 3 wonderful sons, Madri asked her to share the sacred chant. Kunti taught it to her, and Madri called upon the Ashvins, the twin gods who heal and help people. The Ashvins gave her twin sons, Nakula and Sahadeva, both handsome and wise. These 5 boys were the Pandavas, and they grew up in the forest with great love from their parents. Art 2. Early rivalries. The 5 Pandava brothers grew strong and healthy in the forest. Their father Pandu loved them dearly, and their mother Kunti cared for them with great attention. But fate had other plans for this royal family. One day, while walking in the forest during spring, Pandu saw a deer with his mate. The deer looked beautiful in the morning light. Pandu took his bow and shot an arrow at the animal. But this was no ordinary deer. It was a sage who had taken the form of a deer to be with his wife. As the sage lay dying, he cursed Pandu with great anger. He said that just as he had killed him while he was with his beloved, Pandu too would die if he ever came close to any woman with desire. The curse would kill him instantly. Pandu was filled with horror and sadness. He knew his life as a king and husband was over. He decided to give up all worldly pleasures and live like a sage. He told Kunti and Madri about the curse and said he would spend his remaining days in prayer and meditation. Years passed peacefully. The Pandava boys grew into fine young men. Yudhishthira became wise and truthful. Bhima grew very strong and could lift heavy rocks with ease. Arjuna practiced with his bow every day and became skilled beyond measure. Nakula and Sahadeva learned about horses and medicine. But one spring day, Pandu forgot about his curse for a moment. He saw Madri looking beautiful among the flowers and was filled with love for his wife. He went close to her, and the moment he touched her, the curse struck him down. Pandu died instantly in Madri's arms. Madri was filled with grief and guilt. She felt responsible for her husband's death. She decided she could not live without him. Despite Kunti's pleas, Madri threw herself on Pandu's funeral fire and died with her husband. Now Kunti was alone with 5 young boys in the forest. She was sad and worried about their future. The boys were too young to understand fully what had happened, but they knew their father and stepmother were gone forever. Kunti decided they could not stay in the forest any longer. The boys needed proper education and training to become worthy princes. She gathered their few belongings and prepared to return to Hastinapura, the capital city where Pandu's blind brother Dhritarashtra now ruled as king. The journey back to the palace would change everything. There, they would meet their cousins, the 100 sons of Dhritarashtra, led by the proud prince Duryodhana. The seeds of future conflict were about to be planted in the royal court. Part 3. Divine Incarnations. The 5 sons of Pandu were not ordinary children born through natural means. Each prince came to earth through divine blessing, for their earthly father could not give them life due to his curse. When Kunti spoke the sacred words she had learned long ago, the gods themselves answered her call. Yudhishthira, the eldest prince, was born when Kunti invoked Dharma, the god of righteousness and justice. The child who came forth carried within him the pure spirit of truth and moral law. From his very first breath, this boy showed signs of wisdom that would one day make him a great king. His nature was gentle but firm, always choosing what was right over what was easy. When Kunti called upon Vayu, the mighty wind god, Bhima entered the world. This child possessed strength beyond mortal limits. Even as a baby, his grip could crush stone, and his cry could shake the trees. The power of the storm winds flowed through his body, making him stronger than 100 ordinary men. His appetite matched his strength, and his courage knew no bounds. Arjuna came through the blessing of Indra, king of all gods and lord of thunder and lightning. This third son carried divine skill with all weapons, especially the bow and arrow. His hands were steady, his eyes sharp, and his mind quick in battle. Indra had blessed him with the ability to fight warriors who seemed impossible to defeat. The twin boys, Nakula and Sahadeva, were gifts from the Ashvins, the divine healers who rode across the sky. These gods blessed the youngest princes with great beauty, knowledge of horses and cattle, skill in healing, and wisdom about the movements of stars and planets. Though they were the youngest, their intelligence was remarkable. Each divine father had placed special qualities in their earthly sons. The gods did not abandon these children after birth. They watched over them, guided their growth, and prepared them for the great role they would play in the world's future. Kunti understood that her sons were no ordinary princes. They carried the blood of heaven in their veins. Their divine nature would both protect them and burden them with great responsibility. The gods had sent them to earth for a purpose that would unfold in time. This divine heritage set the 5 brothers apart from their cousins, the 100 sons of Dhritarashtra. While the Kauravas were born through human means, the Pandavas carried the power and blessing of the highest gods. This difference would shape everything that happens between the 2 branches of the royal family in years to come. Part 4. Parentage and Background. King Pandu was the younger brother of Dhritarashtra. While Dhritarashtra was born blind and could not rule, Pandu became king of Hastinapura. Pandu was strong, wise, and loved by his people. He married 2 wives, first Kunti, the princess of Kunti kingdom, and then Madri, the princess of Madra. Kunti was no ordinary woman. In her youth, she had served the great sage Durvasa with pure devotion. Pleased with her service, the sage gave her a powerful mantra. This sacred chant could call upon any god, and that god would bless her with a child. Kunti kept this secret gift in her heart. Before her marriage, curiosity overcame the young Kunti. She spoke the mantra while thinking of Surya, the sun god. Surya appeared before her in golden light and blessed her with a son. This child was born with divine armor and earrings that could not be removed. Though the baby was radiant and powerful, Kunti feared what people would say about a child born before marriage. With a heavy heart, she placed the infant in a basket and set it floating on the river. This abandoned child would later become known as Karna. Years passed, and Pandu ruled well. He loved hunting and spent much time in the forests with his wives. One day, while hunting deer, Pandu shot an arrow at what he thought were wild animals. But these were not ordinary deer. They were a sage and his wife who had taken animal form to be together in love. As the sage lay dying from Pandu's arrow, he spoke with his last breath a terrible curse. He said that Pandu would die the moment he tried to be intimate with either of his wives, just as the sage had died in his moment of love. The curse struck Pandu like lightning. He realized his fate was sealed. Pandu gave up his throne and went to live in the forest with his 2 wives. He told them about the curse and begged their forgiveness. Both Kunti and Madri chose to stay with their husband in exile rather than return to the palace. In the forest, Pandu lived like a sage, wearing simple clothes and eating only fruits and roots. He spent his days in prayer and meditation, trying to find peace. But the desire for children troubled him greatly. A king without sons had no one to continue his line or perform the sacred rites after death. When Pandu shared his sorrow with Kunti, she revealed her secret. She told him about the mantra Durvasa had given her and how she could call upon the gods for children. Pandu's face lit up with hope. He asked Kunti to use her gift so they could have sons who would carry on the royal bloodline. This divine solution would change everything for their family and the kingdom. Part 5. Yudhishthira's Wisdom. Kunti called upon Dharma, the god of righteousness, through the sacred mantra. When Yudhishthira was born, voices from heaven declared that this child would be the most righteous man on earth. He would be truthful, just, and devoted to Dharma above all else. The wise sages who attended his birth said he would become a great king who never strayed from the path of virtue. From his earliest days, Yudhishthira showed signs of his divine nature. While other children played carelessly, he observed everything with calm, thoughtful eyes. He never lied, even in jest. When his brothers fought over toys, he would settle their disputes with fairness that amazed the adults around him. His words carried weight beyond his years. Pandu himself took great care in Yudhishthira's education. The boy learned the sacred texts with remarkable ease. His teachers marveled at how quickly he grasped the deepest meanings of dharma and duty. He studied statecraft, law, and the art of ruling with dedication that impressed even the wisest counselors. Unlike other princes who delighted in hunting and warfare, Yudhishthira found joy in helping others and solving problems through peaceful means. When servants made mistakes, he corrected them gently. When younger children came to him with troubles, he listened patiently and offered wise counsel. His memory was extraordinary. Once he heard a lesson about dharma or law, he remembered it perfectly. But more than just remembering, he understood how to apply these teachings in daily life. The priests often said that Dharma himself lived within this boy. Yudhishthira never showed anger, even when provoked. If someone wronged him, he would think carefully about why they acted that way. He believed every person had goodness inside them and could change if shown the right path. This patience and compassion marked him as special among all the royal children. His devotion to truth became legendary even in childhood. Once, when asked about a broken vase, he could have blamed a servant and escaped punishment. Instead, he admitted his own carelessness and accepted the consequences without complaint. His truthfulness was absolute and unwavering. The boy showed natural leadership qualities. Other children followed him not because he demanded it, but because they trusted his judgment. When games turned into arguments, they would ask Yudhishthira to decide what was fair. His decisions always satisfied everyone because they were based on justice, not favoritism. As he grew, his reputation for wisdom spread throughout the kingdom. Visitors to the court would seek audiences with this remarkable young prince. They came expecting to meet a clever child, but left amazed by his deep understanding of life's complexities. In Yudhishthira, the divine gift of perfect righteousness had taken human form. Part 6. Bhima's Strength. From birth, Bhima possessed strength that amazed everyone who witnessed it. When he was still a baby, he would break the chains that bound his cradle with simple movements of his tiny hands. The wet nurses struggled to hold him because his grip was stronger than grown men. As a child, Bhima could lift stones that required 10 ordinary boys to move. When playing with other children, he had to be constantly reminded to be gentle. During wrestling matches, no child could stand against him, not even those much older. His brothers would watch in wonder as Bhima easily defeated boys twice his age. The young prince's appetite matched his incredible strength. He could eat as much food as all his brothers combined. The palace cooks prepared special meals just for him, knowing that ordinary portions would leave him hungry. Even after consuming vast amounts of food, Bhima remained active and energetic throughout the day. Teachers found it difficult to train Bhima in combat because he would accidentally break weapons during practice. Wooden swords would splinter in his hands. Practice shields would crack under his blows. The royal weaponsmiths had to forge special training equipment made from the strongest materials just for this remarkable prince. When Bhima ran, the earth would shake beneath his feet. Birds would take flight from trees as he approached, startled by the thunderous sound of his steps. Other children learned to recognize his approach from great distances simply by feeling the vibrations through the ground. His spirited nature often led to mischief around the palace. Bhima would challenge palace guards to wrestling matches and easily defeat them. He would lift heavy palace doors off their hinges during games. The royal gardens bore the marks of his play, with large stones moved from their original places and tree branches bent from his climbing. Despite his immense physical power, Bhima showed deep love for his family. He would gently carry his mother when she grew tired during long walks. When his brothers faced any threat, Bhima's protective instincts would awaken, and his eyes would flash with fierce determination. Palace visitors would leave with stories of the prince who could uproot trees with his bare hands. They spoke of how he could break thick ropes by simply stretching his arms. These tales of Bhima's extraordinary strength spread throughout neighboring kingdoms, making his name famous even in distant lands. The gods themselves had blessed this child with the power of Vayu, the wind god. In Bhima's mighty form, divine strength had taken human shape, preparing him for the great battles that destiny would place before him. Part 7. Arjuna's Skills. Arjuna's skills. When the time came for the royal princes to begin their training in weapons and warfare, Master Drona took charge of their education. Among all the students who gathered in the royal courtyard, Arjuna showed remarkable dedication to his studies. While his brothers practiced with swords and maces, Arjuna held his bow as if it were part of his own body. From the very first day, Drona noticed something special about Arjuna. When other princes struggled to hit targets during daylight, Arjuna could strike them perfectly, even in darkness. His fingers moved with divine grace as he placed arrows on his bowstring. The sound of his arrows cutting through the air was like music to those who heard it. Arjuna would wake before sunrise each morning to practice alone. While his brothers still slept, he would stand in the palace grounds, shooting arrows at distant marks. His focus was so complete that he seemed unaware of the world around him. Rain or shine, heat or cold, nothing could keep him from his training. During group lessons, Drona would set up targets for all the princes to aim at. When it was Arjuna's turn, he would draw his bow with steady hands. His eyes would narrow as he aimed, and his arrow would fly straight to its mark every single time. The other students would watch in wonder as target after target fell to his perfect shots. The palace guards began to whisper about the third Pandava prince. They said his arrows never missed their intended destination. They spoke of how he could shoot multiple arrows so quickly that they seemed to fly as one. Some claimed they had seen him split his own arrows in half by shooting a second arrow down the same path. Drona decided to test Arjuna's skill in new ways. He would call out targets suddenly, without warning. He would ask Arjuna to hit moving objects. He would challenge him to shoot while running or jumping. In every test, Arjuna succeeded where others failed. Word of Arjuna's extraordinary ability with the bow reached King Dhritarashtra's court. Visitors from distant kingdoms came to witness the young prince's skill. They left carrying stories of a boy who could make his arrows dance through the air like living beings. The divine blood of Indra, king of the gods, flowed through Arjuna's veins. This celestial inheritance showed itself clearly in his mastery of weapons. Each arrow he released carried the power and precision of the thunder god himself. In Arjuna's steady hands and sharp eyes, divine archery had found its earthly expression, preparing him for the mighty conflicts that fate had planned for his future. Part 8. Duryodhana's ambition. While Arjuna drew praise for his divine skills with the bow, another prince walked a different path in the palace of Hastinapura. Duryodhana, eldest son of King Dhritarashtra, watched his cousin's success with growing darkness in his heart. From his earliest days, Duryodhana believed the throne belonged to him alone. His father was the elder brother, and by right of birth, the kingdom should pass to him. Yet the elders spoke often of Pandu's sons and their divine gifts. This filled Duryodhana with bitter anger that grew stronger each passing day. The young prince possessed great strength in his arms and skill with the mace. His body was powerful, and his voice carried authority when he spoke. But these gifts came wrapped in pride and jealousy that poisoned his thoughts. Where Yudhishthira showed kindness to servants, Duryodhana demanded fear. Where Arjuna practiced with humility, Duryodhana boasted of his own abilities. Duryodhana gathered around himself those who shared his views or feared to oppose him. His 99 brothers followed his lead, creating a group that stood apart from their Pandava cousins. Chief among his supporters was his uncle Shakuni, whose clever mind helped shape the prince's growing ambitions. The palace teachers tried to guide Duryodhana toward righteous behavior. They spoke of dharma and the duties of a king to protect all people fairly, but their words fell on deaf ears. The prince saw only what he wanted, the golden throne of Hastinapura and all the power it represented. In the training grounds, Duryodhana worked hard to match his cousin's abilities. He practiced long hours with weapons and studied the arts of war and rulership. Yet his efforts came not from love of learning, but from his burning desire to prove himself superior to the Pandava brothers. When praise came to Yudhishthira for his wisdom, or to Bhima for his strength, Duryodhana's face would darken. He began to speak against his cousins in private, planting seeds of doubt about their right to live in the palace. His words carried poison that would one day grow into terrible conflict. The young prince's ambition knew no bounds. He dreamed not just of ruling Hastinapura, but of commanding all the kingdoms under the sun. In his mind, he saw himself as the greatest king who ever lived, with all other rulers bowing before his might. This burning desire for power and recognition would drive Duryodhana to make choices that would bring sorrow to his family and destruction to the kingdom. The seeds of the Great War were already taking root in his ambitious heart. Chapter 8, Janamejaya Parva, Snake Sacrifice Event, Part 1, Context of Sacrifice. King Janamejaya burned with anger that never died. His father Parikshit, the great king of Hastinapura, had died from the deadly bite of Takshaka, the serpent king. This death filled Janamajaya's heart with such rage that he could think of nothing else but revenge against all snakes. When Janamejaya learned the truth about his father's death, he felt his blood boil. Parikshit had been cursed to die by snakebite within 7 days. The curse came from a young sage's anger, but it was Takshaka who carried out the deadly deed. The serpent had bitten the king even when he sat protected in a tall tower, surrounded by the best physicians and guards. The young king called his ministers and priests. "I cannot rest," he told them, "while the serpents who killed my father still live. They must all be destroyed. Every single snake must burn in the sacred fire." His advisors tried to calm him. They spoke of the laws of nature and the cycle of life and death. But Janamejaya would not listen. His grief had turned into a fierce desire for complete revenge. "My father was a just king who ruled with kindness," Janamejaya said. "He harmed no one, yet these evil serpents took his life without mercy. They showed no compassion to an innocent man. Why should I show them any mercy now?" The king's anger grew stronger each day. He remembered his father's gentle nature and wise rule. He thought of how the serpents had planned the attack with cunning and cruelty. This made his hatred burn even brighter. Janamejaya decided that only the death of all serpents would satisfy his anger. He would perform the great Sarpa Satra, the snake sacrifice. This powerful ritual would call all snakes from across the earth to burn in the sacred fire. Not one would escape his revenge. "Let the preparations begin," he commanded. "I will perform the mightiest sacrifice ever seen. Every snake will come when called by the holy mantras. They will all burn for what they did to my father." The king's determination was absolute. His father's death would not go unavenged. The serpents had chosen to be enemies of the royal family, and now they would face the consequences of their actions. Part 2. Preparation for Sarpa Satra. The king gathered his wisest priests and learned Brahmins from all corners of his kingdom. He called for those who knew the ancient ways of sacrifice, men skilled in the sacred fire rituals. These holy men came carrying their knowledge of mantras and ceremonies that could command even the serpents. "Build the sacrificial altar according to the old rules," Janamejaya ordered. "Make it grand and perfect in every way." The priests measured the ground with care. They marked where each fire pit would be dug. The altar must face the right direction, built with the proper stones and bricks. Workers brought loads of special wood for the sacred fires. They gathered sandalwood, which burns with sweet smoke, and other woods blessed by the scriptures. The wood was cut and stacked in careful piles, ready to feed the hungry flames that would consume the snakes. The priests began preparing the holy substances needed for the ritual. They collected clarified butter, rice, and barley. They gathered flowers, fruits, and other offerings that must be thrown into the fire at the right moments. Each item was purified and blessed before being placed near the altar. Sacred vessels made of gold and silver were brought forth. These would hold the offerings and the clarified butter that feeds the sacrificial fire. Every vessel was cleaned until it shone, worthy of the great ceremony to come. The most learned priests studied the ancient texts, reviewing every word of the mantras. These powerful verses would force the serpents to come to the sacrifice. The words must be spoken exactly right, with perfect pronunciation and timing. Even one mistake could ruin the entire ritual. Special seats were prepared for the priests around the altar. Each man would have his place during the ceremony, his role in the great work of calling and destroying the snakes. The arrangements followed the old traditions exactly as written in the holy books. Musicians came to play the sacred songs that accompany such rituals. Singers practiced the hymns that honor the gods and make the sacrifice acceptable to heaven. The music would help carry the smoke and prayers upward to the divine realm. The king ordered guards to protect the ceremony from any interference. No one could disturb this sacred work. The altar area was marked off as holy ground, where only the priests and the king could enter during the ritual. Food was prepared for feeding the Brahmins who would perform the sacrifice. They must be well cared for, as their satisfaction would help ensure the ritual's success. Comfortable places were made for them to rest between the long hours of ceremony. All preparations moved forward with great care and attention to every detail prescribed in the ancient texts. Part 3. Sacrificial Ceremony. The great fire altar blazed with divine power as the priests began the sacred ceremony. King Janamejaya sat facing the flames, while the learned Brahmins took their positions around the sacrificial ground. The head priest raised his hands toward the fire and began speaking the ancient words. Om. We call upon Agni, the fire god, to accept these offerings, the priest chanted in a strong voice. The other priests joined him, their voices rising together like thunder from the heavens. They spoke the sacred mantras that had been passed down through countless generations of holy men. The priests poured clarified butter into the roaring flames. The fire grew brighter and higher with each offering. Sweet-smelling smoke rose up toward the sky, carrying the prayers to the gods above. The smell of burning ghee filled the air around the altar. Swaha, we offer this to destroy the serpent race, the priests called out as they threw more offerings into the fire. Rice grains, sesame seeds, and sacred herbs were cast into the flames. Each offering made the fire burn more fiercely. The mantras continued without stopping. The priests spoke words of power that could command even the creatures of the earth. Come forth, you serpents, the fire calls to you. You must come to this sacred place. Their voices carried across the land with supernatural force. As the ceremony grew stronger, strange things began to happen. The ground shook slightly under their feet. The wind became still, as if the whole world was watching this great ritual. The fire burned so bright that it seemed to reach toward the clouds themselves. More priests joined the chanting. Their voices blended into one mighty sound that echoed across the sacred ground. They threw handfuls of sacred grass into the flames. They poured streams of oil that made the fire roar like a great beast. By the power of these mantras, by the strength of this sacrifice, let the serpents come, the head priest declared. His face glowed in the light of the sacred fire. Sweat ran down his forehead from the heat and the intensity of the ritual. The ceremony had begun in earnest. The fate of the serpent race now hung in the balance as the sacred fire burned with divine fury, fed by the offerings and empowered by the ancient words of power. Part 4. Snake's Fate. The sacred fire grew stronger and hungrier with each passing moment. As the priests continued their chants, the first serpents began to appear. They came against their will, pulled by the power of the mantras. Small snakes writhed through the air and fell into the flames with terrible hissing sounds. The fire consumed them instantly. "Behold," cried one priest, "the sacrifice works. The serpents cannot resist the call." More snakes began to arrive. They twisted and fought against the invisible force that dragged them toward their doom, but nothing could save them. The sacred fire burned with such divine power that even the mightiest serpents had to obey. King Janamejaya watched with fierce joy in his eyes. "At last, justice comes to those who killed my father," he declared. The flames danced higher as they received each offering of serpent flesh. The heat became so intense that all who stood near had to step back. One by one, the snake lords felt the pull. First came the lesser serpents, then those of noble birth. Vasuki, the king of serpents, trembled on his throne deep in the earth. He felt the terrible force trying to drag him to the fire. "My brothers and sisters," he called out in despair, "we are being destroyed. The sacrifice will not stop until every one of us is dead." The serpent mothers wept as their children were pulled away from them. Young snakes and old ones, poisonous ones and harmless ones, none were spared. The fire did not care about their nature or their deeds. All serpents must come when called by the sacred mantras. Even Takshaka, the mighty serpent who had bitten King Parikshit, began to feel afraid. He wrapped himself around Indra's throne in heaven, hoping the king of gods would protect him. But the power of the sacrifice reached even into the heavenly realms. Nothing could stop what had been set in motion. The priests worked without rest, their voices growing hoarse from constant chanting. Rivers of clarified butter flowed into the flames. The smoke rose thick and black, carrying the souls of countless serpents to whatever fate awaited them beyond death. "More," commanded Janamejaya. "Let them all come. Let every serpent pay for the crime of Takshaka." The king's heart burned with the same fury as the sacred fire. His thirst for revenge seemed as endless as the flames that consumed his enemies. Part 5. Divine Observers. The gods watched from their high places in heaven as the terrible fire burned below. Indra, king of the gods, felt fear in his heart. The flames had grown so powerful that they threatened to destroy not just the serpents, but the whole world. The smoke reached up to the heavenly realms, making even the immortals cough and cover their faces. "This sacrifice has gone too far," said Brahma, the creator. His 4 faces all showed deep concern as he watched the endless destruction. The other gods gathered around him, their celestial forms trembling from the heat that rose from the earth below. Agni, the fire god himself, began to feel sick from eating so many serpents. His flames, though mighty, started to weaken from consuming poison after poison. "I cannot eat any more," he groaned to the other gods. "These serpents carry venom that burns even me. Yet the sacrifice forces me to keep burning, keep eating, keep destroying." The Gandharvas, heavenly musicians, stopped their singing. The Apsaras, celestial dancers, ceased their dancing. All of heaven fell silent as they watched the horror below. Even the wind gods held their breath, afraid to fan the flames any higher. Vayu, god of wind, spoke with worry in his voice. "If this continues, the very balance of creation will break. The earth will become a wasteland. The waters will dry up. All living things will perish in this endless fire." The gods saw how the sacrifice pulled serpents from every corner of the earth. From deep caves, from ocean floors, from mountain peaks, all were drawn into the burning pit. The power of the ritual was so strong that even serpents who had lived for thousands of years could not resist its call. Some gods felt pity for the serpents. Others feared for their own safety as the flames grew higher and higher. The sacred fire now blazed so bright that it outshone the sun itself. Its light reached every realm of existence. "Who can stop this madness?" asked Surya, the sun god. His own light seemed dim compared to the terrible glow of the sacrifice. King Janamajaya's anger burns as hot as the sacred fire. His priests show no mercy. The ritual continues without pause. The gods knew that only divine intervention could end this destruction. They looked to each other, wondering who would dare to interfere with the powerful sacrifice. The fate of all serpents hung in the balance, and perhaps the fate of the entire world as well. The celestial beings watched and waited, hoping someone would find the courage to act before it was too late. Part 6. Astika's Intervention. Planned among the gods watching the terrible sacrifice, wise Brahma spoke first. This destruction cannot continue forever. The balance of creation itself is at risk. He turned to the other celestial beings with knowledge of future events. There is one who can stop this sacrifice, Brahma declared. A young sage named Astika will come. He carries the blood of both serpents and sages in his veins. His mother Jaratkaru is sister to the great snake king Vasuki. His father is the holy sage also named Jaratkaru. The god of creation continued his prophecy. This boy Astika has been born for this very purpose. He will possess great wisdom and knowledge of the sacred scriptures. His words will carry such power that even King Janamejaya must listen. Indra, king of gods, asked with concern, "But how can one young sage stop such a mighty sacrifice?" The king's anger runs deep. His priests are learned and determined. The sacred fire burns with unstoppable force. Brahma smiled with divine knowledge. Astika will come at the right moment. He will speak the ancient laws and sacred truths. Even the most powerful king must bow before Dharma when it is spoken by one who is pure and learned. The wind god Vayu added his understanding. The boy will not come with weapons or armies. He will come with only his wisdom and his righteous words. This is how the greatest battles are won. The serpent king Vasuki already knows of this prophecy, said Brahma. He waits and hopes for his nephew's arrival. The entire snake race depends on this one young sage. The gods watched as more serpents fell into the blazing fire. Each moment brought greater destruction. Yet they held on to hope, knowing that divine will had already set events in motion. The time approaches, Brahma said quietly. Soon Astika will arrive at the sacrifice. He will face the angry king and his powerful priests. The fate of all serpents will rest on his words alone. The celestial beings continued their watch, waiting for the prophesied intervention that would either save the serpent race or witness their complete destruction. Part 7. Moral Questions. The holy fire burned bright as more serpents fell into its flames. King Janamejaya watched with satisfaction, believing he was doing right. But the wise ones present began to question what they saw. "Is this justice, or is this revenge?" asked one learned priest quietly to another. "The king seeks to punish all snakes for the action of one serpent who killed his father." The other priest nodded with concern. "Takshaka bit King Parikshit and caused his death. This is true. But should all serpents die for one serpent's deed? Are all snakes guilty of this crime?" The sacrifice continued, but doubt grew in many hearts. Some wondered if destroying an entire race was the right path. Others questioned whether such massive killing could ever bring true peace. When we seek justice, where does justice end and cruelty begin? Spoke an elderly sage. The king's pain is real. His father died unjustly. But does one wrong deed make another wrong deed right? The fire roared louder as more offerings were made. Priests chanted sacred words, but their minds were troubled. They remembered the ancient teachings about right and wrong action. "Our scriptures teach us about Dharma," said another wise man. "They tell us to act with wisdom, not anger. They say we should punish the guilty, but protect the innocent. Here we destroy both guilty and innocent together." The king's ministers also felt uneasy. They had supported their ruler's decision to hold this great sacrifice, but watching the destruction made them think deeply about their choice. Great destruction often comes from great pain, observed one minister. The king suffers because he loved his father. But will killing all serpents heal his suffering? Or will it create new suffering for others? Some attendees remembered stories of great kings from the past. Those rulers were remembered not for their revenge, but for their mercy and wisdom. They wondered what future generations would say about this sacrifice. A true king protects all creatures in his kingdom, whispered a courtier. Should he not show the same protection to serpents who did no wrong? The debate continued in hushed voices. Some still supported the king's right to seek justice for his father's death. Others believed the sacrifice had gone too far, beyond what justice required. Perhaps there is wisdom in stopping before all are destroyed, suggested a priest. Perhaps mercy shown now would bring more honor than complete revenge. The moral questions hung heavy in the air, like smoke from the sacred fire. Every person present had to examine their own heart and decide what they believed was right. Part 8. Sacrifice Conclusion. As the sun began to set, the sacred fire grew dim. King Janamejaya looked around at his advisors and priests. The weight of their words pressed upon his heart. He had started this great sacrifice to avenge his father's death. Now, he faced a choice that would define his rule forever. The chief priest approached the king. Great king, the fire still burns, the mantras still have power, but the decision is yours alone to make. His voice was gentle but firm. The other priests nodded in agreement. Janamejaya stood silent for a long moment. The flames danced lower in the sacrificial pit. Around him, thousands of serpents had already perished. The air still held the smell of burning offerings and the sound of sacred chants. I have taken revenge for my father, the king said slowly. The serpent who bit him is dead. Many of his kind have followed. He paused and looked at the fire. But must all serpents die for one serpent's crime? The courtiers watched as their king walked closer to the sacred fire. His face showed the struggle in his heart. Justice and mercy fought within him like two armies on a battlefield. Let the sacrifice end, Janamejaya declared. His voice carried across the ceremonial ground. Let the remaining serpents live. My father's honor is satisfied. My anger is complete. The priests began the closing rituals immediately. They poured the final offerings into the fire and spoke the concluding mantras. The flames rose high one last time, then slowly died to glowing embers. The surviving serpents felt the danger pass. Those who had hidden in fear began to emerge. The curse that had pulled them toward the fire was broken. They were free to return to their homes in the earth and water. The gods in heaven watched and approved. They had seen justice balanced with mercy. The king had shown he could control his anger when wisdom demanded it. As the ceremony ended, people began to leave the sacred ground. The king remained standing by the cold ashes of the fire. He had learned something important about ruling and about himself. The great snake sacrifice was finished. Some serpents had died, but not all. Justice had been served, but mercy had also found its place. The kingdom would remember this day not just for the king's power, but for his wisdom in knowing when to stop. Word spread quickly through the land. King Janamejaya had shown that a true ruler must be both strong and wise. The sacrifice had taught everyone present about the careful balance between justice and compassion. Chapter 9. Dhatarashtra Parva, the Blind King's Reign. Part 1. Dhritarashtra's Rule. When Dhritarashtra became king, darkness fell upon the throne of Hastinapura. Though born blind, he possessed great strength and wisdom in many matters. Yet his blindness was not only of the eyes, but also of the heart when it came to his children. The blind king ruled with a heavy hand, guided by ministers and advisors. He could hear the voices of his people and understand their needs. But he could not see the truth that stood before him. His 100 sons, led by Duryodhana, grew in pride and jealousy, while he watched over them with love that knew no bounds. Daily, Dhritarashtra sat upon his throne, listening to the affairs of his kingdom. Merchants came to speak of trade, farmers brought news of their crops, and soldiers reported from distant borders. He made decisions based on what others told him, trusting their eyes to be his own. In matters of justice and law, he showed fairness to common people. When disputes arose between citizens, he listened carefully to all sides before giving judgment. But when matters concerned his sons and the sons of Pandu, his judgment became clouded. The 5 Pandava brothers had returned to Hastinapura after their father's death, and they were rightful heirs to the throne. Yet Dhritarashtra's heart pulled him toward his own children. He knew the law said the kingdom should pass to the eldest among all the princes, which would be Yudhishthira, son of Pandu. Still, he hoped his own son Duryodhana might rule instead. The blind king often sat alone in his chambers, wrestling with difficult thoughts. He loved his brother Pandu, who had died young, and he cared for Pandu's sons as if they were his own. But the voice of fatherly love for his 100 sons spoke louder than duty or law. He told himself that since he was king, surely his sons should inherit the throne after him. Ministers came and went from his presence daily. Some spoke truth to him about the growing tension between the cousins. Others whispered words that pleased his ears, but led him further from righteousness. The king heard all their counsel, but chose which voices to follow based on what his heart wanted to believe. In the royal court, celebrations and ceremonies continued as they had for generations. Yet underneath the surface, everyone could sense change coming. The blind king's decisions were creating divisions that would grow wider with each passing day. Though he could not see with his eyes, many wished he could see with greater clarity the path his choices were creating for his family and his kingdom. Part 2. Conflict with Pandavas. The tension between the two branches of the royal family grew stronger each day. Dhritarashtra's 100 sons, led by Duryodhana, began to show their jealousy toward their 5 cousins, the sons of Pandu. Though both groups had equal claim to the throne, the difference in their behavior became clear to all who watched. Duryodhana and his brothers could not bear to see the Pandavas excel in their studies and training. When Bhima showed his great strength, when Arjuna displayed perfect aim with his bow, when Yudhishthira spoke with wisdom beyond his years, the Kauravas felt their hearts burn with envy. They whispered among themselves about how to diminish their cousin's growing reputation. The blind king heard reports of these growing tensions, but chose to remain quiet. His love for his own sons made him blind to their faults in ways that had nothing to do with his physical sight. When courtiers brought him news of his son's harsh words toward the Pandavas, he would listen but take no action to correct them. In the training grounds, the rivalry became visible to all. The princes learned warfare and statecraft together, but 2 camps formed naturally. Duryodhana gathered supporters among his brothers and some young nobles who sought favor with the heir apparent. The Pandavas, though fewer in number, earned respect through their conduct and skills. The palace servants began to notice small incidents. Food meant for the Pandavas would spoil mysteriously. Their weapons would be damaged or go missing before important training sessions. When they complained, investigations would begin but never reach any conclusions. The Kauravas always had explanations that their father chose to believe. Bhishma, the granduncle, watched these developments with growing concern. He spoke to Dhritarashtra privately about the need to treat all the princes equally. The old warrior reminded the king that both sets of sons were equally his responsibility. But Dhritarashtra would nod and agree, then continue his pattern of favoring his own blood. Vidura, the wise counselor, also tried to warn the king. He could see where this path would lead. The seeds of hatred you allow to grow today, he told the king, which will become the thorns that pierce your dynasty tomorrow." But his words fell on ears that heard only what they wished to hear. The queen mothers watched their sons with growing worry. Kunti saw how her 5 sons faced increasing hostility from their 100 cousins. Gandhari, though she loved her sons, began to sense their growing pride and anger. Both women tried to guide their children toward peace. But the current of rivalry had already begun to flow too strongly. As months passed, what began as childish competition grew into something darker and more dangerous for the future of the kingdom. Part 3. Dhritarashtra's Council. King Dhritarashtra sat on his throne, darkness filling his eyes as it had since birth. The weight of ruling Hastinapura pressed down upon his shoulders like a mountain. Around him gathered the wisest men of the kingdom, but their words often brought him no peace. Bhishma, the grand old warrior who had served 3 generations of kings, spoke with the voice of experience. His white beard moved as he counseled the blind king about justice and duty. "My lord, a king must be like the sun. He must shine equally on all his subjects. Your sons and your brothers' sons must receive equal treatment under your rule." But Dhritarashtra's heart pulled him toward his own 100 sons. When Bhishma spoke of fairness, the king's mind wandered to Duryodhana's face, to the pride he felt when his eldest boy showed strength in battle training. Vidura, his half-brother born of a servant woman, possessed wisdom that cut through lies like a sharp sword. His counsel was always true, though it often stung like medicine on a wound. "Brother, I see storms gathering in our palace. Your sons grow in hatred toward the Pandavas. This poison will destroy our family line if we do not act now." Vidura's words were hard to hear because they rang with truth. The blind king twisted his hands as he listened. He knew his counselor spoke wisely, but his father's love for his own children made him want to cover his ears. When Karna entered the royal chamber, the air itself seemed to change. This warrior, adopted son of a chariot driver, had become Duryodhana's closest friend and strongest supporter. His voice carried the fire of loyalty and the pride of a fighter who had earned his place through skill alone. "Great king, your sons are brave and strong. Why should they bow to 5 cousins who think themselves better? Duryodhana has the right to rule after you. He was born first among all the princes." Karna's words fed the desires that lived in Dhritarashtra's heart. Here was someone who spoke for his sons, who saw their worth, who believed they deserved the throne. The 3 advisors represented 3 different paths for the blind king. Bhishma called for duty and ancient law. Vidura warned of coming disaster and begged for wisdom. Karna encouraged the king's natural love for his children and their rights. Day after day, Dhritarashtra listened to these 3 voices. Sometimes he nodded when Bhishma spoke of righteousness. Other times, he leaned forward eagerly as Karna praised Duryodhana's courage. But always, Vidura's warnings echoed in his mind like thunder before a storm. The king found himself torn between what he knew was right and what his heart wanted. His blindness was not just in his eyes, but in his ability to choose the path that would save his kingdom from the darkness that was already beginning to spread. Part 4. Favoritism and Bias. The king's heart was like a tree that grows crooked from the beginning. Though Dhritarashtra wore the crown and sat upon the throne of Hastinapura, his judgment was clouded by the deep love he bore for his 100 sons. This love was not the pure love of a righteous father, but a blind attachment that made him see gold where there was only clay. When disputes arose between his sons and the 5 Pandavas, Dhritarashtra's eyes, already dark with blindness, became darker still with favoritism. If Duryodhana came to him with complaints against Yudhishthira, the king would listen with eager ears and a nodding head. But when the Pandavas sought justice for wrongs done to them, his attention wandered like a bird searching for its nest. The court witnessed many such moments. When Duryodhana spoke harsh words against his cousins, Dhritarashtra called it rightful anger. When the Pandavas defended themselves, he named it pride and defiance. The king's scales of justice were weighted heavily on one side, and all could see this except Dhritarashtra himself. Bhishma observed this bias with growing concern. He spoke to the king many times, saying, "O ruler of men, a father must be equal to all his children. The Pandavas are also sons of this royal house. Your brother Pandu's children deserve the same love and care as your own." But Dhritarashtra's ears seemed closed to such wisdom. His responses were always the same. "Yes, grandfather, you speak the truth." Yet his actions showed his heart remained unchanged. Vidura was more direct in his warnings. "Brother, this favoritism you show will destroy our family. A king who cannot judge fairly between his own children and his brother's children is no true king at all. The people watch your every decision. They see how you treat the Pandavas, and they remember." Still the king continued in his old ways. When Duryodhana requested favors, they were granted quickly. When the Pandavas needed support, delays and excuses followed like shadows. This partial love became the root from which many bitter fruits would grow. The king's inability to treat all his nephews and sons equally planted seeds of anger and resentment in young hearts. What began as small acts of favoritism grew into great injustices that would one day demand payment in blood. The blindness of his body was nothing compared to the blindness of his heart. In trying to give everything to his 100 sons, Dhritarashtra was preparing to lose them all. Part 5. Diplomatic efforts. When the tensions between his sons and the Pandavas grew too strong to ignore, wise men came forward with words of peace. Vidura spoke first in the royal court, his voice calm and measured. "Great king, see how hatred grows like fire in dry grass. Small sparks of jealousy have become flames that threaten to burn our entire family. Send messengers to the Pandavas. Offer them their rightful place in the kingdom. Division will destroy what unity could make strong." Bhishma nodded in agreement. "The Pandavas are also your sons, O king. They carry the same royal blood that flows in Duryodhana's veins. Make peace before it becomes impossible. Give them lands to rule. Let both branches of our family flourish like two strong trees in the same garden." But Duryodhana's voice rose in anger. "Why should we give anything to those who would take everything? They were born to serve us, not to rule beside us. Peace means surrender, and I will never bow before the sons of Pandu." The king's heart was torn between wisdom and love. He knew his advisors spoke truth, but his son's words moved him more. Still, he tried to find a middle path. "Perhaps," Dhritarashtra said slowly, "we can offer the Pandavas a small portion of the kingdom. Let them rule in distant lands where they cannot threaten our power here." Krishna arrived as a messenger, his words filled with divine wisdom. "O king, justice delayed becomes justice denied. The Pandavas ask only for what belongs to them by right. Give them 5 villages, 1 for each brother. This small gift would prevent great destruction." The court listened in silence as Krishna continued. "I see dark clouds gathering over Hastinapura. War brings no winners, only sorrow and death. Your 100 sons may seem strong now, but Dharma fights beside the righteous. Make peace while peace is still possible." Dhritarashtra felt fear creep into his heart as he listened to Krishna's words. The divine messenger spoke truth that cut through all pretense and politics. For a moment, the king almost chose the path of righteousness. But Duryodhana laughed harshly. "We need no lectures about Dharma from cowherd princes. Our strength lies in our weapons, not in words. Let them come and take what they can in battle." The opportunity for peace slipped away like water through cupped hands. Dhritarashtra had the power to choose between war and wisdom, but his blind love for his eldest son made him blind to the consequences. The diplomatic efforts failed not because of lack of wisdom, but because of lack of will to act upon that wisdom. Part 6. Royal Assemblies. The royal assembly hall filled with tension as ministers and advisors gathered around King Dhritarashtra's throne. The blind king sat motionless while heated voices rose from every corner of the great chamber. Vidura stood first among the counselors. His voice carried the weight of truth as he addressed the court. "O king, the time has come to speak plainly about the growing divide in our kingdom. Your 100 sons grow more defiant each day. While the 5 Pandavas seek only their rightful place in this royal house." Bhishma, the grand patriarch, nodded gravely. His white hair caught the light from the oil lamps as he spoke with the authority of age and wisdom. "The sons of Pandu have proven themselves worthy in every test of skill and virtue. Yet they are treated as unwelcome guests in their own ancestral home." Duryodhana rose from his seat with fire in his eyes. "These are not their ancestral halls. My father is king, and I am his heir. The Pandavas are nothing but the sons of a dead prince who lost his right to rule long ago." Karna placed his hand on his friend's shoulder, supporting his words. "Prince Duryodhana speaks truth. Why should we share our inheritance with those who have no claim to it? Let them find their own path in the world." The court erupted in divided voices. Some ministers supported the Kauravas' position while others urged fairness toward the Pandavas. The king listened to every word but remained silent, his blind eyes staring ahead into darkness. Shakuni, the king's brother-in-law, stepped forward with a sly smile. "Perhaps we overthink this matter. The law is clear about succession. The eldest son of the current king holds the strongest claim to the throne." Drona, the weapons master, who had trained both sets of princes, spoke with measured words. "In all my years of teaching, I have never seen students more devoted to righteousness than the Pandavas. Yet I have also never seen warriors more fierce than the Kauravas. Both groups possess qualities worthy of kings." The debate continued deep into the night. Arguments flew back and forth like arrows in battle. Some spoke of duty and dharma, while others talked of power and practical rule. Finally, King Dhritarashtra raised his hand for silence. The great hall fell quiet as everyone waited for their ruler's judgment. But the king only sighed deeply and dismissed the assembly without making any decision. Once again, his inability to choose between right and expedience left the kingdom's future hanging in the balance like a sword suspended by a thread. The ministers filed out slowly, each knowing that this unresolved conflict would only grow larger with time. Part 7. King's Internal Struggles. When King Dhritarashtra was alone in his chambers, his mind would never find peace. He would sit in darkness, for what difference did light make to one who could not see? But the darkness in his heart was far deeper than the darkness before his eyes. The king knew his sons were wrong. In quiet moments when no courtiers were around to flatter him, he understood that his 100 sons followed the path of evil. Duryodhana's hatred burned like poison fire. Dushasana's cruel laughter echoed in the halls. His other sons walked behind their eldest brother like sheep following a wolf. Yet these were his children, his flesh and blood. When a father looks upon his sons, even their faults appear small. Even their sins seem forgivable. Dhritarashtra's heart pulled him toward his sons like iron drawn to a magnet, though his mind whispered that they were walking toward ruin. The Pandavas were righteous. This truth sat in his chest like a heavy stone. Yudhishthira spoke only truth. Bhima's strength served justice. Arjuna's arrows flew straight and true. The twins, Nakula and Sahadeva, honored their elders with perfect respect. These 5 brothers followed Dharma as rivers follow their course to the sea. But they were not his sons. They were Pandu's children, his brother's legacy, his brother who had ruled the kingdom that should have been Dhritarashtra's from birth. The crown had passed to Pandu because Dhritarashtra was blind. Now Pandu was dead, but his sons lived on, shining like stars in the port where Dhritarashtra's sons appeared dim and twisted. The king would pace his chamber floor, his hands shaking with inner war. Should he protect Dharma and support the Pandavas? Or should he guard his own children, even knowing they chose the wrong path? Sleep never came easily to Dhritarashtra. He would lie awake listening to his own breathing, feeling his heart beat against his ribs like a trapped bird. In those dark hours, he saw the future stretching ahead like a road leading to a burning city. He sensed that great destruction was coming. Rivers of blood would flow. Mothers would weep over their dead sons. The earth itself would cry out in pain. But still, when morning came and his sons approached him with their schemes and their hunger for power, King Dhritarashtra could not say no. Love for his children had made him weak. His heart had conquered his wisdom, and that conquest would cost the world dearly. Part 8. Foreshadowing the war. The signs began to appear in the palace and beyond. Strange birds with dark wings circled the royal towers day and night. Their cries sounded like the wails of women in mourning. The wise men who watched the stars spoke in worried voices about what they saw in the heavens. The planets had moved into dangerous positions, creating patterns that spoke of coming war. In the royal gardens, trees that had bloomed for generations suddenly withered without reason. Flowers turned black on their stems. The sacred fires in the temples flickered and grew dim, though the priests added fresh wood and oil. Water in the wells turned muddy and bitter. Even the horses in the royal stables grew restless and refused to eat. Old Bhishma came to the king with troubled eyes. "My lord," he said, "I have lived through many seasons, but I have never seen such signs before. The earth itself seems afraid. Something terrible approaches our kingdom." Vidura, the king's wise brother, spoke even more plainly. "Brother, these are not mere accidents or strange weather. The gods are warning us. Our actions are leading us toward destruction. Your sons and Pandu's sons cannot continue on this path without great bloodshed." But the king's eldest son, Duryodhana, laughed at these fears. "Uncle, these are just old tales meant to frighten children. Birds fly and trees die every day. We are strong, and we will take what belongs to us by right." The royal priests performed special prayers to calm the gods. They offered gold and grain and precious stones. But still the signs continued. Cows gave red milk instead of white. Dogs howled at noon when they should have been sleeping. Jackals entered the city in broad daylight, showing no fear of humans. In distant places, holy men meditated in caves and forests. They saw visions of battlefields covered with bodies. They saw the earth soaked with the blood of heroes. They wept for what was coming, knowing that once started, this war would consume everything in its path. King Dhritarashtra heard all these reports, but his love for his sons clouded his judgment. Each morning brought new signs of the coming disaster. Each evening, his advisors begged him to act before it was too late. But the blind king could not see that his kingdom stood at the edge of a cliff, and one more step would send them all falling into an abyss of war and death. Chapter 10. Swayamvara Parva, Draupadi's Swayamvara. Part 1. Announcement of Swayamvara. King Drupada called his ministers and wise men to his court. He spoke to them with a heavy heart. "I have completed a great fire sacrifice. From this sacred fire, my daughter Draupadi has been born. She is beautiful beyond compare and blessed by the gods. Now I must find a worthy husband for her." The king thought deeply about this matter. He remembered his old friendship with Pandu and his wish to see his daughter married to Arjuna. But he had heard that all the Pandava brothers had died in a fire at the house of Lak. This news filled him with sadness. "I will hold a Swayamvara," declared King Drupada. "Let all the brave princes and kings come to compete for my daughter's hand. I will set a test that only the most skilled warrior can complete. If Arjuna still lives, he will surely come and win this contest." The royal messengers were sent to all kingdoms far and wide. They carried the announcement of Draupadi's Swayamvara throughout the land. Hear this proclamation from King Drupada of Panchala. "Princess Draupadi, born from the sacred fire, will choose her husband through a contest of skill. All noble princes and kings are invited to attend." The news spread like wildfire across all the kingdoms. In every royal court, princes heard of the beautiful princess and the great contest. They began preparing for the journey to Panchala. Great warriors sharpened their weapons. Kings gathered their finest clothes and jewels. From Hastinapura came Duryodhana with his brothers. The mighty Karna also prepared to attend. From Mathura came Krishna and Balarama. Kings from the south, east, west, and north all made ready for the journey. Never before had such a gathering of royalty been seen for a single Swayamvara. Chariots filled the roads leading to Panchala. Elephants trumpeted as they carried the noble guests. Horses neighed and stamped their feet. The sound of conch shells and drums filled the air. Servants carried banners showing the symbols of each royal house. The city of Campilia became crowded with visitors. Every inn and guest house was full. Tents were set up outside the city walls to house all the guests. The common people came out to see the grand procession of kings and princes. King Drupada watched all this preparation with mixed feelings. His heart still hoped that somewhere among these many warriors, the Pandavas might appear. But he kept this hope hidden in his heart and continued with the arrangements for the great contest. Part 2. The contest setup. King Drupada called his ministers and skilled craftsmen to create the contest that would decide who would marry his daughter, Draupadi. He wanted a test so difficult that only the greatest warrior could succeed. In the center of the great hall, they built a tall wooden pole. At the very top of this pole, they placed a golden fish. The fish was made to move in a circle by a special wheel. Below the pole, they dug a round pit and filled it with oil. The oil was so clear and still that it worked like a perfect mirror. The rules of the contest were announced to all the gathered kings and princes. Each man who wanted to marry Draupadi had to pick up a special bow. This bow was huge and heavy. Most men could not even lift it from the ground. Those who could lift it had to string it with an arrow. But lifting and stringing the bow was only the beginning. The real test came next. The contestant had to look down into the oil pit and see only the reflection of the golden fish. He could not look up at the actual fish. Using only this reflection as his guide, he had to shoot an arrow and hit the eye of the moving fish. Many kings and princes looked at this challenge with worry. The bow was so heavy that strong men struggled just to pick it up. The fish moved quickly in its circle. Looking only at a reflection made the task much harder. The slightest mistake would mean failure. King Drupada watched as his servants explained the rules again and again. He had designed this contest with one person in mind. In his heart, he believed only Arjuna could complete such a difficult task. Arjuna was famous throughout the world for his skill with bow and arrow. The great warriors present began to understand how challenging this would be. Some of the older kings decided not to try at all. They knew their strength was not enough for such a test. The younger princes felt nervous, but were determined to attempt the challenge for the chance to win the beautiful princess. Draupadi herself sat on a high platform where she could see everything. She wore beautiful clothes and jewelry, but her eyes showed that she was also thinking about this contest. She knew that whoever succeeded would become her husband. The oil in the pit reflected the moving fish perfectly. The golden target spun slowly but steadily. Everything was ready for the great test to begin. Part 3. Pandavas in disguise. The 5 Pandava brothers had been living in the forest for many months. They had lost their kingdom and their palace through a game of dice. Everyone believed they had died in a fire, but they were alive and hiding. When they heard about Draupadi's Swayamvara, they knew this was a great opportunity. Yudhishthira, the eldest brother, spoke to his brothers. "We cannot go to the contest as princes. People will recognize us and know we are still alive. Our enemies will find us and try to harm us again." Bhima, the strong brother, agreed. "Yes, we must find another way to enter the contest. But Arjuna has the skill to win this challenge. No one else can string that heavy bow and hit such a difficult target." Arjuna nodded quietly. He was confident in his abilities with the bow and arrow. He had learned from the best teachers and practiced for many years. The brothers decided to disguise themselves as young Brahmin priests. They would dress in simple white clothes and carry holy books and prayer beads. Brahmins were always welcome at royal ceremonies and weddings. No one would question their presence at the Swayamvara. They found old worn clothes and put ash on their faces and arms as Brahmins do during their prayers. They tied their hair in the way priests wear it. They practiced walking and talking like learned holy men who spend their time studying sacred texts. Kunti, their mother, also disguised herself as the wife of a poor Brahmin. She would wait for them in a simple house in the city, while her sons attended the contest. Remember, Yudhishthira warned his brothers, "We must act like true Brahmins. We must speak politely and show respect to everyone. We cannot let anyone suspect who we really are." The brothers practiced their new roles carefully. They learned the proper prayers and religious customs. They memorized the way Brahmins greet kings and nobles. On the morning of the Swayamvara, the 5 brothers walked to the palace grounds dressed as simple priests. They carried wooden bowls for collecting food offerings and small bags with prayer items. They looked like young Brahmins who had come to witness the royal ceremony and perhaps receive some charity. Many other Brahmins had also come to watch the great event. The brothers mixed with this group easily. No one paid special attention to 5 more young priests among the crowd. They found good places to sit where they could see the contest clearly. From their position, Arjuna could study the bow and the target carefully. He watched how the light fell on the spinning fish. He measured the distance with his eyes. He was ready for his chance to compete. Part 4. Arjuna's Feat. As the contest continued, one king after another tried to string the mighty bow. Each prince stepped forward with great confidence. They flexed their muscles and took hold of the bow with both hands. Some could barely lift it from the ground. Others managed to raise it but could not bend it even slightly. A few strong kings pulled with all their might until their faces turned red, but the bowstring would not move. One by one, they walked away in shame. King Jarasandha came forward. He was known throughout the land for his great strength. He grabbed the bow firmly and pulled hard. The bow moved slightly, but he could not string it. Even he had to give up and return to his seat with his head down. Sisupala tried next. He was a powerful warrior and enemy of Krishna. He strained and struggled, but the bow would not bend for him either. Duryodhana stepped up. Thinking his strength would succeed where others had failed, he pulled until sweat poured down his face, but the bow remained unmoved. Even mighty Karna attempted the task. Though he was skilled with all weapons, this bow proved too difficult even for him. The gathered crowd began to murmur. Would no one be able to complete this test? Had King Drupada set an impossible challenge? The kings and princes sat in their seats, looking defeated and embarrassed. Then Arjuna rose from among the Brahmins. He walked calmly toward the bow. The crowd fell silent. What was this young priest doing? Many people laughed quietly. How could a Brahmin succeed where great warriors had failed? But those who knew about weapons watched carefully. They could see from the way Arjuna walked that he was no ordinary student of holy books. His steps were those of a trained warrior. Arjuna stood before the bow. He bowed his head respectfully and said a prayer. Then he picked up the bow as if it weighed nothing at all. With smooth, easy movements, he bent it and strung it perfectly. The crowd gasped in amazement. He selected an arrow and placed it on the string. Looking up at the spinning fish above, he took careful aim. But Arjuna did not look at the fish itself. Instead, he watched only its reflection in the water below. With steady hands and perfect focus, he drew back the string. The bow bent like a crescent moon in his strong grip. In one fluid motion, he released the arrow. It flew straight and true through the air. With a sharp sound, it struck the fish's eye exactly in the center. The metal fish fell to the ground with a crash. The entire assembly erupted in cheers and shouts of wonder. Part 5. Reactions of other princes. The kings and princes sat in stunned silence for a moment. Their eyes moved from the fallen fish to the young Brahmin who stood with the bow still in his hands. Then the shock turned to anger. King Duryodhana jumped to his feet first. His face burned red with rage. "This is not right," he shouted. "How can a common Brahmin take what belongs to warriors? The princess should marry a king, not a poor priest." Karna nodded and stood beside his friend. "A Brahmin has no business in a warrior's contest," he declared. "This marriage cannot happen. It goes against all sacred laws." Many other princes began to murmur their agreement. They had traveled from distant lands with hopes of winning the beautiful princess. Now they watched their dreams crumble before their eyes. King Sisupala rose from his seat. "We are Kshatriyas, born to rule and fight," he said with a harsh voice. "How can we let this happen? Our honor is at stake." The assembly hall filled with angry voices. Some princes demanded another contest. Others called for the Brahmin to be thrown out. A few even reached for their weapons. But there were also voices of reason. Some wise kings spoke up. "The contest was fair," said one old ruler. "The young man completed the task that was set before all of us. We cannot change the rules now because we do not like the result." Another king added, "The princess's father made the conditions clear. Anyone who could hit the target would win her hand. He did not say it must be a prince or a king." King Drupada watched the growing dispute with worry. He had wanted a skilled warrior for his daughter, but he had not expected this outcome. Still, he knew he must honor his word. The Brahmin princes sat quietly in their corner. Only Arjuna had stood up to take the test. His brothers watched the angry crowd with careful eyes, ready to protect him if needed. Draupadi looked at the young man who had won her hand. She felt both curious and uncertain. This was not how she had imagined her wedding day would begin. The hall buzzed with heated arguments. Some princes formed groups to discuss what should be done. The air grew thick with tension and the promise of conflict. Part 6. Draupadi's Beauty and Valor. As the commotion filled the hall, all eyes turned to Draupadi, the daughter of King Drupada. She stood tall and graceful, her beauty shining like the morning sun. Her dark hair fell in waves down her back, and her eyes sparkled with intelligence and strength. The golden ornaments on her arms caught the light as she moved. Draupadi was no ordinary princess. Born from the sacred fire of her father's sacrifice, she possessed qualities that made her unlike any other woman. Her skin glowed with a divine radiance, and her voice carried the sweetness of flowing water. When she walked, the very ground seemed blessed by her footsteps. But her beauty was only part of her nature. Draupadi had a brave heart and a sharp mind. She had studied the sacred texts and understood the duties of kings and queens. Her father had taught her about justice and righteousness. She knew the difference between right and wrong, and she was not afraid to speak her thoughts. As she looked at the young Brahmin who had won the contest, Draupadi felt a mixture of wonder and respect. The way he had handled the bow showed great skill and steady hands. His calm manner in the face of angry princes revealed his courage. She noticed how his brothers stood ready to defend him, showing their loyalty and love. The princess had always known her marriage would not be simple. Her father, King Drapada, had made this contest hoping for a particular outcome. He wanted a warrior prince who could help him in his battles and bring honor to their family. Yet here stood a Brahmin, quiet and humble, who had achieved what mighty kings could not. Draupadi possessed the gift of seeing into people's hearts. As she watched this young man, she sensed something special about him. There was a nobility in his bearing that went beyond his simple clothes. His eyes held wisdom and kindness. She felt that fate had played a role in bringing them together. The angry voices of the rejected princes grew louder around them. Some demanded the contest be held again. Others claimed fraud and trickery. But Draupadi stood firm and unafraid. She had been raised to face challenges with dignity. Her valor matched her beauty, and she would not let fear guide her choices. She knew her duty as a princess was to honor the rules of the Swayamvara. The contest had been fair, and this Brahmin had won according to the laws set by her father. Whatever came next, she would face it with the strength and grace that flowed in her blood. The hall might shake with conflict, but her heart remained steady. Part 7. Kunti's Command. When Arjuna and his brothers returned to their dwelling place with Draupadi, they went straight to their mother Kunti. She was sitting inside with her back turned to the door, busy with her daily prayers and meditation. The 5 brothers stood at the entrance, and Arjuna called out to his mother with great joy in his voice, "Mother, we have brought something very special today. Come and see what wonderful thing we have obtained through our efforts." Kunti, without turning around to look, spoke as she always did when her sons returned from their daily rounds of seeking alms. "Whatever you have brought today, my sons, share it equally among all 5 of you. This is the way of righteousness and brotherhood." The moment these words left her mouth, a terrible silence fell over the place. The brothers stood frozen, looking at each other with shock and confusion. Draupadi remained quiet, understanding the gravity of what had just happened. Yudhishthira was the first to speak, his voice heavy with concern. "Mother, do you realize what you have just said? This is not grain or food that we can divide. This is Draupadi, a noble princess whom Arjuna has won in marriage." Kunti quickly turned around and saw the beautiful princess standing with her sons. Her face went pale with horror as she understood her mistake. She placed her hand over her mouth, and tears came to her eyes. "What terrible words have I spoken?" she cried. "How can I take back what has already been said? The words of a mother are sacred, and once spoken, they cannot be changed. But how can one woman marry 5 men? This goes against all rules of Dharma." The brothers gathered around their mother, trying to comfort her, but they all knew that her command, spoken without knowledge but with pure intention, had created an impossible situation. Yudhishthira spoke with wisdom. "Mother's words are like divine law to us. We cannot go against them, no matter how difficult the situation becomes. But we must also think about what is right and proper." Arjuna felt the weight of the moment. "I won her fairly in the contest, but I cannot disobey our mother's command. What should we do now?" The family sat in deep thought. Knowing that this moment would change all their lives forever, they had to find a way to honor their mother's words while also following the path of righteousness. Part 8. Marriage Celebration. The family called for wise men and priests to help them solve this difficult problem. The learned Brahmins came and listened to their situation. They spoke among themselves and studied the ancient laws and customs. One old priest said, "In the old days, there were great queens who had more than one husband. This has happened before in our sacred history. The gods themselves have shown us that sometimes what seems wrong can be right when it serves a greater purpose." Another wise man added, "The mother's words are sacred. They cannot be taken back or ignored. The sons must follow what she has said, but this marriage must be done properly, with all the right ceremonies and prayers." King Drupada was called to discuss this matter. When he heard what had happened, he was shocked and worried. "This is very strange," he said. "My daughter was meant to marry one great warrior, not 5 brothers." The priests explained the situation to the king. They told him about the ancient customs and the sacred power of a mother's words. Slowly, King Drupada began to understand that this was not ordinary, but something that the gods had planned. "If this is what fate has decided," said the king, "then we must accept it. But the wedding must be done with great care and respect. All the proper rituals must be performed." The wedding preparations began immediately. The palace was decorated with flowers, silk cloths, and golden ornaments. Musicians came with their drums and flutes. Cooks prepared great feasts with the finest foods. 5 separate wedding fires were lit in the palace courtyard. Each fire burned bright and clean, reaching toward the sky. The priests chanted sacred verses and made offerings to the gods. Draupadi was dressed in red silk robes with gold jewelry. Her face glowed with beauty and grace. She walked around each fire with each of the 5 brothers, one by one. The sacred vows were spoken 5 times, once for each brother. The people watched in wonder as this unusual ceremony took place. They had never seen anything like it before, but they could feel that something divine was happening. King Drupada gave many gifts to his new sons-in-law. He gave them gold, silver, horses, elephants, and precious stones. The celebration lasted for many days, with dancing, singing, and great happiness throughout the kingdom. Chapter 11. Vaivahika Parva, Marriage Ceremonies. Part 1. Pandavas reveal themselves. After the string broke and the arrow found its mark, great wonder filled the hall. The young man who had won the contest stood tall and proud. The other kings and princes watched in amazement. No one knew who this person was who had completed the impossible task. King Drupada felt joy in his heart. His daughter Draupadi had found a worthy husband, but questions filled his mind. Who was this young man? From which family did he come? What was his true name and birth? The 5 brothers walked together toward the exit of the great hall. People followed them with curious eyes. The winner carried himself like a great warrior. His 4 companions moved like lions among men. Their manner showed noble blood and royal training. As they reached the gates of the palace, King Drupada could wait no longer. He stepped forward with his ministers and guards. His voice carried across the courtyard as he called out to them, "Noble ones, please wait. My heart burns with questions that need answers. You have won my daughter's hand through great skill and strength. Honor demands that I know who you are. Tell me your names, your family, and your kingdom." The 5 brothers stopped. They looked at each other with knowing eyes. The time for hiding had come to an end. The eldest among them stepped forward. His bearing showed the dignity of kings. His voice rang clear and strong across the silent courtyard. "Great King Drupada, we are not what we seem to be. We have lived in hiding for many months. Fear and danger forced us to disguise ourselves. But truth cannot remain buried forever. We are the sons of Pandu. I am Yudhishthira, the eldest. This is Bhima, strong as 10,000 elephants. Here stands Arjuna, who won your daughter's hand with his bow. These are Nakula and Sahadeva, the twin sons of Madri." A great roar went up from all who heard. The Pandavas lived. The sons of Pandu had not died in the fire at Varanavata. They stood before all eyes, alive and well. Joy and amazement filled every heart. King Drupada felt his legs grow weak with happiness. His daughter would marry into the greatest family of all. The crowd pressed closer to see the famous princes. These were the warriors all had mourned as dead. Now they stood revealed in their true glory. Part 2. Draupadi's reactions. When Draupadi learned she must marry all 5 brothers, her heart filled with confusion and doubt. She stood before the holy fire, her hands shaking like leaves in the wind. The daughter of King Drupada had dreamed of one husband, one love, one home. Now the gods demanded she become wife to 5 men. How can this be Dharma? She asked her father with tears in her eyes. What woman has ever walked this path before? People will speak harsh words about me. They will say I am without virtue. King Drupada placed his gentle hand upon her head. My child, the learned priests have studied the sacred books. They say this marriage follows divine law. These 5 brothers are parts of one soul. In truth, you marry one being in 5 forms. Still, Draupadi's mind raced with worry. She thought of the other women who would laugh at her fate. She feared the whispers that would follow her all her days. Her reputation would be torn like cloth in a storm. But then she looked at each brother's face. Yudhishthira stood tall with wisdom shining from his eyes. Bhima's strength could protect her from all enemies. Arjuna had won her hand with skill no other man possessed. The twins Nakula and Sahadeva showed her such respect and kindness. If this is the will of heaven, she said softly, then I accept what fate has given me. These 5 princes are noble souls. Each one deserves a devoted wife. I shall try to serve them all with equal love and honor. Her voice grew stronger as she spoke. Let people say what they will. I know my heart is pure. I will walk this strange path with dignity. If the gods have chosen this destiny for me, then I shall face it without shame. The priests nodded with approval at her words. They saw that Draupadi possessed the courage needed for such an unusual life. Her acceptance came not from weakness, but from strength. You shall be remembered for all time, the eldest priest told her. Your name will live in every age. Future generations will speak of your virtue and your sacrifice. Draupadi bowed her head before the sacred fire. She made peace with her destiny. Though the path ahead seemed dark and difficult, she would walk it with her chin held high. The 5 brothers had given her their promise of protection and respect. She would give them her loyalty in return. Part 3. Details of wedding. The sacred fire burned bright in the center of the marriage hall. 7 priests stood around the flames, chanting ancient words that had blessed countless weddings before this day. The smoke rose straight up to the heavens, carrying prayers and hopes for the union about to take place. Yudhishthira stepped forward first. He was the eldest, so custom demanded he lead the ceremony. Draupadi stood beside him, dressed in red silk that caught the firelight. Gold ornaments adorned her neck, arms, and hair. The priests had prepared rice, flowers, and sacred water for the rituals. The head priest spoke the opening prayers. He asked the gods to witness this marriage and bless it with happiness and children. Yudhishthira took Draupadi's right hand in his. Together, they walked around the sacred fire 7 times. With each circle, the priest spoke vows that bound them as husband and wife. When Yudhishthira completed his rounds, Bhima came forward. The same rituals began again. Draupadi walked 7 more circles around the fire, this time with the second brother. The watching crowd had never seen such a ceremony. 1 bride, but 5 separate marriages to 5 brothers. Arjuna followed next. He who had won her hand in the contest now took that same hand and led her around the sacred flames. The priests continued their chanting without pause. They had studied the ancient texts and knew this marriage, though unusual, was blessed by divine will. Nakula and Sahadeva, the twin sons of Madri, each performed their marriage rites in turn. By the time all ceremonies ended, Draupadi had walked 35 circles around the sacred fire. She had spoken vows of faithfulness and duty 5 separate times. The smoke had grown thick in the hall, but the flames still burned strong. Each brother placed red powder in Draupadi's hair to mark her as a married woman. They tied sacred threads around her wrists. The priests blessed rice and threw it over the couples as they completed each ceremony. The rituals lasted from sunrise until the sun reached high noon. Drums beat outside the hall. Women sang traditional wedding songs. Guests threw flower petals and called out blessings for long life and many sons. When the last prayer ended, the priests declared all 5 marriages complete and blessed by the gods. Draupadi was now wife to all 5 Pandava brothers. The sacred fire had witnessed vows that would bind them together through joy and sorrow, victory and defeat, until death itself parted them from this world. Part 4. Draupadi's Past Lives. After the wedding ceremonies ended, sage Vyasa came forward to speak. He looked at the gathered people and said that this marriage was not an accident. This union had been planned by divine forces long before these souls took birth on earth. In her first life, Draupadi was named Nalayani. She was the wife of sage Maudgalya. Her husband grew old and weak, but she served him with complete devotion. When he became very sick, she carried him on her shoulders wherever he needed to go. Other people laughed at her and called her foolish for serving such an old husband, but she never stopped caring for him. One day, some young men made fun of her husband. Nalayani became so angry that her inner fire burned them to ash. Sage Maudgalya saw her power and was pleased. He blessed her and said that in her next life, she would have 5 husbands who would love and honor her. In another life, she was born as the daughter of a great king. She prayed to Lord Shiva every day with deep faith. She asked him again and again to give her a good husband. 5 times she repeated her prayer with such intensity that Lord Shiva appeared before her. The gods smiled and said her prayer was heard 5 times, so she would receive 5 husbands in her next birth. Each would be brave, noble, and devoted to Dharma. She would be blessed with a life of honor despite facing many troubles. When she was born as the daughter of King Drupada, she came from fire itself. No mortal man planted the seed of her life. She emerged from the sacred flames during a great sacrifice, already grown to full womanhood. The voice from heaven announced that she would change the fate of all warriors. The gods had decided long ago that she would marry the 5 Pandavas. This would help fulfill Dharma's purpose on earth. Through her, the evil Kauravas would meet their doom. Her sons would continue the noble bloodline. Her love would keep the 5 brothers united when enemies tried to divide them. Vyasa told everyone that what seemed strange to human eyes was actually divine planning. The marriage of one woman to 5 brothers broke human customs but served a higher cosmic purpose. Draupadi's past actions had earned her this destiny. The Pandavas too had prayed for such a wife in their previous births. Part 5. Political Implications. When news of Draupadi's marriage to the 5 Pandavas reached King Dhritarashtra and his sons, great anger filled their hearts. Duryodhana spoke harsh words to his father. The Pandavas grow stronger each day. Now they have made alliance with King Drupada through this marriage. This puts our throne in danger. Shakuni, the cunning uncle, whispered poison into Duryodhana's ears. Your cousins now have the support of Panchala kingdom. King Drupada is mighty with vast armies. His son Drishtadumna is a great warrior. Together they will challenge your right to rule Hastinapura. The marriage brought immediate changes to the balance of power. King Drupada, who had prayed for revenge against Drona, now found himself bound to the Pandavas by sacred ties. His daughter was their wife. His honor was tied to their success. What began as a contest for Draupadi's hand became a political alliance that would reshape kingdoms. Other kings who had come to the Swayamvara left with wounded pride. Some felt cheated that a princess they desired now belonged to 5 brothers. many questioned how such a marriage could be dharmic. These doubts created enemies for the Pandavas among royal houses across the land. King Drupada's court buzzed with discussions about the future. His ministers spoke of the strength this marriage brought. Now we have ties with the Kuru Dynasty through the rightful heirs. Our kingdom will prosper under their protection. But others worried about the reaction of Hastinapura's current rulers. The Kauravas understood that this marriage meant war would come eventually. Duryodhana could no longer ignore his cousins or hope they would remain weak. With Drupada's support and Draupadi as their queen, the Pandavas had claim to royal status that matched his own. Vidura, the wise minister, tried to counsel peace. He told Dhritarashtra, "This marriage follows dharma as blessed by sages. Fighting against divine will brings only destruction. Make peace with your nephews and avoid future bloodshed." But Dhritarashtra's love for his eldest son clouded his judgment. He feared losing his power if the Pandavas returned to claim their rightful inheritance. The marriage that should have brought joy instead planted seeds of the great war that would consume entire kingdoms. Thus Draupadi's wedding became more than union between woman and 5 husbands. It marked the point where family disputes turned into political conflict that would decide the fate of the earth itself. Part 6. Relations among brothers. The 5 Pandava brothers knew their marriage to one woman would create problems if not handled properly. They sat together after the wedding ceremony to make rules that would keep peace among them. Yudhishthira, the eldest, spoke first. "We must make clear agreements so jealousy does not destroy our bond. Draupadi will spend equal time with each of us. When she is with one brother, the others must not disturb them or enter their private space." Bhima nodded and added, "If any brother breaks this rule and enters when Draupadi is with another, he must face punishment. This will keep our relationships fair and prevent fights between us." Arjuna agreed, saying, "We should also decide how household duties will be shared. Each brother will take turns protecting Draupadi and providing for her needs. No one should claim special rights over the others." Nakula suggested, "We must present ourselves as united before our subjects and enemies. Any sign of division among us will weaken our position. People should see us as 5 bodies sharing one mind." Sahadeva, the youngest, spoke last. "Most important is that we respect Draupadi's wishes in all matters. She did not choose this unusual arrangement. We must make sure she feels honored and protected, never used or neglected." The brothers agreed that Draupadi would maintain separate quarters for time spent with each husband. They would rotate monthly, giving her adequate time to fulfill her duties as wife to each brother. During religious festivals and public ceremonies, she would appear with all 5 brothers equally. They decided that children born to Draupadi would belong to all 5 fathers. Each son would call all 5 men father and receive equal love and inheritance rights. This would prevent future disputes over succession and property. The brothers made a sacred promise that no disagreement over Draupadi would ever break their unity. They swore by their weapons and the gods that their brotherhood came first, even above personal desires or jealousies. These arrangements were blessed by their mother Kunti and witnessed by Krishna, who praised their wisdom. The brothers understood that their strength lay in their unity. Any crack in their relationship would give their enemies advantage. Thus, the Pandavas established rules that would govern their unique marriage arrangement, ensuring that love for one woman would strengthen rather than weaken their bonds as brothers. Part 7. Public Reception. When news of Draupadi's marriage to all 5 Pandava brothers spread throughout the kingdom, it caused great wonder and confusion among the people. Common citizens gathered in groups on street corners and in marketplaces, speaking in hushed voices about this strange event that had never been seen before. The older people shook their heads in disbelief. They said such a marriage went against all customs they had known since childhood. Wives of merchants whispered to each other that one woman could not possibly serve 5 husbands properly. They wondered how such an arrangement could bring happiness to anyone involved. The younger men in the kingdom felt mixed emotions. Some admired the Pandavas for their strength and skill in winning such a beautiful bride. Others felt jealous and angry, saying it was unfair for 5 brothers to claim what should belong to one man alone. Many who had hoped to win Draupadi's hand felt cheated by this outcome. Among the royal families, reactions varied greatly. Some kings saw this as a clever political move that would make the Pandavas very powerful. They worried about facing such united brothers in future conflicts. Other rulers declared the marriage improper and refused to acknowledge it as valid according to sacred law. The priests and learned men gathered to debate whether such a marriage was permitted by ancient scriptures. Some found old texts that mentioned similar arrangements in distant times. Others argued that customs from ages past should not guide present actions. The religious authorities remained divided in their opinions. Common women throughout the kingdom had different views. Some pitied Draupadi, thinking she would face loneliness and confusion with 5 husbands. Others envied her position, believing she would receive 5 times the protection and care. Many mothers worried about what example this would set for their own daughters. The warriors and soldiers generally supported the marriage. They respected the Pandavas' strength and believed such unity among brothers would make them nearly invincible in battle. They saw practical benefits in this arrangement for military purposes. In distant kingdoms, rulers watched these developments with great interest. Some saw opportunity to create alliances or enemies based on their response to this unusual marriage. Others decided to wait and observe before taking any position. Despite all the talk and debate, most people eventually accepted that the marriage had divine approval. The presence of great sages and the blessing of Vyasa convinced many that this arrangement served a higher purpose. The people learned to what they could not fully understand. Part 8. Setting the stage. The wedding ceremonies brought many changes to Hastinapura. King Dhritarashtra received news of the marriage with mixed feelings. He understood that the Pandavas had gained great strength through this alliance. The marriage connected them to powerful kingdoms and influential people. Duryodhana felt deep anger when he learned about the wedding. He saw how this marriage made his cousins stronger. The support from Drupada's kingdom worried him greatly. He knew that Draupadi's father commanded many soldiers and had wealth to help the Pandavas in any future conflict. Shakuni advised Duryodhana to watch carefully and plan for the future. He suggested that they should not act quickly, but wait for the right moment. The marriage had made the Pandavas popular among many people. Any direct attack would make Duryodhana look like the villain. Meanwhile, the Pandavas settled into their new life with great care. They followed the rules that Narada had given them about sharing Draupadi as their wife. Each brother spent 1 year with her as husband, while the others treated her as sister. This arrangement prevented jealousy and maintained peace among the brothers. Yudhishthira took charge of managing their household and kingdom affairs. He showed wisdom in handling the delicate situation created by their unusual marriage. Bhima focused on protecting the family and maintaining their strength. Arjuna continued practicing his archery skills and stayed ready for any challenges. The twin brothers, Nakula and Sahadeva, supported their elder brothers in all matters. They helped manage the horses and cattle, and Sahadeva used his knowledge of the stars to guide important decisions. Draupadi proved to be an ideal wife to all 5 brothers. She treated each one with equal love and respect. She managed the household with great skill and wisdom. Her presence brought harmony to their family life. King Drupada felt proud of his daughter's marriage. He knew that his kingdom now had the strongest possible protection through this alliance. He began preparing his armies and resources to support the Pandavas when needed. The marriage also affected other kingdoms. Some rulers sought friendship with the Pandavas, hoping to gain their support. Others began to fear their growing power and started making plans to oppose them. As months passed, Tension grew in Hastinapura between the two groups of cousins. The successful marriage of the Pandavas made their position stronger, while Duryodhana's jealousy increased day by day. Both sides began preparing for conflicts that everyone could sense were coming. End of section marker. Chapter 12. Viduragamana Parva, Vidura's Return and Diplomacy. Part 1. Vidura's Return. When Vidura completed his journey to the Pandavas and returned to Hastinapura, the entire city watched his arrival with great interest. The wise minister had been away on a mission of great importance, carrying messages between the warring cousins. His return meant news that could change the fate of kingdoms. Vidura entered the royal palace with a heavy heart. As he walked through the familiar halls, he could sense the thick tension that had settled over the court like a dark cloud. The atmosphere had grown more poisonous since his departure. Whispers filled every corner. Servants moved with nervous steps. Even the guards seemed more alert than usual. The palace that had once been filled with joy and celebration now felt like a place where danger hid behind every pillar. Vidura noticed how the courtiers formed small groups, speaking in low voices. When they saw him approaching, they would stop talking and bow respectfully. But their eyes held questions they dared not ask aloud. King Dhritarashtra sat on his throne, but his posture showed the weight of worry pressing down on his shoulders. His blind eyes could not see, but his other senses told him of the growing unrest around him. The king had aged visibly in the short time Vidura had been away. Lines of stress marked his face more deeply than before. Duryodhana and his brothers gathered near the throne with their supporters. Their faces showed pride mixed with anxiety. They spoke boldly of their strength and their right to rule, but Vidura could see the fear hiding beneath their confident words. They knew that war was coming closer each day. The wise minister observed how the court had split into different groups. Some favored peace and wanted to find a fair solution that would satisfy both sides. Others pushed for war, believing that only victory in battle could settle the dispute. The divide had grown wider and deeper since the failed peace talks. Vidura saw old friendships breaking apart as people chose sides. Ministers who had worked together for years now viewed each other with suspicion. The unity that had once made the kingdom strong was crumbling like a building with a weak foundation. Even the common people in the city had heard the rumors. They went about their daily work, but their conversations centered on one question: would there be war? Merchants worried about trade routes. Farmers feared for their crops. Mothers held their sons closer, knowing that young men would be called to fight if battles began. The political atmosphere had become like a dry forest, waiting for a single spark to set it ablaze. Part 2. Peace Efforts. Vidura knew the time had come for him to speak. He was the wise minister who had served the royal family faithfully for many years. His heart carried deep love for both the Pandavas and the Kauravas, for they were all his family. He could not bear to watch them destroy each other. First, Vidura went to his blind brother Dhritarashtra. The king sat in his chamber, worry lines deep on his face. "My brother," Vidura said softly, "I must speak to you about your sons and your nephews. This hatred between them will bring ruin to our entire family." Dhritarashtra listened as Vidura continued. "The Pandavas are righteous. They have done no wrong. Your son Duryodhana burns with jealousy, but jealousy is like poison. It destroys the person who drinks it first." The king shifted uncomfortably. "What would you have me do, Vidura? Duryodhana is my eldest son. Call the Pandavas back," Vidura urged. "Give them their rightful share of the kingdom. Let there be peace between the cousins. A kingdom divided against itself cannot stand strong." But Dhritarashtra's love for his own son made him blind to justice. He made excuses and spoke of complications. Vidura saw that his brother's heart was closed to reason. Next, Vidura sought out Duryodhana. The prince sat with his friends, planning and plotting. When Vidura entered, Duryodhana's face hardened. "Uncle, if you have come to speak of my cousins, save your breath," Duryodhana said coldly. But Vidura persisted. "My child, The Pandavas are your brothers. You grew up together. You played together as children. Why do you hate them so?" "They think they're better than us," Duryodhana replied. "The people love them more. They call Yudhishthira righteous and Arjuna the greatest archer. What about me? Am I not the rightful heir?" Vidura's voice remained gentle but firm. Being righteous is not about birth order. It is about actions. The people respect those who follow Dharma. You too can earn their love through good deeds. Duryodhana laughed bitterly. "You want me to bow down to them? Never. This kingdom is mine by right." Vidura tried a different approach. "Think of your subjects, my child. If there is war, thousands will die. Mothers will lose their sons. Wives will become widows. Children will become orphans. Is your pride worth all this suffering?" But Duryodhana's heart had grown hard like stone. No words could soften it. He dismissed Vidura with angry gestures. Vidura then went to the other elders of the court. He spoke to Bhishma, the grand old warrior who had vowed to serve the throne. He pleaded with Drona, the teacher who had trained both sets of cousins in warfare. "We must find a way to make peace," Vidura told them. "Our duty is to protect this family, not to let it tear itself apart." Part 3. Speeches and Advice. Vidura saw that the hearts of the court elders were troubled, but they would not act against the king's wishes. He knew he must speak directly to Dhritarashtra. The old king must understand what terrible things would come from this war. Vidura went to the king's chambers when the sun had set. Dhritarashtra sat alone in the darkness, his blind eyes seeing nothing but his mind filled with worry. "My lord," Vidura said softly, "I must speak truths that will hurt your heart, but you must hear them." The king nodded and gestured for Vidura to sit beside him. "Tell me what you see coming, wise brother," Dhritarashtra said. "This war will destroy everything we have built," Vidura began. "Think of the warriors who will die. Bhishma, who raised us from children, will fall on the battlefield. Drona, who taught your sons to fight, will meet his death there too. Your own sons, all 100 of them, will perish." Dhritarashtra's hands trembled as he gripped his seat. "But surely some will survive," he whispered. "None," Vidura replied firmly. "I have studied the stars and the signs. I have watched how anger grows in men's hearts like poison in a wound. This war will consume all who enter it. Your sons believe they are strong, but they will face warriors blessed by gods themselves." Vidura's voice grew heavy with sorrow. "The great weapons will be used. The earth will drink rivers of blood. Mothers will soach among piles of dead bodies for their sons. The royal families of many kingdoms will end forever. Cities will burn. The age of Dharma will fade." The king wept silently. "What should I do?" he asked. "Give the Pandavas their rightful share," Vidura said. "Let them rule half the kingdom in peace. Your sons can keep the other half. Both families will grow strong and happy. The people will prosper under just rule." But Dhritarashtra shook his head. "Duryodhana will never accept this. His pride runs too deep." "Then you must force him to accept it," Vidura insisted. "You are the king. Your word is law. If you command peace, there will be peace. If you allow war, you will watch your family die." Vidura stood and placed his hand on the king's shoulder. "I beg you, my brother, choose wisdom over pride. Choose life over death. Choose peace over war." Part 4. Vidura's rigorous logic. Dhritarashtra listened, but his heart remained unmoved. Vidura saw this and spoke with greater force. "Brother, listen to the voice of Dharma. What is right stands before you like the sun at noon. You cannot close your eyes and claim darkness. A king who allows injustice in his kingdom destroys himself," Vidura continued. "The throne you sit on belongs to righteousness. When you favor the wrong, you make that throne weak. When you support those who steal and cheat, you become like them." Vidura walked around the king's chair. "Tell me, what law says the eldest son should take everything? What scripture teaches that brothers should hate each other? What wise man ever said that greed brings happiness? The Pandavas ask only for what belongs to them. They do not beg for charity. They demand justice. If you give a man his rightful share, how is this giving? If you keep what belongs to another, how is this keeping? The blind king shifted in his seat. But Duryodhana is my son. How can I go against him? And are the Pandavas not your sons too? Vidura replied sharply. Does a father love only one child? Does a king protect only some of his people? Your duty is to all, not to one. Vidura's voice grew stern. A tree that favors only one branch will fall. A body that feeds only one limb will die. A kingdom that serves only one family will burn. Look at what your son has done. He tried to poison Bhima. He built a house of wax to burn the Pandavas alive. He refused to return their kingdom after the exile ended. Which of these acts follows Dharma? Now you have the power to make things right. Give them their kingdom. Stop this madness before it destroys everything. Or watch your sons die in a war that Dharma itself will fight against them. Dhritarashtra remained silent. Vidura continued his argument. When the strong steal from the weak, the gods themselves take notice. When kings forget justice, their kingdoms fall. This is not Vidura speaking. This is the eternal law. Choose now, my king. Stand with truth or fall with lies. There is no middle path in matters of right and wrong. Part 5. Karna and Drona's opinions. When Vidura finished speaking, the court fell quiet. Then Karna stepped forward, his face showing anger. Uncle Vidura speaks of Dharma, Karna said with a harsh voice. But where was this Dharma when the Pandavas gambled away their kingdom? They lost everything in a fair game. Now they want it back through war threats. Karna looked at Dhritarashtra with fierce eyes. Great king, your sons won their kingdom through the dice game. The Pandavas agreed to the rules. They lost and went to the forest as promised. Why should we give back what we won fairly? The Pandavas are warriors, Karna continued. If they want their kingdom, let them fight for it. This is the way of warriors. We do not beg for what belongs to others. We do not give away what is ours through fear. Drona, the great teacher, spoke next. His voice was calm but serious. My king, I have taught both your sons and the Pandavas. They are all like my own children. This pains my heart deeply. Drona paused and looked around the court. War between these cousins will bring terrible destruction. I have seen their strength in battle. Both sides have great warriors. Many good men will die. But, Drona said slowly, if war must come, Dharma demands that we think carefully. The Pandavas have suffered greatly. They kept their word and stayed in exile. They completed their 13 years as agreed. Karna speaks of winning through dice, Drona continued, but that game had trickery in it. Shakuni's dice were not honest. Victory through cheating brings no honor. Karna's anger grew. Teacher, you favor the Pandavas. You always have. But they are not perfect. Yudhishthira gambled away his brothers and wife. What dharma is this? The kingdom belongs to Duryodhana now, Karna declared. He is the rightful king. We will not give even a needle's point of land to the Pandavas without war. Drona shook his head sadly. Karna, your loyalty to Duryodhana blinds you. Think of the consequences. This war will destroy our entire race. Better to die with honor than live in shame, Karna replied firmly. If the Pandavas want war, we will give them war. Our army is strong, our cause is just. The court remained divided. Some nodded at Karna's words of strength. Others feared Drona's warnings of destruction. Dhritarashtra listened to both men. His heart was torn between his love for his sons and his fear of the coming war. Part 6. Construction of Indraprastha. After the heated discussions in Dhritarashtra's court, word reached the Pandavas about the growing tensions. Krishna advised them to prepare for the worst while hoping for the best. Brothers, Yudhishthira said to his family, we must show our strength not through war, but through building our kingdom. Let us construct our city of Indraprastha. The Pandavas had received a portion of the Kuru kingdom that was mostly wasteland and forest. Many thought this barren land was useless. But Yudhishthira saw it differently. "This land may seem empty now, but we will make it great," he declared. They began the great work of building Indraprastha. Thousands of workers came to help. Skilled craftsmen arrived from distant lands. Maya, the demon architect whom Arjuna had saved, offered to build them a magnificent assembly hall. The city rose from the earth like a jewel. Wide roads were laid with smooth stones. Beautiful houses were built for the citizens. Gardens bloomed with flowers and fruit trees. Lakes were dug and filled with clear water. Markets were established where merchants from all lands could trade. The great assembly hall that Maya built was a wonder to see. Its walls shone like crystal. The floors were so smooth and clear, they looked like water. Many visitors would mistake the solid floor for a pool and lift their clothes. Others would try to walk on what looked like solid ground, but was actually water. The Pandavas' palace stood tall and proud in the center of the city. Its gates were made of gold and silver. Precious stones decorated the walls, but the true beauty was not in these riches. It was in the justice and peace that ruled there. Yudhishthira established courts where all people could seek justice. He appointed honest judges and fair ministers. The poor and rich were treated equally. No one went hungry in Indraprastha. The weak were protected from the strong. Soon, people from all corners of the earth came to see this magnificent city. Kings and princes visited and marveled at what the Pandavas had built. Traders brought wealth from distant lands. Scholars came to study in its libraries. The fame of Indraprastha spread far and wide. It became known as a city of justice, beauty, and prosperity. The Pandavas had transformed worthless land into a kingdom that rivaled the greatest cities of the world. But this success also brought new challenges. When Duryodhana heard about the glory of Indraprastha, his jealousy grew stronger. The magnificent city became a symbol of Pandava power, making the path to peace even more difficult. Part 7. Tensions increasing. As word reached Hastinapura about the wonders of Indraprastha, the royal court buzzed with whispered conversations. Duryodhana paced his chambers night after night, unable to sleep. The thought that his cousins now ruled a kingdom equal to his father's throne burned in his chest like fire. How did they build such a magnificent city from wasteland? Duryodhana asked his trusted friend Karna one evening. The gods themselves must have helped them. This cannot be mere human work. Karna's face hardened. Their success makes us look weak, my friend. Kings will start to think the Pandavas are more powerful than us. They will forget that you are the rightful heir to Hastinapura. Meanwhile, courtiers who had visited Indraprastha returned with glowing reports. They spoke of golden palaces, crystal pools, and streets paved with precious stones. They described Yudhishthira sitting on his throne, dispensing justice with wisdom that amazed even the oldest ministers. These stories reached Dhritarashtra's ears through many voices. Some courtiers praised the Pandavas' achievements, while others whispered warnings about growing Pandava influence. The blind king found himself torn between pride in his nephew's success and fear for his own son's future. "Your Majesty," one minister said during court, "merchants are choosing to trade with Indraprastha instead of coming here. They say the Pandavas offer better protection and fairer prices." Another added, "Kings who once sought alliance with Hastinapura now send ambassadors to Yudhishthira first." Duryodhana heard every word. His anger grew each day as more reports arrived about his cousin's prosperity. He began to see enemies everywhere. When nobles praised Indraprastha, he wondered if they were plotting against him. When ministers suggested peaceful relations with the Pandavas, he suspected treachery. "Uncle Shakuni," Duryodhana said one night, "the Pandavas grow stronger while we remain the same. Soon, they will have enough power to claim Hastinapura itself. What father gave them was meant to keep them away, but instead, it has made them dangerous rivals." Shakuni nodded slowly, his eyes gleaming with cunning thoughts. "You speak truth, my nephew. A small gift has become a great threat. Perhaps it is time to act before they grow too strong." Even those who wanted peace began to worry. The balance of power was shifting. Two great kingdoms now existed where there had been one. Both carried the same royal bloodline. Both had legitimate claims to greatness. The very success that should have brought happiness was sowing seeds of greater conflict. Vidura watched all this with growing concern. The peace he had worked so hard to create was becoming more fragile with each passing day. Part 8. Political Intrigue. Duryodhana could not sleep peacefully anymore. The news from Indraprastha came daily. The Pandavas were building a magnificent city. Traders brought stories of their growing wealth and power. Each report made his heart burn with jealousy. He called his closest advisors to a secret meeting. "My friends, we must be wise. The Pandavas grow stronger each day. Soon they may become too powerful to challenge." Shakuni, his maternal uncle, smiled with his crooked teeth. "My dear nephew, you worry too much. Let them build their city. Let them gather wealth. When the time comes, we will take it all from them with one clever move." "What do you mean, uncle?" "A game of dice, my boy. I have never lost at dice. We invite them here for a friendly game. Kings cannot refuse such invitations without losing honor. Once they sit at the gaming table, everything they own can become ours." Karna nodded in agreement. "This plan has merit. In battle, the outcome is uncertain. But in a rigged game, victory is assured." Dushasana added his voice. "Yes, brother. Why risk our lives in war when we can win everything through clever play?" But some wise counselors spoke against this plan. "My princes, this path leads to destruction. Cheating at dice will bring shame upon our house. The people will lose respect for us." Duryodhana dismissed their concerns. Respect means nothing if we have no power. The Pandavas must be stopped before they become unstoppable. Meanwhile, Vidura heard whispers of these secret meetings. He knew something dark was being planned. He tried to speak with Dhritarashtra about his growing fears. "My king, I sense danger in the palace. Your son is planning something that will bring ruin to our family." Dhritarashtra closed his blind eyes tighter. "Vidura, you always see problems where none exist. My sons are simply protecting their rightful inheritance. My lord, a kingdom divided against itself cannot stand. If we allow hatred to grow between cousins, both sides will be destroyed." But the king would not listen. His love for Duryodhana made him deaf to wisdom. In the shadows, Shakuni prepared his loaded dice. Each piece was crafted to fall exactly as he wished. He practiced his throws in secret, perfecting his cheating skills. The trap was being set. Soon an invitation would go to Indraprastha. The Pandavas would come as honored guests, not knowing they were walking into a web of deceit. The palace buzzed with hidden plots and whispered schemes. Everyone sensed that something momentous was about to happen. The fragile peace that had lasted for months was about to shatter completely. Chapter 13, Rajya-labha Parva, Acquiring Kingdom and Power. Part 1, Demonic Brothers Sunda and Upasunda. There once lived two demon brothers named Sunda and Upasunda. They were powerful demons who ruled over many lands and commanded great armies. These brothers loved each other deeply and were never seen apart. They shared everything equally and trusted each other completely. The two brothers wanted to become even more powerful than they already were. They decided to perform great penance to please the gods and gain divine powers. Together, they went to a lonely mountain and began their spiritual practices. They stood on one leg for thousands of years, eating nothing and drinking nothing. Their bodies became thin like dried sticks, but they did not give up. Their penance was so intense that smoke rose from their bodies. The earth shook and the heavens trembled. All the gods became worried about their severe practices. Finally, Lord Brahma appeared before them. He was pleased with their dedication and asked them what they wanted. The brothers asked for many boons. They wanted to be free from death by any creature except each other. They wanted strength that no enemy could match. They wanted weapons that never failed and the power to change their forms at will. They wanted to be rulers of the three worlds. Brahma granted all their wishes, but warned them about the condition of their death. With these new powers, the brothers became unstoppable. They conquered all the kingdoms on earth. They defeated the gods and drove them from heaven. They made the sages flee from their sacred places. The whole universe fell under their control. No one could stand against them. But the brothers were cruel rulers. They destroyed cities and killed innocent people. They stole the wealth of others and caused suffering everywhere. They showed no mercy to anyone who opposed them. The world became a place of fear and darkness under their rule. The gods went to Lord Vishnu for help. They told him about their suffering and begged him to save the world from these demon brothers. Vishnu knew that the brothers could only die by fighting each other. He decided to create a plan to make this happen. Vishnu used his divine power to create a beautiful woman. She was more lovely than any other woman in all the worlds. Her name was Tilottama. She had the power to attract anyone who looked at her. Vishnu sent her to where the brothers lived. When both brothers saw Tilottama, they immediately fell in love with her. For the first time in their lives, they wanted something they could not share. Each brother claimed that she should belong only to him. They began to argue and fight over her. Their love for each other turned into hatred and jealousy. The argument became a terrible battle. The brothers used all their divine weapons against each other. The earth cracked and mountains fell as they fought. In the end, both brothers killed each other, just as Brahma had warned. The curse of their own boon destroyed them. The world was finally free from their cruel rule, and peace returned to all the realms. Part 2. Narada's role. After the demon brothers destroyed each other, the great sage Narada appeared in the heavens. He had watched the entire story unfold from the beginning. Narada possessed knowledge of all three worlds and could see past, present, and future clearly. Narada spoke to the assembled gods who had witnessed the terrible battle. "This destruction was necessary," he said. "I guided events to their proper end." These demons had become too powerful and dangerous for all creation. The gods asked Narada how he had known what would happen. The sage explained his divine wisdom. "I understand the nature of all beings. Pride and greed destroy even the strongest. When brothers who loved each other could not share one woman, their doom was certain." Narada then shared his knowledge of cosmic law. Every action creates its result. Good actions bring good results. Evil actions bring suffering. The demon brothers earned great power through their devotion, but they used it for wrong purposes. Their power became the cause of their death. The sage continued his teaching. Desire is the root of all conflict. When two people want the same thing and cannot share it, they become enemies. Even blood relations mean nothing when desire takes control of the mind. Narada explained how he had influenced the creation of Tilottama. "I knew that beauty would be their weakness. I advised the gods to create someone so beautiful that the demons would fight over her. This was the only way to stop their evil rule." The gods praised Narada's wisdom and foresight. They asked him to continue watching over the world and guiding events when needed. Narada accepted this responsibility with humility. The sage then spoke about the future. Many more conflicts will come to this earth. Rulers will rise and fall. Kingdoms will change hands. But Dharma, the righteous way of life, must always be protected. When evil grows too strong, good people must act to stop it. Narada's words spread throughout all the worlds. Kings and sages learned from this story. They understood that power without righteousness leads to destruction. They saw how even the closest relationships can be broken by greed and jealousy. The sage reminded everyone of an important truth. Temporary pleasures cause permanent suffering. Wise people control their desires instead of being controlled by them. This is the path to lasting peace and happiness." With these words of wisdom, Narada disappeared from sight, continuing his eternal journey through the cosmos. Part 3. Granting of Kingdom. After Narada's teachings echoed through the realms, the affairs of mortal kings required divine attention. The great wheel of Dharma continued to turn, bringing both justice and consequence to those who had forgotten righteousness. In the kingdom of Hastinapura, King Dhritarashtra sat heavy with regret. The dice game had ended, and his sons, the Kauravas, had won everything from their cousins, the Pandavas. But victory gained through deceit brought no peace to his heart. The blind king knew that his 100 sons had used trickery and lies to defeat Yudhishthira and his 4 brothers. The sage Vyasa appeared before Dhritarashtra in his palace. "O king," the great sage said, "what your sons have done will bring terrible consequences. The Pandavas are righteous men who deserve their father's kingdom. Send messengers to bring them back from exile." Dhritarashtra listened to these words with a troubled mind. He remembered how Draupadi, the wife of the Pandavas, had been dragged into the court and insulted. He remembered how his son Duryodhana had shown his thigh to her in shame. These actions burned in his heart like poison. "My lord Vyasa," the king replied, "I know my sons have done wrong, but they are my children. How can I take away what they believe they have won fairly?" The sage's eyes flashed with divine light. "A kingdom won through lies and gambling is not truly won. The Pandavas lost their wealth and freedom because Yudhishthira could not refuse the game. But Dharma demands that they receive what is rightfully theirs." Days passed in the palace. The Queen Gandhari, wife of Dhritarashtra, also spoke to her husband. "My lord, give back the kingdom to the Pandavas. Our sons use Shakuni's loaded dice to cheat. This is not victory, but theft." Finally, Dhritarashtra called his council. Before all the ministers and elders, he declared, "The Pandavas shall have their kingdom back. I hereby grant them the land of Indraprastha and all territories that belong to their father Pandu. Let them rule as kings in their own right." But Duryodhana and his brothers were filled with anger when they heard this decision. "Father," Duryodhana said with rage in his voice, "we won everything according to the rules of the game. Why do you give away our victory?" The king looked at his eldest son with sad eyes. "Some victories are defeats in disguise, my son. The Pandavas are our family. It is better to rule with honor than to hold power through shame." Thus the 5 Pandava brothers received their rightful inheritance once more. But the seeds of future conflict had already been planted in the hearts of the Kauravas, who would not easily accept this divine justice. Part 4. Kingdom Consolidation. The Pandava brothers knew that receiving their kingdom was only the beginning. To rule well, they needed to build their power with wisdom and strength. Yudhishthira, the eldest brother, called his brothers together. "We have been given this land by divine will," he said. "Now we must make it strong so our people can live in peace." The brothers agreed that each would take charge of different parts of their kingdom's needs. Bhima, with his great strength, would lead their armies and train warriors. His powerful voice could rally troops, and his mighty arms could defeat any enemy. "I will make our forces so strong that no one will dare attack our borders," Bhima declared. Arjuna, the skilled archer, would form friendships with other kings and kingdoms. His reputation as a great warrior opened many doors. "Kings respect strength," Arjuna said. "They will want us as allies when they see our power." Nakula took charge of the kingdom's wealth and trade. He was wise in matters of gold and goods. He made sure traders felt safe on their roads and that markets prospered. "A rich kingdom is a strong kingdom," he told his brothers. Sahadeva, the youngest, would gather knowledge from spies and messengers. He had the gift of seeing truth in men's words and actions. "We must know what happens in distant lands before it affects us," he explained. The brothers worked day and night. They built strong walls around their cities. They trained farmers to fight if enemies came. They stored grain for bad years and weapons for times of war. They sent gifts to powerful kings and invited them to great feasts. These kings saw the Pandavas' strength and wanted to be friends rather than enemies. Soon, many rulers pledged their support. The people loved their new kings. The Pandavas listened to complaints and solved problems fairly. They punished criminals but showed mercy to those who admitted their wrongs. Markets grew busy and fields gave good harvests. But in distant Hastinapur, the Kauravas watched with growing anger. Every report of Pandava's success made Duryodhana's heart burn with jealousy. "See how they grow strong," he told his brothers. "Soon they will be too powerful to defeat." The wise ministers warned both sides. "Peace between cousins brings blessing to all," they said. But neither the Pandavas nor Kauravas listened fully to this advice. Part 5. Division of Territories. The brothers called their wise men to discuss the division of their new lands. Yudhishthira spoke first to his council. "We must divide our kingdom so each part grows strong and peaceful, but we must stay united as one family." The eldest brother kept the central lands around the new capital. These fields were rich and the trade routes passed through them. From here, he could watch over the whole kingdom and make fair judgments for all people. Bhima received the western lands, where strong warriors lived. These people knew how to fight and protect borders. Bhima's great strength made him the right choice to lead these brave soldiers. Arjuna took charge of the northern territories near the mountains. Here lived skilled craftsmen who made the best weapons and tools. Arjuna understood weapons well and could guide these makers. The twins Nakula and Sahadeva were given the southern and eastern regions. These areas had many villages and farms. The twins were wise in managing people and lands. They knew how to help farmers grow good crops. Each brother appointed governors to help rule their parts. These men were chosen for their honesty and wisdom. "Choose only those who care more for the people than for gold," Yudhishthira told his brothers. They made new laws for trade between regions. Merchants could travel safely from one brother's land to another. No extra taxes were charged when goods moved within the kingdom. This helped all parts grow rich together. The brothers met once each month to discuss their lands. They shared news of harvests, problems, and victories. When one region faced trouble, the others sent help quickly. They built new roads connecting all territories. Messages could travel fast between the brothers. Soldiers could move quickly if enemies attacked any border. Each region kept its own customs and festivals. The brothers did not force people to change their old ways. "Let people worship as they wish and follow their traditions," Yudhishthira declared. But they made sure all regions followed the same basic laws about crime and punishment. Stealing, murder, and lying in court brought the same punishment everywhere in the kingdom. The division worked well. Trade grew between regions. People felt safe and happy. Each brother's skills matched what his territory needed most. Yet the Kauravas watched these wise arrangements with growing worry. "See how they organize everything," Duryodhana said to his counselors. "Their kingdom grows stronger each day, while we remain divided by jealousy and anger." Part 6. Political Alliances. Yudhishthira called his brothers together to plan their next steps. "We must build strong bonds with our neighbors," he said. "A kingdom standing alone is like a tree in a storm." Bhima spoke first. "Let me visit the mountain kings. My strength will impress them. They respect power above all else." "Good," Yudhishthira replied. "But remember, we seek friends, not subjects. Treat them as equals." Arjuna suggested visiting the western kingdoms. "Many rulers there know of my archery. They will welcome talks with us." Nakula and Sahadeva offered to go south and east. "We know horses and trade routes," they said. These kings value such knowledge. The brothers agreed on their approach. They would not demand submission or threaten war. Instead, they would offer mutual help and protection. When bandits attack your borders, we will send troops, Yudhishthira planned to tell each king. When drought strikes your lands, we will share our grain stores. In return, you do the same for us. They prepared gifts for each kingdom. For mountain rulers, they chose fine weapons and warm cloth. For coastal kings, they selected precious stones and horses. For forest chiefs, they picked tools for farming and building. Marriage bonds will strengthen these ties, advised their minister. Royal families connected by marriage rarely fight each other. Several neighboring princesses were of age to marry. The brothers considered these matches carefully. They would only propose where both sides truly wished the union. Yudhishthira wrote careful letters to each ruler. His words were humble but confident. "We offer our hand in friendship," the letter said. "Together, we can protect our people and help them prosper. Apart, we all remain weak against larger threats." The strategy worked slowly but surely. First came the mountain king, Subahu. He visited their court and liked what he saw. "Your brothers are strong but not cruel," he told Yudhishthira. "Your kingdom is wealthy but not greedy. I will stand with you." Soon, other rulers sent messengers. They proposed trade agreements and defense pacts. Some offered their daughters in marriage. Others invited the Pandavas to hunt or feast in their territories. Within 2 seasons, 12 kingdoms had formed strong bonds with the Pandavas. Their realm was no longer isolated. A network of friendly rulers surrounded them on all sides. But this success troubled Duryodhana greatly. "Look how they gather allies like bees to honey," he complained. "Soon they will be too strong to defeat." His uncle Shakuni nodded darkly. "We must act before their web of friendship grows too wide." Part 7. Role of Krishna. Now Krishna came to the Pandava court. His arrival brought great joy to the 5 brothers. They bowed before him with deep respect. Yudhishthira spoke first. "O Krishna, our kingdom grows strong, but we need your wisdom. How shall we build our power so it lasts?" Krishna smiled and sat among them. "Listen carefully, noble Yudhishthira. A kingdom is like a tree. Its roots must grow deep before the branches spread wide. You have made good alliances, but strength comes from many sources. First, know your people well. Visit every village in your lands. Speak with farmers, merchants, and craftsmen. When subjects trust their king, the kingdom becomes unshakable. A ruler who stays only in his palace rules over shadows." Bhima asked, "What of our enemies? Duryodhana grows jealous of our success." "Prepare for war, but do not seek it," Krishna replied. "Build your army slowly and carefully. Choose commanders who value honor over gold. Train your soldiers, not just in weapons, but in loyalty. A small army of devoted men defeats a large army of hired hands." Arjuna leaned forward. "Should we strike first against the Kauravas?" Krishna shook his head. "No, brave Arjuna. Let them make the first wrong move. When you act in defense, other kings will support you. When you attack without cause, you stand alone. Time favors the patient and righteous. But watch them closely." Krishna continued. "Send trusted spies to Hastinapura. Learn their plans before they form completely. Knowledge of enemy movements is worth 1,000 horses." Nakula asked about trade and wealth. Krishna nodded. "Build roads through your territory. Protect merchants who travel them. When trade flows freely, your treasury fills without taxing your people heavily. Rich kingdoms attract allies naturally. Remember this above all," Krishna said, standing. "Power built on truth endures. Power built on lies crumbles quickly. Your strength lies in following Dharma, even when it seems difficult. The gods favor those who walk the righteous path." Sahadeva spoke last. "Will you stay with us, Krishna?" "I will return when you need me most," Krishna promised. "For now, build wisely. The storm approaches, but the tree with deep roots survives while others fall. The Pandavas felt confidence fill their hearts. With Krishna's guidance, they would face whatever trials awaited them. Part 8. Foreshadowing conflict. As Krishna prepared to leave Indraprastha, he called Yudhishthira aside. Listen carefully to what I tell you now. Dark clouds gather on the horizon of your future. What do you see, Krishna? Yudhishthira asked, concern filling his voice. Your cousin Duryodhana burns with jealousy. He watches your growing prosperity with poison in his heart. Each day your kingdom grows stronger. His hatred grows deeper. This wealth you have built will become the seed of great trouble. Krishna walked to the palace window and gazed toward Hastinapura. Duryodhana believes this kingdom belongs to him. He thinks you have stolen what should be his inheritance. His mind feeds on this anger daily. But we have done nothing wrong, Arjuna protested. We built this kingdom with our own hands. Truth and justice do not always prevent war, Krishna replied sadly. Duryodhana has his uncle Shakuni whispering evil plans in his ear. That man's heart holds ancient grudges. He seeks revenge against your entire family. Bhima clenched his fists. Let them come. We are ready for any challenge. Strength alone will not be enough, Krishna warned. They will use tricks and deception. Shakuni knows the art of manipulation. He will not fight you directly, but will set traps that seem innocent. Krishna turned back to face all 5 brothers. Watch for invitations that seem too generous. Be careful of games and contests they propose. Trust in each other above all else. They will try to divide you first before they attack. Your prosperity threatens their pride. Your righteousness shows their corruption. Your unity exposes their weakness. These things make you dangerous enemies in their eyes. Yudhishthira felt a chill run through him. Is this war certain to come? Many paths still lie ahead, Krishna said gently. But prepare your hearts for difficult choices. The time may come when you must choose between peace and justice, between family harmony and dharma itself. Remember this prophecy I give you now. Your greatest trial will not come from external enemies, but from within your own family. The battle that awaits you will divide the very blood that flows in your veins. The brothers exchanged worried glances. The palace that had felt so secure suddenly seemed fragile. The kingdom they had worked so hard to build felt temporary. Krishna placed his hand on Yudhishthira's shoulder. Do not let fear rule your decisions. Stay true to dharma, regardless of consequences. The righteous path is often the hardest path, but it leads to ultimate victory. As Krishna departed, the Pandavas stood watching his chariot disappear. Each brother felt the weight of coming destiny. The golden age of their kingdom's peace was ending before it had truly begun. Chapter 14. Arjuna-Vanavasa Parva, Arjuna's Exile and Adventures. Part 1. Arjuna's Exile. After Arjuna looked at the faces of his brothers, Yudhishthira spoke. The eldest brother had agreed to the conditions when they entered the room of weapons. All 5 brothers knew the sacred rule they had made together. If any brother entered the private chamber where another brother sat with their shared wife Draupadi, that brother would go into exile for 12 years. This was their vow to keep peace between them and honor their unusual marriage. Yudhishthira had been discussing important matters with Draupadi when a crying man came to their palace. The man's cows had been stolen by thieves. He begged Arjuna to help him get his animals back. The man said only the great archer could save his livelihood. Arjuna faced a terrible choice. His weapons were kept in the room where Yudhishthira sat with Draupadi. To help the innocent man, Arjuna had to break their sacred vow. He could not let the poor man suffer while he had the power to help. With heavy steps, Arjuna entered the private chamber. He took his bow and arrows without looking at his brother or wife. Then he rode out and fought the thieves. He returned the stolen cows to the grateful man. When Arjuna came back to the palace, his brothers gathered around him. They praised his kind heart and his duty to protect innocent people. Yudhishthira said Arjuna had done the right thing by helping someone in need. But Arjuna shook his head. He reminded them all of their solemn promise. A vow made by princes must be kept, even when it brings pain. Even when the reason for breaking it was good, the vow itself remained sacred. Yudhishthira tried to convince his brother that no punishment was needed. The eldest Pandava said the rule did not apply when helping others. But Arjuna would not listen to these words of comfort. The great warrior said he would rather face exile than break his word. Truth was more important than comfort. Dharma demanded that he honor his promise, no matter how difficult it would be. With sadness filling their hearts, the Pandava brothers accepted Arjuna's decision. They could not change his mind when he spoke about duty and honor. Arjuna prepared to leave his home, his brothers, and his wife for 12 long years. Part 2. Training and Travels. When Arjuna began his exile, he did not simply wander without purpose. The great archer knew that these 12 years away from his family could serve a greater cause. He would use this time to grow stronger and gain wisdom from the greatest teachers in all the lands. First, Arjuna traveled to the holy places where sages lived in deep prayer and study. He sought out wise men who knew the secrets of warfare and the ways of Dharma. These loned ones welcomed the Pandava prince, for they knew his heart was pure and his purpose noble. In the mountains, Arjuna found masters who taught him new ways to use his bow. They showed him how to shoot arrows that could pierce through solid rock and how to aim without looking at his target. His skills, already great, became even sharper under their guidance. The young warrior also learned from priests who understood the sacred texts. They taught him the proper ways to worship the gods and how to perform rituals that would bring divine blessings. Arjuna listened carefully to every word, knowing that strength of arm meant nothing without strength of spirit. In the forests, he met hermits who had given up all worldly things. From them, he learned patience and how to control his mind even in the face of great challenges. They showed him how to remain calm when others would feel fear or anger. Arjuna traveled to the shores of sacred rivers where holy men gathered. There he learned ancient songs and prayers that could call upon the gods for help in times of need. He practiced these chants until he could recite them perfectly. The prince also sought out warriors from distant kingdoms. Some were his enemies, but they respected his skill and taught him their fighting methods. He learned new ways to hold his weapons and different strategies for battle. Each lesson made him more complete as a warrior. During his travels, Arjuna never forgot his duties. He helped those in trouble and protected the weak from harm. Wherever he went, people spoke of the noble Pandava, who used his great power to serve others rather than himself. The gods themselves took notice of Arjuna's dedication. They saw how he spent his exile, not in sorrow, but in learning and growing stronger. Divine beings began to appear to him, offering their own teachings and blessings. Through mountain paths and river valleys, across deserts and through dense forests, Arjuna continued his journey. Each place brought new knowledge. Each teacher added to his wisdom. The exile that had seemed like punishment was becoming the greatest education any warrior could hope to receive. Part 3. Marriage to Alupi. One day in his travels, Arjuna came to the sacred Ganga River. The mighty river flowed with great force, its waters pure and holy. Arjuna decided to bathe in the blessed waters and offer his prayers to the gods. As the sun began to set, he performed his evening rituals by the riverbank. When Arjuna entered the water to bathe, something wonderful happened. The river seemed to glow with a strange light. The water around him became calm and peaceful, even though the current was strong everywhere else. As he stood waist-deep in the holy Ganga, a beautiful maiden rose from the waters before him. This was no ordinary woman. Her skin had the shine of precious jewels. Her eyes sparkled like the depths of the ocean. She wore clothes that seemed to be made of water itself, flowing and changing like river waves. Beautiful flowers from the river decorated her long, dark hair. She was Ulupi, daughter of Karavya, king of the Nagas, who lived in the underwater realm. "Great Arjuna," she said in a voice as musical as flowing water, "I am Ulupi, princess of the Naga people. I have watched you from my father's kingdom beneath these waters. Your noble heart and righteous deeds have won my love. I cannot live without you." Arjuna was amazed to see this divine being. He had heard stories of the Nagas, the serpent people who lived in beautiful cities under rivers and lakes. They were powerful and wise, friends to those who were pure of heart. "Princess," Arjuna replied respectfully, "I am honored by your words, but I have taken a vow of celibacy during my exile. I cannot break this sacred promise." Ulupi smiled gently. "Noble prince, your vow is to stay away from Draupadi, your wife. It does not prevent you from accepting the love of others during your journey. The gods themselves have blessed such unions when they serve a greater purpose." She explained that their marriage would create a bond between the human world and the Naga realm. This bond would bring great benefits in times to come. The Nagas would be allies to the Pandavas when they needed help most. Arjuna saw the wisdom in her words. He understood that this was part of his destiny, guided by divine will. With proper ceremony, according to the customs of both their peoples, Arjuna married the Naga princess Ulupi. For 1 full year, Arjuna lived in the beautiful underwater kingdom of the Nagas. The city was made of crystal and pearls, more magnificent than any palace on earth. There he learned the secrets of water warfare and gained knowledge of herbs and medicines that grew only in the river depths. Ulupi gave birth to a son named Iravan, who would grow to be a great warrior. When the time came for Arjuna to continue his exile, Ulupi blessed him with a special gift. She granted him protection from all creatures that lived in water. No being of the rivers, lakes, or oceans could ever harm him. Part 4. Marriage to Chitrangada. After leaving the kingdom of the Nagas, Arjuna continued his journey through distant lands. His path led him to the eastern mountains, where the kingdom of Manipur lay hidden among green hills and flowing streams. This was a land of great beauty, where skilled warriors practiced their arts and wise kings ruled with justice. The king of Manipur was named Chitravahana. He was a just ruler who had heard tales of the great Pandava prince who wandered the earth. When Arjuna reached his kingdom, the king welcomed him with great honor, for he knew of Arjuna's fame as the greatest archer in all the world. In the royal palace, Arjuna met Princess Chitrangada, the king's daughter. She was known throughout the land for her beauty and grace. Her eyes were like lotus petals, and her voice was sweeter than the song of birds at dawn. She was also skilled in the arts of war, for her father had trained her in the ways of warriors, knowing she would one day rule the kingdom. When Chitrangada saw Arjuna, her heart was filled with love. She had never seen a man so noble and handsome. His strong arms bore the marks of his bowstring, and his eyes held the wisdom of one who had traveled far and learned much. Arjuna too was moved by her beauty and her noble spirit. King Chitravahana noticed the love that had grown between his daughter and the Pandava prince. He was pleased, for he knew that Arjuna was worthy of his daughter. But the king had one condition for their marriage. The king spoke to Arjuna saying, "O noble prince, I have only this one daughter. She is the light of my life and the future of my kingdom. If you wish to marry her, I ask that any son born to her shall stay here and rule this land after me. This is the way of our people, and this is what I require." Arjuna understood the king's request. In Manipur, the daughter's son would inherit the throne, as this was their custom. He agreed to the king's condition, for he saw the wisdom in it and respected their ways. The marriage was celebrated with great joy. The whole kingdom rejoiced as Arjuna wed Princess Chitrangada with proper ceremonies and sacred vows. For 3 years, Arjuna lived happily in Manipur with his wife. During this time, Chitrangada gave birth to a son. They named him Babruvahana. Arjuna taught his son the arts of war and shared with him the wisdom he had gained in his travels. The boy grew strong and brave, showing promise of becoming a great warrior and king. When the 3 years ended, Arjuna knew he must continue his exile, but he left knowing his son would grow to rule Manipur with honor and strength. Part 5. Meeting Krishna. When Arjuna left Manipur, he traveled toward the western lands. His heart felt heavy leaving his wife and son, but he knew his duty must be fulfilled. The remaining years of his exile stretched before him like an endless path. During his journey, Arjuna heard news that filled his heart with joy. His dear friend and cousin Krishna had established his kingdom in Dwaraka. Krishna, the beloved son of Vasudeva, had grown in power and wisdom. Stories of his great deeds reached Arjuna's ears in every town and village. Arjuna decided to visit Dwaraka to meet his childhood friend. When he arrived at the golden city by the sea, Krishna welcomed him with great love and warmth. The two friends had not seen each other for many years, yet their bond remained as strong as ever. Krishna looked at Arjuna and saw the changes that exile had brought. Arjuna had grown wiser and stronger through his travels and trials. His skills with the bow had become even more perfect, and his understanding of Dharma had deepened. The friends spent many days together, sharing stories of their adventures. Arjuna told Krishna about his marriages to Ulupi and Chitrangada, his training with divine teachers, and the knowledge he had gained. Krishna listened with interest and pride in his friend's growth. Krishna shared his own tales of establishing Dwaraka and protecting his people from various enemies. He spoke of his battles and the challenges he faced as a ruler. The two warriors found comfort in each other's company, understanding the burdens they both carried. During these peaceful days, their friendship grew even deeper. They practiced together, testing their skills in friendly combat. Krishna's wisdom complemented Arjuna's dedication, while Arjuna's pure heart matched Krishna's divine nature. Krishna could see into the future in ways that others could not. He knew that great battles lay ahead for both of them. He knew that Arjuna would need all his strength and skill for the trials that awaited the Pandava brothers. Though he did not speak of these dark times directly, Krishna began preparing his friend's mind and spirit. The two friends made sacred promises to each other. They vowed to stand together when the time of testing came. Krishna assured Arjuna that their bond would never break, no matter what challenges they might face. When the time came for Arjuna to continue his exile, Krishna blessed him and sent him on his way. Arjuna left Dwaraka with renewed strength and purpose. The love and support of Krishna filled his heart with peace. This meeting with Krishna became a source of great strength for Arjuna throughout the remaining years of his exile. He knew that when the time came to return to his brothers, he would not face the future alone. Part 6. Adventures and Heroics. During his travels, Arjuna encountered many dangers and proved his skill as a warrior. In the deep forests, fierce demons attacked him, but his arrows never missed their mark. Wild beasts fled from his presence, knowing they faced a great archer. One day, Arjuna came upon a village where bandits terrorized the people. The villagers begged for his help. Without hesitation, Arjuna took up his bow. The bandits laughed when they saw one man approaching them. Their laughter died when his arrows began to fly. In moments, the bandits lay defeated. The grateful villagers blessed Arjuna and offered him their best food and shelter. In another land, Arjuna met a sage who was troubled by evil spirits. These spirits destroyed the sage's sacrificial fires and disturbed his prayers. The sage asked Arjuna for protection. Arjuna stayed with the sage and guarded him during his rituals. When the spirits came, Arjuna's divine arrows drove them away. The sage completed his prayers in peace and blessed Arjuna with great knowledge. During his exile, Arjuna also helped kings who faced unjust wars. When righteous rulers called for his aid, he fought beside them. His skill with the bow brought victory to the good and defeat to the wicked. These kings offered him gold and jewels, but Arjuna took only what he needed for his journey. Once, Arjuna saved a group of traveling merchants from a terrible storm. Using his knowledge of divine weapons, he created a shelter of light that protected them from the rain and wind. The merchants were amazed by his power and spoke of his kindness throughout the land. In the mountains, Arjuna met hermits who had lost their way. He guided them safely to their destination and helped them carry their heavy loads. Though he was a prince and a great warrior, he served these holy men with humility and respect. Arjuna's reputation for helping others spread far and wide. People in distant lands heard stories of the noble prince who used his strength to protect the weak. Mothers told their children about the brave archer who never turned away from those in need. Through these many adventures, Arjuna's skills grew stronger. More importantly, his heart grew purer. He learned that true strength comes not from the power to destroy, but from the wisdom to know when to fight and when to show mercy. Each act of service made him more worthy of the great destiny that awaited him. Part 7. Rescue of Apsaras. During his travels, Arjuna came upon a sacred grove where he heard the cries of distressed voices. The sounds came from celestial beings who had fallen into great trouble. 5 Apsaras, the heavenly dancers who served in the court of Indra, had been cursed by a powerful sage. These beautiful celestial maidens had once laughed at the sage during his prayers. In his anger, the holy man had cursed them to become crocodiles in the earthly waters. They could only return to their divine forms if a noble warrior defeated them in battle with pure intent. When Arjuna reached the sacred pond, he saw 5 large crocodiles swimming in the clear water. As he approached, the creatures spoke to him in human voices, telling him their sad story. They begged the prince to help them break free from their cursed state. Arjuna felt great compassion for these suffering beings. He entered the water without fear, armed only with his determination to help. One by one, he grappled with each crocodile. His touch and his pure heart were enough to break the ancient curse. As soon as he touched each creature, it transformed back into its original beautiful form. The 5 Apsaras appeared before him in all their heavenly glory. Their eyes shone with tears of gratitude. They blessed Arjuna with divine protection and promised that the gods would always remember his kindness. Each Apsara granted him a special gift that would serve him well in future battles. Word of this noble deed reached the ears of many sages who lived in the forest. They came to see this prince who had shown such mercy to cursed beings. The holy men were impressed by Arjuna's pure heart and his willingness to help those in need, even when they appeared in frightening forms. An old sage approached Arjuna and said, "Young prince, you have shown the true nature of a hero. A warrior's greatest strength lies not in his weapons, but in his ability to see suffering and act with compassion. The gods smile upon those who use their power to free others from pain." Arjuna bowed before the sage and replied, "Holy One, I only did what felt right in my heart." These beings were tracked by their past mistakes, but everyone deserves a chance to be free from the consequences of their errors. The sage blessed him, saying that his compassionate nature would guide him through all the trials that lay ahead. This act of rescue showed that Arjuna had learned to use his strength not for personal glory, but for the welfare of all living beings. Part 8. Preparation for Future. During his 12 years away from his brothers, Arjuna gained much more than skill with weapons. Every trial he faced, every person he helped, and every lesson he learned made him stronger inside. The great warrior who would return was not just better with his bow, but wiser in his heart. His marriage to Ulupi taught him that love can come from unexpected places. The Naga princess showed him the underwater world and its mysteries. Through her, he learned that courage means accepting what is different and strange. This knowledge would help him later when he faced enemies unlike any he had known before. When he wed Chitrangada, he discovered the value of patience and waiting. The Princess of Manipur made him understand that some victories take time to achieve. He learned to think carefully before acting, a skill that would save many lives in the Great War to come. His friendship with Krishna grew deeper during these wandering years. Krishna taught him about duty and right action through their many conversations. These talks prepared Arjuna's mind for the difficult choices he would face on the battlefield. Krishna showed him how to see beyond immediate desires to understand what truly matters. The adventures where he helped sages and celestial beings built his character. Each time he chose to help others instead of seeking personal gain, he became more worthy of the divine weapons he carried. The gods watched his actions and found him deserving of their continued blessings. His training under different masters gave him skills no other warrior possessed. But more important than new techniques was the discipline he developed. He learned to control his anger, focus his mind, and act without fear or attachment to results. The compassion he showed to trapped beings and suffering creatures made his heart pure. This purity would be essential when he faced the moral challenges of fighting his own relatives and teachers in battle. His conscience became clear and strong during these years of service to others. When the time came to rejoin his brothers, Arjuna was no longer just a skilled archer. He had become a complete warrior, ready to face any enemy or difficulty. His exile had transformed him from a proud young prince into a mature hero worthy of leading his people through their greatest trial. The experiences of these 12 years would guide every arrow he shot and every decision he made in the terrible war that awaited. His preparation was complete. Chapter 15, Subhadra Harana Parva, Abduction of Subhadra, Part 1, Arjuna's Love for Subhadra. While staying in the beautiful kingdom of Dwaraka during his 12 years of exile, Arjuna's eyes fell upon Subhadra, the beloved sister of Krishna and Balarama. She was the jewel of the Vrishni clan, known throughout the land for her beauty, grace, and noble character. Subhadra moved through the palace halls like a gentle breeze, her dark hair flowing behind her and her eyes bright with wisdom. When Arjuna first saw her during a festival, his heart was filled with deep love. He watched her from a distance, admiring how she spoke kindly to everyone and how she served the elders with respect. Day after day, Arjuna found reasons to visit the places where Subhadra might appear. He would sit in the gardens where she walked with her friends, or stand near the temple where she prayed each morning. His love grew stronger with each passing day, though he kept his feelings hidden in his heart. Krishna, who knew all things, soon noticed how his friend Arjuna looked at his sister with loving eyes. He saw how Arjuna's face would brighten when Subhadra entered a room, and how his friend would become quiet and thoughtful whenever her name was spoken. Subhadra, too, began to notice the noble Pandava prince. She had heard tales of his great skills with the bow, his courage in battle, and his righteous nature. When their eyes would meet across a crowded hall, she would feel her heart beat faster and her cheeks grow warm. The festivals and celebrations in Dwaraka gave them chances to see each other more often. During the dance performances, Arjuna would watch Subhadra move gracefully to the music. During the prayers and ceremonies, she would glance at him as he stood tall and handsome among the other princes. Their love was pure and true, growing slowly like a flower that blooms in the right season. Neither spoke of their feelings openly, but both Krishna and Balarama could see what was happening between them. The other members of the royal family also began to notice how the young princess and the Pandava prince seemed drawn to each other. As the days passed, Arjuna knew that his time in Dwaraka would not last forever. His exile would end, and he would have to return to his brothers. The thought of leaving Subhadra behind filled his heart with sadness. He began to think of ways he might win her hand in marriage. knowing that such a union would join two great families in bonds of love and friendship. Part 2. Elopement Plan. Arjuna thought deeply about his situation. He loved Subhadra with all his heart, but he knew that asking for her hand in marriage through proper means might bring problems. Balarama, Krishna's older brother, had his own ideas about who should marry Subhadra. He favored Duryodhana, the eldest of the Kauravas, as a suitable husband for his sister. Krishna noticed his friend's troubled mind. One day, when they were alone, Krishna spoke to Arjuna about what he had observed. "My friend, I can see that your heart is heavy. You have found love here in Dvaraka, but you fear you cannot win it through normal ways." Arjuna nodded, grateful that Krishna understood his feelings so well. "Your brother Balarama wishes Subhadra to marry Duryodhana. How can I compete with such plans? Yet I cannot bear the thought of leaving her behind or seeing her wed to another." Krishna smiled knowingly. There is an ancient custom among the Kshatriyas called Rakshasa marriage. When a warrior takes a willing bride by force, it is considered honorable if both hearts are joined in love. Perhaps this path might serve your purpose. "But would Subhadra agree to such a plan?" Arjuna asked with concern. "Why not ask her yourself?" Krishna replied. "If her heart truly belongs to you, she will find courage to follow where love leads." That evening, Arjuna found an opportunity to speak with Subhadra in private. He told her of his deep love and his fear that they might be separated forever. He explained Krishna's suggestion about the ancient custom of taking a bride through apparent force, but only with her full consent and love. Subhadra's eyes filled with tears of joy. "My heart has belonged to you from the moment we first met. If this is the only way we can be together, then I will gladly follow you. But how shall we manage this deed without bringing great anger upon your head?" Krishna helped them plan every detail. He suggested that Arjuna should take Subhadra during a festival, when many people would be distracted by celebrations. They would make it appear as though Arjuna had taken her by force, but in truth, she would come willingly with him. The next day was a great festival in honor of the gods. The city would be filled with music, dancing, and celebration. Perfect conditions for their plan. Part 3. Tensions with Vrishni clan. When news of Subhadra's departure with Arjuna reached the Vrishni elders, great anger filled their hearts. They had not been told of this plan. To them, it appeared that their beloved princess had been stolen away by force during their sacred festival. The warriors of the Vrishni clan gathered in the great hall, their faces dark with rage. "This is an insult beyond measure," shouted Balarama, Krishna's elder brother. "Arjuna has dishonored our family and our clan. He came as our guest and has repaid our kindness by taking away our sister like a thief in the night." Many warriors reached for their weapons. "Let us pursue them immediately," they demanded. "We must bring back our Subhadra and punish this Pandava for his shameful deed. No man should be allowed to steal away a princess of our noble house." The older members of the clan spoke with heavy hearts. "What will other kingdoms think of us now? They will say the Vrishni clan cannot even protect their own women. Our honor lies in the dust." "Arjuna has broken the laws of proper conduct," said another elder. "A warrior should seek marriage through proper means, not through theft and deception. This act will bring war between our peoples." The younger warriors were ready to mount their horses and chase after the couple immediately. "Give us your permission, and we will bring them both back before sunset," they promised. "The Pandava will learn the price of insulting the Yadava clan." But some wise voices urged caution. Let us wait and hear what Krishna has to say about this matter. Perhaps there is more to this story than we understand. The tension in the hall grew thick as storm clouds. Some wanted immediate action. Others counseled patience. The honor of their ancient clan seemed at stake. Balarama's anger burned brightest of all. As the eldest brother and protector of family honor, he felt the insult most deeply. My own brother knew of this plan and said nothing to us. How can we trust anyone if even our own blood deceives us? The arguments continued late into the evening. The Vrishni clan had never faced such division among themselves. The very foundation of their unity trembled under the weight of wounded pride and righteous anger. Part 4. Krishna's Role. When morning came, Krishna stood before the assembled clan members. His presence brought calm to the troubled waters. The wise one spoke with gentle firmness to his kinsmen. My brothers and sisters of the Vrishni clan, hear my words with open hearts. What seems like betrayal was actually protection of our family honor. Arjuna did not steal our beloved Subhadra against her will. She chose him with full knowledge and consent. The clan members listened as Krishna continued. I knew of their love and blessed their union in my heart. Subhadra is happy with her choice. Should we not rejoice that she found a worthy husband among the greatest warriors of this age? Balarama's anger still burned hot. Brother, you kept this secret from us. How can we accept such deception, even from you? Krishna placed his hand on Balarama's shoulder. Elder brother, I acted to prevent greater conflict. If we had arranged this marriage through formal means, our enemies would have interfered. They would have poisoned the minds of other kings against this union. This way, the deed is done cleanly. He turned to address all present. Arjuna is no ordinary suitor. He is the son of Indra, blessed with divine weapons and unmatched skill. Our sister will be honored as his wife. The Pandavas are our natural allies in the great struggles ahead. The goddess Devaki, Krishna's mother, spoke wisdom to the gathering. My sons speak truth. This marriage will strengthen both families. Subhadra's happiness matters more than our wounded pride. Slowly, the anger in the hall began to cool. Krishna's words carried the weight of divine insight. The clan members saw the wisdom in accepting what had already come to pass. Let us send messengers to Arjuna, Krishna proposed. Let us welcome him as our brother and celebrate this union with proper ceremonies. Our sister deserves our blessings, not our anger. Balarama, though still troubled, nodded slowly. If this is truly Subhadra's wish, then we must honor it. But let there be proper rituals. Let the world know this was no mere abduction, but a marriage blessed by both families. Krishna smiled with relief. It shall be as you say, brother. We will arrange ceremonies worthy of our royal lineage. The marriage will be celebrated with all honor and tradition. The clan agreed to Krishna's mediation. Messengers were sent to bring the couple back for proper wedding rituals. The division in the Vrishni family began to heal through Krishna's patient wisdom and loving guidance. Part 5. Wedding Ceremonies. The wedding ceremonies began with great magnificence in Dvaraka. The palace halls were decorated with flowers and precious cloths. Golden lamps filled every corner with bright light. The air was sweet with incense and sandalwood. Subhadra was dressed in red silk robes with gold borders. Her hair was braided with jasmine flowers. She wore jewels that sparkled like stars. Arjuna appeared in royal garments of yellow silk. His crown shone with diamonds and rubies. The sacred fire was lit in the center of the wedding hall. Learned priests chanted holy verses from ancient texts. The sounds of conch shells and drums filled the air. All the noble families of the Vrishni clan gathered to witness the ceremony. Balabhadra himself performed the duties of Subhadra's elder brother. He placed her hand in Arjuna's hand while speaking the sacred words. I give my sister to you as your wife. Protect her always and treat her with love and respect. Arjuna accepted the responsibility with folded hands. I promise to care for Subhadra through all seasons of life. She will be honored in my home as my equal partner. The couple walked 7 times around the sacred fire. With each step, they made promises to each other. They promised to share joy and sorrow, to support each other in times of trouble, and to remain faithful always. Rice and flower petals were thrown over the couple by all the guests. The women sang traditional wedding songs while the men played musical instruments. Gifts of gold, silver, horses, and cattle were presented to the new couple. A great feast was prepared for all who attended. Tables were filled with rice, vegetables, sweets, and fruits. Everyone ate together in celebration. The festivities continued for 7 days and 7 nights. Krishna gave special blessings to his sister and friend. May your marriage bring happiness to both our families. May your children be strong and righteous like their parents. The wedding satisfied all customs and traditions. What began as a secret elopement was transformed into a proper royal marriage. The Vrishni clan's honor was restored through these grand ceremonies. When the rituals were complete, Arjuna and Subhadra received blessings from all the elders. They touched the feet of Vasudeva and Devaki, seeking their approval and guidance for their new life together. The marriage was now complete according to all religious laws and social customs. Both families celebrated the union that would bring forth a great warrior son. Part 6. Birth of Abhimanyu. After the marriage ceremonies were completed, Arjuna and Subhadra lived happily as husband and wife. Their love grew stronger with each passing day. The couple respected each other deeply and followed the path of righteousness together. In due time, Subhadra became pregnant. The news brought great joy to both the Pandava and Vrishni families. Krishna was especially pleased that his beloved sister would bear a child. The elders blessed Subhadra and prayed for the child's well-being. During her pregnancy, Subhadra took great care of herself. She ate pure food and followed all the proper customs for expecting mothers. Arjuna protected her lovingly and made sure she had everything she needed. The family prepared for the arrival of the new child with great excitement. When the time came, Subhadra gave birth to a son. The child was born healthy and strong. His beauty was extraordinary, and divine signs appeared at his birth. The baby had the radiance of the gods and showed marks of greatness even as an infant. The child was named Abhimanyu. He was blessed with intelligence and courage from birth. Krishna held his nephew in his arms and blessed him with long life and victory in battle. Vasudeva and other elders also gave their blessings to the newborn prince. Abhimanyu grew up learning the arts of war from his father Arjuna and his uncle Krishna. Even as a young boy, he showed remarkable skill with weapons. His understanding of battle formations was beyond his years. He could grasp complex military strategies that puzzled grown warriors. The boy inherited his father's archery skills and his mother's beauty. From Krishna, he gained wisdom and divine knowledge. The combination of these qualities made him exceptional among warriors. Everyone who saw him knew he was destined for greatness. Abhimanyu's birth strengthened the bond between the Pandavas and the Vrishni clan. The child represented the union of two great families. His presence brought happiness to both clans and promised future glory. As he grew older, Abhimanyu learned the secrets of warfare that few warriors knew. He mastered the use of divine weapons and understood the movements of celestial bodies in battle. His education included both martial arts and sacred knowledge. The young prince was devoted to truth and righteousness like his father. He respected his elders and showed compassion to those in need. His character combined the best qualities of both his parents' families. Krishna often told Abhimanyu stories of great battles and heroic deeds. The boy listened carefully and learned valuable lessons about duty and honor. These teachings would guide him throughout his life and prepare him for the great war that was to come. Part 7. Political implications. The marriage between Arjuna and Subhadra changed the balance of power among the kingdoms. This union created a strong bond between the Pandavas and the Yadava clan. The alliance meant that Krishna's mighty army and resources would support the Pandavas in future battles. The Kaurava princes became worried about this new partnership. They knew that the Yadavas were powerful warriors with great wealth and influence. Duryodhana and his brothers realized that their enemies had grown stronger. This marriage made their own position more difficult in the ongoing struggle for the throne of Hastinapura. Other kings and princes also took notice of this alliance. Some rulers who had been neutral now had to choose sides more carefully. The marriage showed that the Pandavas had divine support through Krishna. This made many kingdoms think twice before opposing them. The Vrishni elders, though initially angry, eventually saw the wisdom in this union. They understood that supporting the righteous Pandavas would bring honor to their clan. The marriage helped unite two powerful families who shared similar values of truth and justice. Balarama, Krishna's elder brother, had wanted Subhadra to marry Duryodhana instead. He believed this would have created peace between the feuding cousins. However, Krishna's support for Arjuna proved to be the right choice. The union strengthened the forces of righteousness against the growing darkness of the Kauravas. The birth of Abhimanyu added another layer to these political changes. The child represented the future of both bloodlines. His very existence reminded everyone that the Pandavas and Yadavas were now one family. This gave hope to those who supported justice and dharma. Enemy kingdoms began forming their own alliances to counter this new power. They gathered around Duryodhana, knowing that war was becoming inevitable. The marriage had drawn clear lines between the forces of good and evil. Trading relationships also shifted because of this union. Merchants and traders who dealt with the Yadavas now favored the Pandavas as well. This economic support would prove valuable in the years leading up to the Great War. The marriage ceremonies themselves had shown the strength of the alliance to all who attended. Kings and princes from many lands witnessed the unity between these two great families. Word of the celebration spread far and wide, letting everyone know about the new partnership. Military commanders on both sides began planning for the conflict they knew would come. The Pandavas could now count on Krishna's strategic wisdom and the Yadava army's strength. Their enemies had to find new ways to match this growing power. The political effects of Subhadra and Arjuna's marriage would continue to shape events throughout the Great War. This union had changed the fate of kingdoms and would influence the destiny of the entire world. Part 8. Relations strengthened. The marriage of Subhadra and Arjuna created bonds that went far beyond their personal love. The two great families, the Yadavas and the Pandavas, now stood together like branches of the same mighty tree. Krishna made sure that both families understood this was not just a wedding between two people, but a joining of their destinies. The Yadava elders, who had first been angry about the secret marriage, began to see the wisdom in this union. They watched how Arjuna treated Subhadra with respect and love. They saw how the Pandavas welcomed her as their own sister and daughter. Slowly, their hearts softened, and they accepted that this marriage was blessed by divine will. Kunti, mother of the Pandavas, took Subhadra into her heart like her own daughter. She taught her the ways of their family and blessed her union with Arjuna. The other Pandava brothers treated Subhadra with the same care they showed their other wives. Draupadi, who could have felt jealous, instead welcomed Subhadra and became her dear friend and sister. Krishna often visited his sister in her new home. During these visits, he spent long hours talking with Yudhishthira about dharma and righteousness. He shared his wisdom with Bhima about strength and courage. With Arjuna, he discussed the duties of a warrior. These conversations made their friendship deeper and stronger than ever before. The Yadava warriors began training alongside the Pandava army. They learned each other's fighting styles and strategies. When they practiced together, they fought like one great force instead of two separate armies. The commanders from both sides worked together, planning how they would face any enemy that threatened either family. When festivals came, both families celebrated together. The Yadavas would travel to visit the Pandavas, and the Pandavas would journey to Dwaraka. During these celebrations, they shared stories, songs, and traditions. The children from both families played together and learned about their shared heritage. Trade between the two kingdoms grew stronger too. The wealth of Dwaraka helped support the Pandavas during their difficult times. The Pandavas shared their knowledge of the land and its people with their Yadava relatives. This exchange made both families more prosperous and powerful. Most importantly, they shared their sacred knowledge with each other. The priests and wise men from both families met regularly to discuss the ancient texts and perform holy rituals together. They understood that their alliance was blessed by the gods themselves. This strong bond between the families became like a fortress that protected them both. Their enemies could no longer hope to defeat one family without facing the combined might of both. The marriage of Arjuna and Subhadra had created something much greater than love between two people. It had forged an alliance that would shape the future of the world and play a crucial role in the great war that was to come. Chapter 16. Harana Parva, Marriage of Arjuna and Birth of Abhimanyu. Part 1. Return from Exile HTML. When Arjuna decided to return to Hastinapura, he prepared for the long journey home. Subhadra stood beside him, ready to leave her childhood home in Dwaraka forever. Krishna blessed both of them and gave them many gifts for their new life together. The journey from Dwaraka to Hastinapura took many days. Arjuna drove the chariot carefully while Subhadra sat beside him. They traveled through forests and across rivers. Along the way, they stopped at holy places to pray and seek blessings from the gods. As they came closer to Hastinapura, Arjuna sent messengers ahead to tell his brothers about his return. The messengers ran fast to bring the good news to the palace. They told Yudhishthira that Arjuna was coming home with a new wife. When the people of Hastinapura heard this news, they became very happy. They had missed Arjuna during his long time away. They began to prepare for a grand welcome. The streets were cleaned and decorated with flowers and colored cloth. Yudhishthira was filled with joy when he heard about his brother's return. He called his other brothers, Bhima, Nakula, and Sahadeva. Together they planned how to welcome Arjuna and his new bride. They wanted to show proper respect to Krishna's sister. Draupadi also prepared to meet Subhadra. Though she felt some worry about sharing her husbands with another wife, she knew this was the way of royal families. She chose her finest clothes and jewelry to wear for the meeting. When Arjuna's chariot finally appeared at the gates of Hastinapura, crowds of people gathered to see him. They cheered and threw flowers as the chariot passed. Musicians played drums and horns to celebrate his homecoming. Subhadra looked at the great city with wonder. The palaces were bigger than anything she had seen in Dwaraka. The people seemed happy and peaceful. She felt both excited and nervous about meeting Arjuna's family. The chariot stopped at the main palace. Yudhishthira came forward with his arms open to greet his beloved brother. Behind him stood the other Pandava brothers, all smiling with joy. A long separation was finally over, and their family was together once again. Part 2. Formal Marriage. Yudhishthira welcomed Arjuna and Subhadra into the palace with great love. He blessed the couple and declared that their marriage must be celebrated properly before all the people. The royal priests were called to prepare for the sacred ceremonies. The marriage hall was decorated with flowers and silk cloth. Golden lamps were lit in every corner. Sweet incense filled the air. The best musicians in the kingdom came to play holy songs. Cooks prepared hundreds of dishes for the great feast that would follow. Krishna arrived from Dwaraka with many relatives and friends. He brought costly gifts of gold, jewels, and fine cloth. Balarama came too, though he had been angry about the way Arjuna took Subhadra away. But seeing their happiness, his anger melted like snow in the sun. The sacred fire was lit in the center of the hall. The priests chanted ancient words while Arjuna and Subhadra walked 7 times around the flames. With each step, they made promises to love and protect each other through all the years of their lives. Subhadra wore red silk robes covered with golden thread. Precious stones sparkled in her hair and around her neck. Arjuna was dressed in white silk with a golden crown on his head. They looked like gods come down to earth. The families of both bride and groom blessed the couple. Queen Kunti placed her hands on Subhadra's head and welcomed her as a daughter. She gave her jewelry that had belonged to the royal family for many generations. Draupadi came forward with a gentle smile. She took Subhadra's hands in hers and spoke kind words of welcome. Though some might have expected jealousy between the wives, there was only love and respect between these noble women. The ceremony continued for 3 days. Every ritual was performed exactly as the holy books commanded. Gifts were given to the poor and to the priests. Thousands of people came to receive food and blessings. When the ceremonies ended, the marriage was complete in the eyes of both gods and men. Arjuna and Subhadra were now truly husband and wife. Their union joined 2 great royal families and would bring forth a son who would become one of the greatest warriors the world had ever known. The celebration filled the hearts of all who witnessed it. Peace and joy ruled in Hastinapura during those blessed days. Part 3. Draupadi's Sons. After the blessed marriage of Arjuna and Subhadra was complete, time passed peacefully in the great kingdom. During these happy years, Draupadi bore 5 sons to the 5 Pandava brothers. Each son was born according to the divine order and brought great joy to the royal family. To Yudhishthira, the eldest and most righteous of the brothers, Draupadi gave birth to a son named Prativindya. This child was born with the noble qualities of his father. He was fair in judgment and spoke only the truth. From his earliest days, he showed signs of becoming a just ruler like Yudhishthira. Bhima, the strongest among the Pandavas, received a son called Sutasoma. This boy was born with great physical strength and a brave heart. He could lift heavy objects even as a small child. His appetite was as large as his father's, and his courage knew no bounds. To Arjuna, the greatest archer in the world, Draupadi bore a son named Shrutakarma. This child was blessed with quick hands and sharp eyes. He could aim perfectly at any target, just like his father. Teachers said they had never seen such natural skill with weapons in one so young. Nakula, who was known for his beauty and skill with horses, became father to a son called Shatanika. This boy was born with his father's good looks and way with animals. Horses would come to him willingly, and he understood their nature from birth. The youngest Pandava, Sahadeva, who was wise in all matters of time and seasons, had a son named Shrutasena. This child was born with deep knowledge and understanding. He could learn quickly and remember everything he was taught. Each of these 5 boys was precious to their mother Draupadi. She loved them all equally and raised them with great care. The sons grew up together in the palace, learning from their fathers and from the wisest teachers in the land. These 5 princes brought happiness to the entire kingdom. The people rejoiced to see that the Pandava line would continue through these worthy sons. Each boy carried the best qualities of his father while also sharing the wisdom and strength of their mother. The birth of these 5 sons marked a time of great blessing for the royal house. They would grow to become mighty warriors and noble princes, though their lives would be filled with both glory and sorrow in the years to come. Part 4. Abhimanyu's birth. After the birth of Draupadi's 5 sons, there came another blessed event in the palace of Hastinapura. Subhadra, the sister of Lord Krishna and beloved wife of Arjuna, carried within her womb a child of great destiny. The gods themselves watched over this pregnancy, for they knew this child would play a mighty role in the great war that was to come. When the time arrived for Subhadra to give birth, the palace filled with excitement and divine presence. The child born to her was a son of extraordinary beauty and strength. From the moment he entered this world, it was clear that he was no ordinary prince. His eyes shone with wisdom beyond his years, and his small hands seemed ready to hold weapons of war. This child was named Abhimanyu. He was born with the blessings of his uncle Krishna and carried the divine blood of the Yadava clan through his mother. From his father Arjuna, he inherited the skill of archery and the courage of the greatest warrior. The combination of these noble bloodlines made Abhimanyu special among all the young princes. Even as a baby in his mother's arms, Abhimanyu showed signs of his warrior nature. While still in the womb, he had learned the secrets of battle formation from his father. Arjuna would often speak to Subhadra about warfare and military tactics. The unborn child listened carefully to these lessons and absorbed this knowledge into his very being. The birth of Abhimanyu brought great joy to the Pandava brothers. They saw in this nephew a future protector of their family honor. Krishna himself blessed the child and declared that Abhimanyu would become one of the greatest warriors of his generation. The child would be brave like his father, wise like his uncle, and devoted like his mother. Subhadra raised her son with great care and love. She taught him the values of dharma and the importance of fighting for justice. Abhimanyu grew quickly, showing remarkable intelligence and physical strength from his earliest years. The palace teachers marveled at how fast he learned both scholarly subjects and martial arts. All who saw young Abhimanyu knew that destiny had marked him for greatness. Though his life would be short, his name would live forever in the stories of heroic deeds. He would prove that true warriors are born not just with strength in their arms, but with righteousness in their hearts and the will to sacrifice everything for what is right. Part 5. Training of Princes. The young princes of Hastinapura began their education under the guidance of learned teachers and skilled warriors. Yudhishthira, as the eldest, studied the duties of kings and the sacred laws that govern righteous rule. His teachers found him naturally drawn to justice and truth. He spent long hours learning about protecting subjects and making fair decisions. Bhima showed great interest in physical strength and combat. His massive frame required special training methods. The palace instructors taught him to control his enormous power and use it wisely. He learned to wield heavy weapons that other warriors could barely lift. His appetite for both food and battle grew with each passing day. Arjuna displayed exceptional skill with bow and arrow from his earliest lessons. His focus during practice amazed even experienced masters. He could hit targets that others could not even see clearly. The sound of his bowstring became familiar throughout the training grounds. Teachers said his dedication to archery surpassed that of any student they had known. Nakula and Sahadeva, the youngest brothers, learned together under careful guidance. Nakula showed natural ability with horses and became skilled in their care and training. His knowledge of these noble animals grew quickly. Sahadeva developed wisdom beyond his years and learned the movements of stars and planets. His understanding of time and seasons impressed the court scholars. Abhimanyu, though still very young, began receiving instruction alongside his uncles. His quick mind grasped lessons that challenged older students. Krishna personally supervised parts of his training, teaching him special techniques of warfare. The child showed particular talent for understanding battle formations and strategies. The Kaurava princes also received their education in the same palace halls. Duryodhana proved himself strong in combat, but often showed pride and anger during lessons. His younger brothers followed his example in most matters. The teachers noticed the growing differences between the two groups of cousins. Each prince learned to read and write, to perform religious ceremonies, and to understand the duties of their noble birth. They studied the ancient stories of their ancestors and the laws that guided good rulers. Music, poetry, and the arts also formed part of their daily learning. The weapons training grew more serious as the princes became older. They practiced with wooden swords before moving to real weapons. Each day brought new challenges and tests of their growing skills. The masters watched carefully to see which prince excelled in which type of combat. Regular competitions were held to measure their progress. These contests revealed the natural talents and preferences of each young warrior. The palace echoed with the sounds of practice and the cheers of those watching these future kings prepare for their destinies. Part 6. Courtly Events. The royal court of Hastinapura flourished with happiness and abundance. King Dhritarashtra held court each morning, surrounded by wise ministers and noble visitors from distant lands. The great hall rang with discussions of trade, justice, and the welfare of the people. Merchants brought news of prosperity from every corner of the kingdom. The Pandava brothers took active roles in court proceedings. Yudhishthira assisted in matters of justice and law, his wisdom earning respect from all who heard him speak. Bhima supervised the kingdom's defenses and army training. Arjuna managed diplomatic relations with neighboring rulers. Nakula oversaw the royal stables and horse breeding programs. Sahadeva studied the stars and advised on auspicious times for important decisions. Queen Draupadi held her own court for the women of the palace and visiting noble ladies. She listened to their concerns and helped resolve disputes with fairness and grace. The palace workshops buzzed with activity as skilled craftsmen created beautiful items for daily use and special occasions. Regular festivals brought joy to the court and common people alike. During these celebrations, the princes displayed their skills in archery, wrestling, and chariot racing. Musicians and dancers from across the land came to perform for the royal family. Poets recited verses praising the valor of the Kuru Dynasty and the wisdom of their rule. The royal treasury remained full as taxes flowed in from prosperous towns and villages. Trade routes remained safe and well-maintained. Farmers brought abundant harvests to market. The kingdom's reputation for justice attracted settlers from other lands seeking better lives. Palace gardens bloomed with flowers from every season. The royal kitchens prepared feasts that fed hundreds of guests daily. Sacred fires burned continuously in the palace temples, tended by learned priests who performed daily rituals for the welfare of the kingdom. Court scholars debated philosophy and religion, while scribes recorded important laws and decisions. The royal library grew with new manuscripts copied from ancient texts. Young nobles came to learn statecraft and proper conduct from the experienced ministers. Evening gatherings featured storytelling and music. The princes shared tales of their adventures and training. Elder courtiers recounted stories of past glorious battles and wise rulers. These peaceful times strengthened bonds between family members and prepared everyone for the responsibilities they would soon face. The sound of children's laughter echoed through palace corridors as the young princes played and learned together. This period of prosperity and harmony marked the height of the Kuru kingdom's golden age. Part 7. Preparation for Challenges. As the children grew older, wise men who could see future events began to speak in hushed voices about what lay ahead. The old sage Vyasa visited the palace often during these days. His eyes held deep knowledge of things yet to come. When he looked at the young princes playing in the courtyards, his face showed both joy and sorrow. Krishna, too, spoke privately with Yudhishthira about the nature of time and destiny. He explained that periods of peace always prepare people for greater trials. The happiness they enjoyed now would give them strength for difficult days ahead. Krishna's words carried weight because he understood the workings of divine will. Bhishma noticed signs in the stars and in the behavior of animals that suggested change was approaching. Birds flew in unusual patterns. The wind carried different sounds than before. Palace priests reported strange dreams and visions during their meditations. These omens indicated that the current age of peace would not last forever. The weapons kept in the royal armory began to shine with their own light during certain hours of the night. This phenomenon puzzled the guards, but wise men understood its meaning. The divine weapons sensed that they would soon be needed in great battles. Even the horses in the royal stables seemed more restless than usual. Young Abhimanyu showed remarkable skill with weapons despite his tender age. His abilities surpassed those of children much older than himself. This worried some elders because they recognized that such gifts often came to those destined for significant but dangerous purposes. The child's extraordinary talents hinted at the important role he would play in future events. Draupadi sometimes woke from dreams that left her troubled, though she rarely spoke of them. The other women in the palace also experienced unsettling visions. These dreams showed images of warfare and separation. The divine mothers who protected the family sent these warnings to prepare their hearts for what destiny held. Duryodhana and his brothers watched the Pandavas' happiness with growing resentment. Their jealousy increased each day as they saw how beloved the Pandavas had become among the people. This jealousy would soon drive them to actions that would shatter the peaceful times. The wise understood that all these signs pointed to one truth. The golden age of the Kuru Dynasty was reaching its end. Great trials awaited the royal family. The very prosperity and joy they now experienced would make the coming struggles more difficult to bear. Yet this period of happiness would also give them precious memories and strong bonds to sustain them through dark times ahead. Part 8. Family Relations. In these times of peace, the bonds between family members grew stronger. Kunti watched her 5 sons with great pride. She treated Subhadra like her own daughter and welcomed her into the family with open arms. Subhadra, gentle and wise beyond her years, respected all the elders and served them with devotion. Draupadi and Subhadra became close like sisters. Though both were married into the same family, they shared no jealousy between them. Draupadi guided Subhadra in the ways of the royal household. Subhadra looked up to Draupadi as an elder sister and sought her counsel in all matters. The 5 Pandava brothers remained united in their love for each other. Arjuna often spoke of his adventures and the wisdom he had gained during his exile. His brothers listened with interest and shared their own experiences. Bhima's strength, Arjuna's skill, Yudhishthira's wisdom, and the talents of the twins Nakula and Sahadeva all served to strengthen their bond. Young Abhimanyu brought joy to the entire family. His grandfather Yudhishthira blessed him daily. His uncles Bhima, Nakula, and Sahadeva played with him and began teaching him the ways of warriors. The child showed great promise and quick learning that amazed all who saw him. The sons of Draupadi also grew under the loving care of their mothers and the guidance of their fathers. Each boy showed traits of his father while also displaying his own unique gifts. They played together and learned together, creating strong bonds among themselves. Kunti often gathered all the children around her to tell them stories of their ancestors. She spoke of their grandfather Pandu and the great kings who came before them. These tales taught the young ones about duty, honor, and the responsibilities of royal blood. The household ran smoothly, with each person knowing their place and duties. Draupadi managed the daily affairs with skill and fairness. Subhadra helped her and learned the ways of ruling a household. The servants and attendants worked with dedication, knowing they served a righteous family. Even in peaceful times, the family prepared for whatever challenges might come. The brothers continued their practice of weapons and study of sacred texts. They taught their sons the same discipline and preparation. Love and duty guided all their actions as they built a foundation that would help them face any storm that might come to test their unity and strength. Chapter 17, Khandava Daha, Parva, Burning of the Khandava Forest. Part 1, Agni's Problem. The fire god Agni came before Arjuna and Krishna when they were resting by the river Yamuna. His body looked weak and pale. His flames were dim and his strength was gone. He could barely stand before the two great warriors. Agni spoke with a tired voice. "O mighty heroes, I am in great pain. For many years now, I have been sick and weak. My fire burns low and my power fades. I cannot eat properly, and this makes me suffer day and night." He continued to tell them his troubles. Long ago, King Svetaki performed a great sacrifice that lasted for 12 years. During this time, I had to consume huge amounts of ghee and offerings every single day. I ate so much that my digestive fire became disturbed. Now I cannot digest anything properly. The fire god's face showed his pain. I have tried many ways to cure myself, but nothing works. The medicine of the gods cannot help me. I have asked all the wise ones, but they cannot heal my sickness. Only one thing can make me well again. Agni looked at both heroes with hope in his eyes. I need to burn and consume a great forest. Only by eating the trees, plants, and all living things in a vast forest can my fire return to its full strength. But I cannot do this alone. He pointed toward the thick forest that stretched far beyond their sight. There lies the Pandava forest. It is vast and full of life. If I can burn this entire forest and consume everything in it, my health will return. My fire will burn bright again, and I will regain all my power. But Agni's voice became sad again. The problem is that Indra, the king of gods, protects this forest. His friend Takshaka, the serpent king, lives there with many other creatures. Whenever I try to burn the forest, Indra sends heavy rains to put out my flames. He will not let me consume what I need to get well. The fire god folded his hands and bowed before them. O great Arjuna, master of all weapons, and O Krishna, the divine one, I beg you to help me. You are the only one strong enough to fight against Indra and his forces. If you help me burn the Pandava forest, I will be forever grateful. Agni waited for their answer. His weak flames flickered as he hoped these two mighty heroes would agree to help him in his time of great need. Part 2. Khandava Forest. Arjuna and Krishna looked upon the vast Khandava forest that stretched before them like a green ocean. This ancient woodland was no ordinary place. It was home to countless creatures, both earthly and divine. The forest was thick with mighty trees whose branches touched the clouds. These trees had stood for thousands of years, their trunks so wide that 100 men holding hands could not circle them. Between the giant trees grew smaller ones, creating a maze of green paths and shadowy groves. In the deepest parts of this forest lived creatures of great power. Serpents moved through the undergrowth, their scales gleaming like jewels. Birds of every kind filled the air with their songs. Deer grazed in peaceful clearings, while tigers prowled through the dense brush. But the most powerful being in all of Khandava was Takshaka, the king of serpents. His home was a magnificent palace built deep within the forest's heart. This palace shone with gold and precious stones. Its walls were made of crystal that sparkled in the filtered sunlight. Takshaka was no ordinary snake. He was one of the great Naga kings, blessed with divine powers and wisdom. His body was enormous, thick as a tree trunk and longer than a river. When he moved, the very ground shook beneath him. His eyes burned like fire, and his breath was like poison that could kill with a single touch. The serpent king had many followers. Thousands of other snakes lived in his kingdom within the forest. Some were small and quick, darting between the leaves. Others were huge like their master, coiled around the ancient trees. All of them served Takshaka with complete loyalty. Many other magical beings made their homes in Khandava forest. Gandharvas sang beautiful songs that floated through the trees. Apsaras danced in hidden groves where flowers bloomed in endless spring. Rakshasas lurked in the darker corners, waiting to trick unwary travelers. The forest was also home to many holy hermits who had built small huts in quiet clearings. These wise men spent their days in prayer and meditation. They lived on fruits and roots, harming no living creature. Rivers flowed through the woodland, their waters cool and clear. Fish swam in these streams while water birds stood on the banks. Lotus flowers bloomed in the quiet pools, their petals white as snow. This was the great Pandava forest that Agni wished to consume. Every tree, every creature, every blade of grass would need to burn for the fire god to regain his strength. It was a vast task that would require all the power that Arjuna and Krishna possessed. Part 3. Agreement with Agni. The fire god Agni looked upon Arjuna and Krishna with eyes that blazed like burning coals. His form shimmered with heat and light, yet weakness showed in every movement. The god of fire spoke with a voice that crackled like flames consuming dry wood. Great warriors, I have suffered for too long. My power grows weak because I have not eaten properly. The kings of old used to feed me with grand sacrifices. They would offer ghee and grain to my flames, but those days are gone. Now I hunger for something greater. Agni's face grew bright with hope as he continued. The Pandava forest is rich and full. Its trees are tall and strong. Animals live there in great numbers. If I could eat this entire forest, my strength would return. But I cannot do this alone. Indra, the king of gods, protects this place. He sends rain whenever I try to burn it down. Krishna stepped forward and spoke with respect. Lord Agni, we understand your need. Tell us how we can help you. We are ready to serve. Arjuna nodded in agreement. Yes, fire god, we will do what we can to aid you in this task. Agni's eyes brightened with joy. You are both great heroes. Arjuna, your arrows can stop any rain that falls. Krishna, your power can protect us from all harm. If you help me, I will burn the entire forest. Nothing will escape my flames. A fire god raised his burning hands toward the sky. I make this promise to you both. When this task is done, I will give you gifts beyond measure. Divine weapons will be yours. Your names will live forever in the songs of men. Krishna looked at the suffering god with compassion. We accept your offer, Lord Agni, but you must know that many innocent creatures live in that forest. Sages pray there in peace. Animals raise their young beneath those trees. Agni's voice grew firm but not cruel. This is the way of the world, Krishna. Fire must burn, rain must fall, life must change. I will be swift. Those who can escape will find safety. Those who cannot serve a greater purpose. Arjuna touched his bow. When do we begin this work? Now, said Agni. The time is right. Indra sleeps in his palace above. We must act before he knows what we plan to do. The three stood together as the pact was made. Two heroes and one god, bound by purpose and promise. Part 4. Indra's opposition. The work began at once. Agni spread his flames through the ancient trees of Pandava. The fire moved like a living thing, hungry and bright. Animals ran in terror. Birds flew high above the smoke. The forest that had stood for countless years now burned. But the god Indra felt the heat in his heavenly palace. He looked down and saw the orange glow spreading through his friend Takshaka's home. The great serpent king lived deep in those woods with his family. Many creatures called Pandava their shelter. What is this? Indra roared. His voice shook the clouds above. Who dares burn the forest under my protection? He saw Agni dancing in the flames. He saw two warriors standing guard with weapons ready. One held a great bow. The other carried a spinning disc that blazed like the sun. These were no ordinary men. Agni, stop this at once, Indra commanded. But the fire god did not listen. He had made his promise to burn the forest clean. Indra's anger grew like storm winds. He gathered thick black clouds around himself. If fire burns below, then rain shall fall from above. The sky darkened as if night had come early. Thunder rolled across the heavens. The first drops fell heavy and cold. Then came sheets of rain, hard and fast. Steam rose where water met flame. The fire hissed and fought back. But Indra's rain was strong. "My lord Indra means to stop us," said Arjuna. Water ran down his face as he looked up at the storm. Krishna smiled, though rain soaked his clothes. "The king of gods protects his creatures. This is right and good. But we have given our word to Agni. We must keep our promise too." Agni's flames grew weak under the heavy rain. The god of fire looked tired and sad. "How can I burn when water falls like this? Indra's power is too great." "Do not lose hope," said Arjuna. He raised his bow toward the dark sky. "We will make a roof of arrows. No rain will reach your fire." Krishna lifted his bright disk. "And I will turn back the winds that bring the storm clouds." So began the great fight between heaven and earth. Indra sent more rain, but the two heroes worked as one. Arjuna shot arrows so fast they made a net above the forest. Each arrow found its place next to others, until no gap remained. The rain struck the arrow roof and ran away like water off stone. Part 5. Battle Preparations. The two friends stood ready for the great war that was about to come. Krishna looked at Arjuna with calm eyes. "My friend, we face the king of gods himself. Indra will send all his powers against us. Are you prepared?" Arjuna touched his bow with steady hands. "I am ready, Krishna. But we need better weapons for this fight. My arrows are good, but not enough to fight the Lord of Heaven." Krishna smiled. "The fire god will help us. Agni knows what we need." As he spoke, flames rose from the burning forest. From within the bright fire came a voice like thunder. "Take these gifts," said Agni. Red and gold light filled the air. "Arjuna, here is the bow called Gandiva. No weapon can match it. Its string will never break. Its arrows will always find their target." A great bow appeared in the flames. It was white like the moon and strong like a mountain. Arjuna reached out and took it. The moment he touched it, power flowed through his arms. The bow felt light as a feather, but held the strength to shake the earth. "And for you, Krishna," Agni continued, "take this disc of fire." A spinning wheel of light came from the flames. It was bright as the sun and sharp as death itself. "This is Sudarshana. It will cut through any armor. It will return to your hand when you call it." Krishna caught the disc. It stopped spinning and became still in his palm, but its edges still burned with holy fire. "Now I give you both endless arrows," said Agni. "They will never run out. Shoot as many as you wish. More will always come to your bow." Two containers appeared before them. They were filled with arrows that shone like stars. Each arrow was perfect and deadly. Arjuna put the containers on his back. He strung the great bow Gandiva. The sound it made was like thunder rolling across the sky. All the creatures in the forest heard it and trembled. Krishna held up his shining disc. Light came from it in all directions. The darkness of the storm clouds fled away. "Now we are ready," said Arjuna. "Let Indra bring his armies. Let him send rain and wind and lightning. We will stand firm." Krishna nodded. "The battle begins now. Stay close to me, my friend. Together, we will help Agni finish his great hunger." Above them, Indra saw the two heroes with their new weapons. His face grew dark with anger. The real fight was about to start. Part 6. Climactic Battle. The storm clouds gathered above the Pandava forest like a great army. Thunder crashed through the sky. Lightning split the darkness. Rain poured down in heavy drops. Indra stood among the clouds with his mighty army. Gods and spirits filled the air around him. They held bright weapons and wore golden armor. Their eyes burned with anger. "Stop this burning," Indra called down to Krishna and Arjuna. "This forest is under my protection. You have no right to destroy it." Krishna raised his shining disc high above his head. "We have made a promise to Agni," he called back. "We will keep our word." Arjuna drew his bow and fitted an arrow to the string. The arrow glowed with divine light. "Come then, Lord of the gods," he said. "Let us see who is stronger." The battle began with a great roar. Indra threw his thunderbolt down from the sky. It blazed like the sun as it fell. Krishna spun his disc and struck the thunderbolt away. It crashed into the ground far from the forest. The gods came down like falling stars. They shot arrows of light and wind. They hurled spears that whistled through the air. Arjuna moved like lightning himself. His bow sang as he shot arrow after arrow. Each one found its mark. The forest creatures joined the fight. Great serpents rose from their holes in the earth. Their eyes were red like fire. Their fangs dripped with poison. Birds with wings like storm clouds flew at the two heroes. Krishna fought with his bare hands and his spinning disc. He caught the serpents and threw them far away. He struck down the giant birds with his fists. Nothing could touch him. Arjuna's arrows never missed. When 10 enemies came at him, he shot 10 arrows at once. When 100 came, he shot 100. His quiver never emptied. The rain fell harder. Indra called up great winds. They howled and screamed around the forest. But Agni's flames grew stronger. The fire god was hungry. He wanted to eat the whole forest. Lightning struck the ground again and again. Each bolt was bright enough to blind a man. But Krishna and Arjuna stood firm. Their feet did not move. Their hands did not shake. The battle raged for hours. Gods fell from the sky. Forest creatures ran in fear. But still the two heroes fought on. They would not break their promise to Agni. Part 7. Burning of Forest. The flames grew tall as mountains. They reached up to touch the clouds. Agni's fire spread through every tree and bush. The forest burned bright as 1,000 suns. No rain could stop it now. No wind could blow it out. The fire ate everything in its path. Ancient trees that had stood for hundreds of years turned to ash in moments. The flames moved like hungry beasts. They swallowed leaves and branches. They consumed roots deep in the earth. Nothing could escape their touch. Birds flew high into the sky, crying out in fear. Animals ran to the edges of the forest. Some made it to safety. Others were caught by the fast-moving flames. The fire did not choose what it burned. It took everything equally. Indra sent his strongest rains down from heaven. Great drops of water fell like stones, but each drop turned to steam before it hit the ground. The fire was too hot, the flames too strong. Agni had grown beyond all power to stop him. The wind gods blew with all their might. They tried to push the fire back on itself, but the flames just danced and grew taller. They spread wider instead of dying down. The forest cracked and groaned under the heat. Krishna watched from his place near the trees. His eyes were calm. He had promised to help Agni. He would keep his word. Arjuna stood beside him. His bow was ready. His arrows waited in their quiver. Both heroes knew their duty. The fire burned for 7 days and 7 nights. It never stopped. It never rested. The flames ate tree after tree. They consumed vine after vine. The forest became a sea of fire. The sky above turned red and orange. Smoke rose up like great black mountains. It blocked out the sun during the day. At night, the fire gave its own light. Animals for miles around could see the glow. They knew something terrible and wonderful was happening. On the 7th day, the last tree fell. The last bush turned to ash. The great Pandava forest was no more. Only burning ground remained. The fire had eaten everything it wanted. Agni was satisfied at last. The flames began to die down. The smoke cleared slowly. Where the mighty forest had stood, only black earth remained. The fire god had won his battle. His hunger was ended. The ancient forest was gone forever. Part 8. Aftermath and Gifts. When the fire died down and the forest was gone, Agni, the fire god, felt great joy. His hunger was satisfied. His sickness was cured. The burning had made him strong again. Now he wanted to thank Arjuna and Krishna for their help. Agni spoke to the two heroes. "You have done what no others could do. You helped me when I was weak and sick. You fought against mighty Indra himself. You protected me from the rain and thunder. Because of your brave hearts, I am well again." The fire god continued, "I cannot let such friendship go without reward. You must receive gifts worthy of your courage. These are not ordinary gifts. They are divine weapons that will serve you in battles to come." Agni turned first to Arjuna. "Great archer, you need a bow that matches your skill. No earthly bow can hold the power of your arrows. I give you Gandiva, the bow of the gods. This bow was made by Brahma himself. It has no equal in all the worlds. When you draw its string, enemies will tremble. Your arrows will never miss their mark. The bow will never break or fail you. It will make you the greatest archer who ever lived." Arjuna took the divine bow in his hands. It felt light as a feather, yet he could sense its great power. The bow gleamed like fire and gold. When he touched the string, it sang with a sound like thunder. He knew this weapon would change his destiny. Then Agni turned to Krishna. "Lord Krishna, you too must have a weapon fit for your divine nature. I give you the Sudarshana Chakra, the wheel of justice. This discus has 1,000 spokes, each sharp as lightning. It will return to your hand after destroying your enemies. No armor can stop it. No magic can turn it aside. It will serve only you, for you are righteousness itself." Krishna received the spinning wheel. It blazed with light brighter than 100 suns. The chakra danced around his finger, eager to serve its new master. All who saw it knew they looked upon a weapon of the gods. Agni also gave them a divine chariot, drawn by horses swift as wind. He blessed them with long life and victory in all their battles. The fire god's gratitude was complete. The two heroes thanked Agni and prepared to leave the burned forest. They had gained more than divine weapons. They had proven their friendship would last through any trial. The world would remember this day when gods and heroes worked as one. Chapter 18. Maya Darshana Parva, Meeting with Maya the Architect. Part 1. Meeting Maya Danava. After the great battle at Khandava forest ended, the Pandavas found themselves face to face with a being of extraordinary power. This was Maya Danava, the master architect of the demon world, who had been saved from the flames by Arjuna's mercy. Maya stood before them with folded hands, his eyes filled with gratitude. He was tall and magnificent, his body glowing with divine light. His knowledge of construction and architecture was beyond compare in all the three worlds. "O noble Arjuna," Maya spoke in a voice deep as thunder, "you have saved my life when death surrounded me. The debt I owe you cannot be measured. Tell me how I may serve you and your brothers. Whatever you desire, I shall fulfill." Arjuna looked at his brothers, then back at Maya. "O great architect, we need nothing for ourselves. If you truly wish to repay this debt, serve my eldest brother Yudhishthira in whatever way pleases him." Maya turned to Yudhishthira with reverence. The eldest Pandava sat in contemplation for a moment, then spoke with the wisdom that marked all his words. "O Maya, if you wish to do something for us, then build us a palace. Let it be such that no king in this world has ever seen its equal. Let it display the glory of our family and bring honor to our name." Maya's face lit up with joy. "O righteous king, this task fills my heart with happiness. I shall build for you an assembly hall that will be the wonder of all worlds. Kings and gods alike will marvel at its beauty and craftsmanship." Krishna, who had witnessed this exchange, smiled and added his blessing. "O Maya, let this palace you build become famous throughout the earth. Let it serve as the seat of dharma and justice." Maya bowed deeply before all of them. "I accept this sacred duty. Give me permission to begin, and I shall create something that will stand as long as the sun and moon shine in the sky." The Pandavas gave their consent, and Maya's eyes sparkled with the fire of creation. He began to speak of his plans, describing wonders that would soon take physical form. The meeting between the noble princes and the divine architect marked the beginning of something truly extraordinary. Part 2. Construction of Palace. Maya began his work at once. He chose the perfect ground for the palace, marking out the boundaries with sacred threads. The divine architect called upon the spirits of the earth and sky to help him in his task. First, he laid the foundation stones, each one blessed with holy prayers. The ground itself seemed to sing as Maya worked, placing each stone with perfect care. He dug deep into the earth, creating chambers that would hold the palace steady for ages to come. The walls rose like mountains reaching toward heaven. Maya crafted them from the finest materials found in all three worlds. Gold from the realm of the gods, mixed with silver from the moon's domain. Precious gems from the depths of the ocean adorned every surface, catching light like captured stars. The main hall stretched wider than any building ever seen by mortal eyes. Its ceiling soared so high that clouds could gather beneath it. Pillars of crystal supported the vast space, each one carved with images of gods and heroes from ages past. Maya created chambers for each Pandava brother, designing them to match their nature and needs. Yudhishthira's room reflected justice and wisdom, with walls of pure white marble. Bhima's quarters showed strength and power, built from dark stone that could withstand any force. The architect worked day and night, his hands moving with divine skill. He placed windows that would show different seasons outside, regardless of the actual weather. Gardens bloomed within the palace walls, filled with flowers that never wilted and trees that bore fruit throughout the year. Water flowed through the palace in streams that defied nature's laws. Some flowed upward, others moved in circles, and all remained crystal clear. Maya built pools so perfect they looked like solid ground, while creating floors so smooth they appeared to be water. The throne room became Maya's greatest achievement. The seat of justice stood upon a platform that seemed to float in the air. Above it, a dome captured and reflected light from the sun and stars, making the entire space glow with gentle radiance. As months passed, the palace took its final form. Maya added the finishing touches with reverent care, knowing this building would house the righteous rule of Dharma's son. Every detail served both beauty and purpose, creating a home worthy of the Earth's future emperors. When Maya finally stepped back from his completed work, even he marveled at what divine inspiration had accomplished through his mortal hands. Part 3. Architectural Marvels. The palace that Maya built defied all understanding of what buildings could be. Walls seemed to be made of crystal, yet they were stronger than the hardest stone. When touched, they felt warm in winter and cool in summer, always bringing comfort to those within. The floors were a wonder beyond words. Some parts appeared to be solid ground, but were actually pools of the clearest water. Other sections looked like shimmering water, but were firm as rock beneath one's feet. Visitors often stumbled, confused by what their eyes saw versus what their feet felt. Pillars throughout the palace appeared to be carved from single gems the size of great trees. Ruby pillars glowed with inner fire. Emerald columns seemed to contain flowing rivers of green light. Diamond supports scattered rainbow patterns across every surface they touched. The palace had rooms that changed their size according to need, a small chamber could expand to hold 1,000 guests when required. Great halls could shrink to create intimate spaces for private council. The walls themselves seemed alive, responding to the wishes of those who dwelt within. Maya created staircases that moved without sound, carrying people up and down as if they floated on air. Some steps were made of compressed clouds that felt solid yet bounced gently under each footfall. Others were formed from crystallized moonbeams that glowed softly in darkness. The roof was Maya's greatest achievement. It appeared to be open sky during day and star-filled heavens at night, yet no rain or harsh weather ever entered. Birds could be seen flying overhead, but they were illusions created by Maya's art. The temperature remained perfect regardless of the season outside. Windows in this palace showed whatever view the observer wished to see. A person longing for their childhood home would see familiar landscapes. Someone missing the mountains would behold snow-capped peaks. The homesick could gaze upon their birth village, no matter how far away. Maya installed fountains that flowed upward instead of down, their waters forming intricate patterns in the air before returning to their source. The water sang as it moved, creating melodies that soothed troubled minds and brought peace to worried hearts. Gardens within the palace grew plants from every corner of the earth. Flowers bloomed regardless of season, their colors more vibrant than nature typically allowed. Trees bore fruit constantly, and the fruit never rotted or fell until picked by a hungry hand. The throne room contained Maya's masterpiece, a seat that reflected the true nature of whoever sat upon it. A just ruler would see themselves surrounded by light. A corrupt king would witness darkness gathering around the throne. This magical seat would serve as a constant reminder to Yudhishthira of his duty to rule with righteousness. Part 4. Political Symbolism. The completed palace stood as more than just a home for the Pandavas. It became a living declaration of their right to rule and their growing strength. Every king who looked upon its crystal walls and golden towers understood immediately that the sons of Pandu had risen to claim their rightful place among the greatest rulers of Bharatavarsha. When visiting nobles walked through the main gates, they saw reflected in every surface the face of legitimate royal authority. The palace spoke without words about Yudhishthira's dharmic rule and his brother's valor. Foreign ambassadors returned to their kingdoms carrying tales of magnificence that made their own rulers pause and consider the new power that had emerged in Indraprastha. The structure itself told the story of the Pandavas' divine connections. Maya's supernatural craftsmanship proved that the gods favored Arjuna and his family. No ordinary architect could create such wonders. The moving walls and self-lighting chambers demonstrated that heaven itself supported their claim to kingship. Each room displayed wealth that spoke of prosperity under Pandava rule. Gold fixtures never tarnished, and precious stones embedded in walls caught light in ways that created patterns resembling the faces of gods. These details suggested that divine forces blessed the kingdom and would continue to do so under righteous leadership. The Great Assembly Hall particularly served this political purpose. When allied kings gathered there for council, the hall's size reminded everyone present of Yudhishthira's growing influence. The magical throne that revealed the true nature of its occupant became proof of his fitness to rule. Visitors witnessed firsthand that the eldest Pandava remained pure and just, even when holding ultimate power. Word of the palace spread across all kingdoms like wind carries seeds. Merchants, travelers, and pilgrims carried descriptions of its marvels to distant lands. These stories reached the ears of kings who had not yet decided whether to support or oppose the Pandavas. Many chose friendship over conflict after hearing about the divine palace. The palace grounds hosted feasts that displayed the Pandavas' generosity and their ability to provide abundance for their people. The magical gardens that fed thousands without ever running empty proved that their rule brought prosperity. No king could ignore such obvious signs of heaven's favor. Even enemies who came with hostile intentions found their resolve weakening. when they witnessed the palace's power. The building itself seemed to argue for the Pandavas' cause. Legitimacy. Its impossible beauty and supernatural features suggested that opposing them meant opposing forces beyond human understanding. Through Maya's creation, the five brothers transformed from exiled princes into recognized sovereign rulers whose authority none could reasonably question. Part 5. Maya's Stories. When Maya, the divine architect, rested from his great work, the Pandavas gathered around him with reverence. They knew he had lived for countless ages and witnessed many wonders. Yudhishthira spoke with folded hands. "Great Maya, you have given us a palace that surpasses all earthly buildings. We know you have seen many ages pass. Please share with us the stories of the divine beings and the supernatural events you have witnessed." Maya's eyes grew distant as he began to speak. His voice carried the weight of ancient memories. "O kings, I have seen the gods themselves walk upon this earth. I have watched Indra wield his thunderbolt against mighty demons who sought to destroy the three worlds. In the early days, the gods and demons fought great battles that shook the heavens and made the earth tremble." He paused and looked at each brother. "I have built palaces for the gods in their celestial realms. Indra's court shines with light brighter than 1,000 suns. The pillars there are made of precious gems that sing when the wind touches them. The floors reflect not your body, but your true nature." Maya continued his tales. "I have seen Vishnu in his various forms. When he took the form of a dwarf to defeat King Bali, I watched as he grew to cover all three worlds with just 3 steps. The sight filled even us demons with wonder and fear. In the realm of Kubera, god of wealth, I built halls where gold flows like rivers. The walls there change color with the seasons of heaven. Time moves differently in that place. A day there equals a year on earth." The architect's voice grew serious. "I have witnessed the churning of the great ocean when gods and demons work together to obtain the nectar of immortality. The mountain they used as a churning rod nearly broke. The Serpent King wrapped around it suffered greatly. From that churning came many divine treasures, including the deadly poison that would have destroyed all creation if Lord Shiva had not swallowed it." Maya looked directly at the Pandavas. "I tell you these stories so you understand the forces that move in this world. Your palace connects you to these divine powers. The same gods who fought those ancient battles now watch over you. The same supernatural forces that shaped the early world still influence events today. Remember these tales, for they show that righteousness always triumphs, though the path may be long and difficult." Part 6. Building Alliances. After Maya finished telling his divine stories, word of the magnificent palace spread across all kingdoms. Kings and nobles came from far lands to see this wonder. They had heard tales of walls that seemed like water and floors that looked like crystal pools. Many wished to witness these marvels with their own eyes. When these royal visitors entered the palace, they stood amazed. The halls confused even the wisest men. Some tried to walk through walls, thinking they were empty space, only to strike solid crystal. Others hesitated to step on floors that appeared to be deep lakes, but were actually firm ground. The visiting kings watched in wonder as birds flew into what seemed like open sky, but hit transparent walls. The rulers saw rooms filled with jewels that glowed without fire. They witnessed fountains that flowed upward and pools that held lotus flowers. Gardens bloomed inside the palace, with trees bearing fruits of gold and silver. The very air seemed to shimmer with divine light. These visiting kings spoke among themselves about the Pandavas' great fortune. "Surely the gods favor Yudhishthira," they said. "No ordinary men could possess such a palace." They returned to their kingdoms, telling stories of the magical halls and the divine architect who built them. Soon, kingdoms near and far knew of the Pandavas' magnificent home. Many rulers sent gifts and messages of friendship. They sought alliances with the Pandavas, knowing that brothers who commanded such divine favor would be powerful allies. Trade agreements were made, and treaties of peace were signed. The palace became a symbol of the Pandavas' strength and divine blessing. Kings who had once ignored the exiled brothers now sought their friendship. Those who had remained neutral during the Pandavas' difficult times now offered support. The palace showed all the world that the five brothers had returned, not as defeated exiles, but as princes blessed by heaven itself. Maya watched as delegations arrived daily. He saw how his creation served not just as a home, but as a tool of statecraft. The palace spoke without words, telling all who entered that the Pandavas commanded respect and possessed divine protection. Each room demonstrated power that went beyond earthly weapons and armies. Through Maya's divine architecture, the Pandavas gained what no battle could provide. They earned the respect and fear of neighboring kingdoms. Alliances formed naturally as rulers recognized the divine favor shown to Yudhishthira and his brothers. The palace became the foundation upon which their growing influence rested, preparing the way for even greater ambitions to come. Part 7. Preparations for Rajasuya. The palace stood complete, its glory reaching every corner of the known world. Word traveled from kingdom to kingdom about the wonder that Maya had built. Kings and princes spoke in hushed voices about the divine halls where illusion and reality danced together. This growing fame stirred something deep within Yudhishthira's heart. Sitting in his court, surrounded by his brothers, Yudhishthira felt the weight of his position. The palace had made their strength visible to all. Now came the time to claim what such strength deserved. He spoke to his brothers about performing the Rajasuya sacrifice, the great ritual that would make him emperor over all kings. Krishna arrived at Indraprastha when the preparations began. His presence brought both joy and wisdom to the planning. He advised Yudhishthira on the sacred requirements and political necessities. The Rajasuya demanded more than wealth and ceremony. It required the submission of all neighboring rulers and the gathering of tribute from every corner of the land. Bhima and Arjuna prepared for the campaigns that would make the sacrifice possible. They would travel to distant kingdoms, demanding acknowledgement of Yudhishthira's supremacy. Some rulers would submit willingly, impressed by the palace and the Pandavas' divine favor. Others would need convincing through strength of arms. Nakula and Sahadeva organized the complex logistics. They calculated the massive quantities of gold, jewels, and offerings needed. Hundreds of priests would need accommodation and feeding. Thousands of guests would arrive from across the world. Every detail required perfect planning. Maya watched these preparations with ancient eyes. He had seen many emperors rise and fall through the ages. The Rajasuya would bring great glory, but also great danger. Success would make the Pandavas the most powerful family in the world. Such power always created enemies. The architect shared stories of past emperors who had performed this sacrifice. Some achieved lasting glory and ruled justly for decades. Others fell to pride and made choices that destroyed everything they had built. The ritual itself carried no guarantee of wisdom, only the opportunity to prove oneself worthy of supreme power. As weeks passed, messages arrived from distant lands. Some kings sent word of their acceptance and began preparing tribute. Others remained silent, their intentions unclear. A few sent back defiant responses, challenging Yudhishthira's right to claim authority over them. The palace that had brought such joy now became the center of intense activity. Every room filled with ministers, messengers, and military commanders. The magical halls that once hosted celebrations of art and culture now echoed with discussions of strategy and conquest. Yudhishthira understood that the Rajasuya would change everything. Success would lift the Pandavas above all other royal families. Failure would destroy their reputation and leave them vulnerable to every enemy they had made through their growing power. The divine palace had opened this path. Now they must walk it to its end, whatever that might bring. Part 8. Foreshadowing future events. As the preparations for the Rajasuya continued, strange omens began to appear throughout the palace. Birds of ill fortune circled the crystal towers at dawn. The magical waters in the pools grew dark without reason. The divine architect Maya noticed these signs and spoke quietly to Yudhishthira about their meaning. Great King, this palace will witness both triumph and sorrow, Maya said, his ancient eyes filled with knowledge of future times. The same halls that now prepare for your coronation as emperor will one day echo with the sounds of grief. The wealth you gather from conquered kings will become the cause of great jealousy among your own family. Maya pointed to the great assembly hall where courtiers gathered each day. In this very room, a game of dice will be played that will change the fate of your entire lineage. The ivory dice will roll, and with each throw, you will lose more than kingdoms. You will lose your brother's freedom, your wife's honor, and your own throne. The sage architect's voice grew heavy with sorrow. The beautiful Queen Draupadi, who walks these marble corridors like a goddess, will be dragged into that hall by enemies wearing the faces of relatives. Her tears will fall on these same stones that now reflect her happy laughter. Yudhishthira felt a chill despite the warm palace air. Can this fate be changed? He asked. Maya shook his head slowly. The threads of destiny are already woven. This palace, which shows your power to the world, will also awaken sleeping envy in the hearts of your cousins. Duryodhana has already seen these wonders. Each magical doorway, each illusion of water where there is stone, each treasure displayed here feeds the fire of his jealousy. Your brother Bhima's strength, Arjuna's skill with weapons, and your own wisdom in ruling, all these gifts that helped you build this kingdom will be tested in ways you cannot imagine. The forest will call you back, not as conquerors, but as exiles. Maya's final words carried the weight of prophecy. Remember this palace well, King Yudhishthira. Learn every room, every passage, every hidden corner, for you will leave it behind for 13 long years, and when you return, it will be at the head of armies, not as a peaceful king, but as a warrior seeking justice for wrongs that have not yet been committed. The preparations continued, but now they carried the shadow of coming storms. Chapter 19. Miscellaneous Stories and Conclusion. Part 1. Early Conflicts. Thus spoke the wise sage to all who gathered there. These tales of old show us how pride leads to ruin. When men forget their duty, when they place self above truth, when they choose greed over giving, they bring suffering upon themselves and others. The learned ones tell us that in ancient days there lived a king who ruled with justice. His subjects were happy and the land was rich, but his son grew jealous of a neighboring king's wealth. This jealousy ate at his heart like fire burns dry grass. He began to plot and scheme, forgetting the teachings of his father. One day this prince sent harsh words to the other king. He demanded tribute that was not rightfully his. The other king, being wise and patient, sent gentle words in return. He offered friendship instead of conflict. But the proud prince would not listen. His anger grew stronger each day. The prince gathered his soldiers and marched to the border. There he met the other king's army. Both sides prepared for battle, though neither truly wanted war. The wise king tried once more to make peace. He sent his best minister with gifts and kind words. But the proud prince rejected everything. When the battle began, many good men died on both sides. Fathers lost sons, wives lost husbands, children lost their fathers. The earth drank the blood of brave warriors who fought for kings they trusted. In the end, both armies were broken. Neither side won anything worth having. The proud prince returned home to find his kingdom in ruins. While he was away fighting his useless war, his enemies had attacked his own lands. His people suffered greatly. His father, the good king, died of sorrow seeing what his son had done. This is how pride destroys everything it touches. A man who cannot control his anger will lose all he holds dear. A ruler who chooses war over peace brings death to the innocent. These lessons we must remember always. Such stories fill the great book of wisdom. Each tale teaches us something important about right and wrong. The sages tell these stories so we may learn without making the same mistakes ourselves. Now we move forward to greater tales that await. The wheel of time turns, bringing us to Adi Parva, where deeper truths will be revealed. Part 2. Ethical Teachings. Truth lives in small acts as much as great deeds. The wise know that every choice shapes the soul. A merchant once found gold coins scattered on the road. His heart filled with joy at this fortune. But then he saw a poor man searching desperately nearby. The merchant could have walked away with the treasure. Instead, he called out to the searching man. When the poor man described the exact coins, the merchant returned them all. Though he gained nothing in gold, his heart grew light with peace. A woman saw her neighbor's crops failing while her own flourished. She could have felt proud of her success, but she shared her seeds and showed better planting methods. Both families ate well that season. Her kindness returned to her tenfold when drought came the next year, and her neighbor helped save her harvest. These simple acts teach profound truths. What we do in darkness reveals our true nature. What we give freely comes back to us multiplied. The person who helps others in secret builds strength in their own spirit. A young student asked his teacher why good people sometimes suffer while evil ones prosper. The teacher pointed to a garden where some flowers bloomed early and others late. He said that time reveals all things in their proper season. Those who plant good seeds will harvest good fruit, though not always when they expect it. The truly wise person knows that wealth means nothing if the heart stays empty. Power crumbles when built on lies. Fame fades like morning mist, but kindness endures beyond death. Truth outlasts all kingdoms. Love conquers even time itself. A king once disguised himself as a common traveler. He found that people treated him poorly when they thought he had no power. This taught him how the mighty should behave toward those beneath them. Real strength shows itself through gentleness. True nobility serves rather than demands service. Every soul faces tests daily. How we treat animals reveals our compassion. How we speak to servants shows our character. How we act when no one watches displays our true self. These small choices determine whether we rise toward light or fall into darkness. The sacred texts remind us that Dharma lives in ordinary moments. Right action flows from a pure heart. When we choose truth over profit, kindness over cruelty, and patience over anger, we walk the path of the divine. These lessons prepare us for greater challenges ahead. Part 3. Character Introductions. In the court of King Shantanu lived a wise minister named Bhishma's companion, Satyavati's brother, Matsyagandha. He served faithfully and spoke truth even when it brought displeasure. His words carried weight because his actions matched his speech. There lived also Devavrata, later known as Bhishma, whose promise shook the heavens. When his father wished to marry Satyavati, Devavrata gave up his claim to the throne. He also promised never to marry or have children. This sacrifice earned him the name Bhishma, meaning one who takes terrible vows. In the kingdom dwelt Parashurama, the warrior sage who had defeated kings 21 times. His anger toward corrupt rulers burned like fire. Yet when righteous people approached him with respect, he showed great mercy. He carried his mighty axe not for violence, but to protect Dharma. The fisherman's daughter Satyavati possessed a divine fragrance that spread across rivers. Before her marriage to Shantanu, she had borne a son to the sage Parashara. This child, Vyasa, would later compose the great epic itself. Her past did not diminish her worth in the eyes of the noble king. Ganga, the river goddess, had taken human form as Shantanu's first wife. She bore him 8 sons, but cast 7 into the river, according to a divine curse. Only the 8th survived. This was Bhishma. Her departure filled Shantanu with sorrow that lasted until he met Satyavati. Among the sages lived Kashyapa, whose wisdom guided kings and commoners alike. His wife Aditi had given birth to gods, while his other wife Diti bore demons. This showed how the same father could produce both good and evil children, depending on the mother's nature and the circumstances of birth. The sage Bharadwaja raised Drona, who would become the great teacher of warriors. Though born from unusual circumstances, Drona's dedication to learning and later teaching proved that birth matters less than character and effort. Karna, though raised by a charioteer, possessed the valor of kings. His loyalty and generosity marked him as noble despite his humble upbringing. Society judged him by his birth, but his actions revealed his true worth. These characters, each carrying their own struggles and virtues, would soon converge in the Great War. Their individual choices and sacrifices formed the foundation upon which the epic's greater events would unfold. Each life contained lessons about duty, sacrifice, and the complex nature of righteousness. Part 4. Mythological References. The gods watched as the world grew heavy with the burden of wicked kings and cruel rulers. The earth herself appeared before Brahma, crying for relief from the suffering that covered her lands. She spoke of kings who forgot their duties and warriors who caused pain without purpose. Brahma heard her plea and called upon Vishnu, the protector of all creation. Vishnu promised to take birth among humans to restore peace and justice. Other gods also agreed to send parts of themselves to earth as heroes who would fight for what was right. Indra, king of the gods, would father Arjuna through Kunti. Vayu, the wind god, would give his strength to Bhima. Dharma, the god of righteousness, would become Yudhishthira's divine father. Each god contributed to creating warriors who would serve the cause of good. The demons, too, sent their essence into evil kings and corrupt rulers. They took birth as those who would oppose the forces of righteousness. This created a great battle between good and evil that would span generations. Ancient sages spoke of how the divine serpent Shisha took birth as Balarama, Krishna's elder brother. They told how various gods became the Pandava brothers and their allies. Even the goddesses participated, with Lakshmi becoming Draupadi, the common wife of the 5 Pandavas. The cosmic wheel of time turned, bringing these divine beings into human form. They carried their celestial powers, but also human emotions and limitations. This mixing of divine and mortal created heroes who were both blessed and cursed. Stories spread of how Ganga, the sacred river, became mother to Bhishma after promising King Shantanu to drown their other children. Each child she killed was actually a divine being freed from a curse. Only Bhishma remained to serve his earthly purpose, the Apsaras. Celestial dancers also played their parts. Menaka enchanted the sage Vishwamitra, and their daughter Shakuntala became the mother of Emperor Bharata. These unions between celestials and mortals created bloodlines that carried both human wisdom and divine power. Even the animals served higher purposes. Hanuman, the monkey god, would later appear to give strength to Bhima. The divine eagle Garuda blessed certain warriors with his fierce spirit. These mythic elements wove through every family line and kingdom. No birth was ordinary, no death was simple. Each event connected to greater cosmic purposes that mortals could barely understand. The stage was set for a war that would involve not just human armies, but the very forces that shaped the universe itself. Part 5. Foreshadowing main events. The sages spoke of dark clouds gathering over the world. They saw signs that pointed to a great war between brothers that would shake the earth itself. This war would not be fought over gold or land alone. It would test every soul on what was right and what was wrong. In the royal house of Kuru, two groups of cousins would grow up together. 100 sons would come from Dhritarashtra, a king who could not see with his eyes. 5 sons would come from his brother Pandu, who died young. These 5 would be called the Pandavas. The 100 would be called the Kauravas. The eldest of the 100, Duryodhana, would carry hatred in his heart like poison. He would see his 5 cousins and burn with jealousy. The eldest of the 5, Yudhishthira, would be blessed with truth, but cursed with weakness for gambling. Between them would grow a divide that no amount of wisdom could heal. The sages knew that Krishna, who was God himself in human form, would walk among them during these troubled times. He would guide some and test others. Even God would face choices about when to act and when to watch. The divine plan required that mortals make their own decisions, even when those choices led to sorrow. Teachers would be forced to fight their own students. Fathers would draw weapons against sons. Brothers would kill brothers on the battlefield. The very foundations of Dharma would crack under the weight of impossible choices. What was duty when all paths led to sin? The earth herself would cry out from the weight of so much death. Rivers would run red with blood. Mothers would weep for children who would never return home. The war would last 18 days, but its effects would echo through all time. Yet from this darkness would come light. The songs of this war would teach future generations about courage, duty, and the price of righteousness. Men would learn that even in the worst times, they must choose what is right over what is easy. The wheels of fate were already turning. The pieces were moving into place. Soon the great game would begin, and not even the gods could change what was destined to unfold. Part 6. Setting narrative framework. The storyteller spoke these words to gather all the tales into one great truth. Just as many rivers flow into one mighty ocean, these many stories flow into one great teaching about life and death and duty. Listen well, for what you have heard is not separate from what is to come. The small disputes between brothers and cousins that began in simple jealousy will grow into a war that shakes the earth. The lessons taught by wise men in quiet moments will be tested when armies clash and heroes fall. Every character whose story we have told has their place in the great drama ahead. The minor princes who seemed unimportant will stand beside great warriors. The women who appeared briefly will shape the fate of kingdoms through their wisdom and their tears. The sages who spoke gentle words will watch as their teachings are put to the hardest test. All the gods and demons whose tales we shared are not distant myths. They walk among men and guide their actions. They bless the righteous and punish the wicked. When the great war comes, heaven and earth will join together in the battle between good and evil. The customs and laws we have described are not mere traditions. They are the foundation upon which all human life rests. When these laws are broken, the world itself shakes. When they are followed, peace and happiness flourish like flowers after rain. What seemed like random stories, scattered like seeds, will now grow into one mighty tree. Each branch connects to the trunk. Each leaf serves the whole. Nothing happens by chance in this divine plan. The time of preparation ends. The time of great deeds begins. Sons will face fathers across battle lines. Brothers will draw swords against brothers. Friends will become enemies, and enemies will die with honor restored. Yet through all this sorrow and glory, one truth remains constant. Those who follow their duty without thought of reward will find peace. Those who act from selfish desire will find only suffering. This is the eternal law that governs all existence. Now the real story begins. The Adi Parva opens before us like dawn breaking over the mountains. In that bright and terrible light, we will see heroes and villains, wisdom and folly, love and hatred, all revealed in their true forms. Prepare your hearts for what is to come. The greatest story ever told awaits your understanding. Part 7. Cultural Insights. The world reflected in these sacred verses shows us the society of ancient times in all its complexity. Kings ruled vast kingdoms where power flowed from divine blessing and righteous conduct. The ruler who followed Dharma received the gods' favor, while the tyrant who ignored justice faced destruction. Society was ordered in 4 great divisions. The Brahmins taught sacred knowledge and performed holy rituals. The Kshatriyas protected the people and ruled with strength and wisdom. The Vaishyas engaged in trade and farming, creating wealth for all. The Shudras served others and found honor in honest labor. Each group had its proper duties, and when all followed their appointed paths, harmony blessed the land. Women held positions of great respect and influence. Queens counseled kings on matters of state. Mothers shaped the character of future heroes. Daughters were treasured as gifts from heaven, yet they also faced constraints that reflected the customs of their time. Their voices carried weight in family decisions, though men typically held formal authority. Religious practice centered on sacrifice and sacred fire. Learned priests chanted ancient hymns while offerings burned on holy altars. Kings performed great ceremonies to ensure their kingdoms prospered. The gods were present and active, blessing the righteous and punishing the wicked. Divine beings walked among mortals, taking human form when Dharma needed protection. Warfare followed strict codes of honor. Warriors fought only other warriors. Battles ceased at sunset and resumed at dawn. Weapons matched weapons in fair combat. The defeated received mercy when they surrendered. These rules made war itself a form of worship, where courage and righteousness determined victory. Education meant memorizing sacred texts and learning from wise teachers. Students lived in forest schools, serving their gurus with devotion. Knowledge passed from teacher to student through direct transmission. Writing existed, but spoken wisdom carried greater authority. Learning included not just facts, but the development of character and spiritual insight. Marriage created alliances between families and kingdoms. Ceremonies lasted for days, binding not just individuals, but entire clans. Multiple wives were permitted for kings and nobles, often for political reasons. Love marriages existed alongside arranged unions. The family unit formed the foundation of social order. Justice operated through the king's court and ancient law codes. Truth emerged through oaths, ordeals, and witness testimony. Punishment fit the crime, but mercy tempered strict justice. The king served as the final judge, but wise counselors guided his decisions. Divine intervention sometimes revealed hidden truths. These customs and beliefs shaped every aspect of life. They created a world where earthly existence connected directly to cosmic order. When people followed their proper roles, the universe itself supported them. When they abandoned duty for selfish gain, chaos and suffering resulted. Part 8. Closing Remarks. Thus ends the first book of the great Mahabharata, called the Adi Parva. This ancient collection of stories teaches us how the mighty Pandavas and Kauravas came to exist. It shows us the divine births, the early struggles, and the foundations of what would become the greatest war ever fought. The Adi Parva tells us about the gods who walked among men. It speaks of Vyasa, the great sage who gave us this sacred text. We learn about Bhishma's terrible vow and how it shaped generations. We see how Pandu lost his ability to touch his wives, and how the gods themselves fathered the 5 Pandava brothers. These opening tales prepare our minds for the great lessons ahead. They show us how Dharma works in this world. When people follow their duty, peace follows. When they abandon their sacred roles for personal gain, destruction comes. The stories of these early days prove this truth again and again. The first book also teaches us about the power of curses and boons. Words spoken in anger or blessing carry divine force. They shape destiny itself. We see how past actions create present suffering. We learn that no deed, good or evil, goes without result. All these smaller stories connect to form one great truth. The universe has order. This order depends on each person doing their assigned duty. Kings must protect their people. Warriors must fight when called. Priests must preserve sacred knowledge. Wives must support their husbands. Children must honor their parents. When this natural order breaks down, the gods themselves must act. They send their own sons to earth as the Pandavas. They prepare the world for the great battle that will restore balance. The Adi Parva shows us how this divine plan began to unfold. Now, we move forward to the Sabha Parva, the book of the assembly hall. There we will see how prosperity led to pride, how a game of dice destroyed a family, how a woman's honor was attacked in a royal court. The seeds planted in this first book will grow into the mighty tree of war. The Adi Parva ends, but the great story continues. Each book builds upon the last. Each lesson prepares us for greater wisdom. The ancient sages who preserved these words knew that truth reveals itself slowly. They gave us this first book as our foundation. Upon it, all the rest must stand.